Buongiorno everyone, good afternoon and welcome along to Monza for round 4 of the Creventic 24-hour series, the Neo Endurance Championship, the 24 series esports powered by VCO. 6 hours of the very best endurance racing across different categories around the Autodromo Internazionale di Monza. A great place to go racing, a very good place for endurance racing, and we promise you some spectacular endurance fun over the next 6 hours. So far, the championship has been incredibly tight. Certainly in the top class, the GT3 class has been very, very fascinating. Here is how the points stand at the moment. Bila Racing lead by 9 points over Leo, with Ronin Simsport in 3rd position and Racecraft in 4th. It's been unlucky really for Williams. It's been unlucky also for MSI, who have really struggled, and yet they have been really the pace setters in the GT3 field. So expect to see some more changes in that championship order as we progress. A bit more straightforward if you look at the other classes, though. Dominations from different teams. Inertia leading the 991 category, basically a one make for Porsche, and Burst in second with Auris Racing, HM Engineering, Go Team very, very close for second in that championship, but really control for Inertia Sim Racing, EuroRC.com at the head of the championship standings. It's even more simple when you look at the GT4 class. 3 wins out of 3 races for SRC, Squadra Corsa White. Pure Sim Esports and Talk Freak have also stayed as they have been. BS Competition will be hoping to do a lot better in their BMW in 4th spot as we progress through this championship. The power and the balance of power does shift between BMW and the Cayman in the GT4 category. Just one car for TCRs, the Audi, of course, the RS3, and it has been SimRC that have taken all 3 victories in the TCR category. Very, very tight, and it will be even tighter here in Monza because, of course, the slipstream so vital in TCR class and also vital around the Monza circuit. So expect one big pack of Audi TCR cars running around in Monza. So this is what they've done to the categories to try and ballast it up a bit. 7 kilos of ballast onto the Audi R8, and the Mercedes therefore I think maybe have a slight edge. There is no Ferraris in the GT3 category. BMW has been given 10 kilos of ballast, a 2% power reduction, and can only use 98% of its fuel tank, as so far the BMW has been the class of the field in the GT4. They have been playing a little bit with that ballast and balance of performance every single round of the championship. We'll get more into that as we go through our 6 hours of racing. Here is the track then. 5.7 kilometres in length. The Rettifilio being the first chicane. Roggia the second chicane. Ascari the third chicane. And of course the Parabolica around the end of the lap. Here are the previous winners then. VRS Coanda won in the last Sim Series. We actually have seen both 24-hour series esports races and the Creventic esports races around the Monza circuit. In fact, I took part in the very first Creventic esports race for the real world drivers rather than this, which is for the very best professional sim races there are in and around the world. So it was Minavo who took the victory last time we were here in the GT3 category. The beautiful Monza Parklands is where we are racing, and alongside me as always for the 24 series commentary, it's Somal Arora from India and David Holmes all the way from Australia. So a completely multinational with of course Hugo on the buttons all the way over in Brazil. We really are spreading ourselves across the world. Firstly, Somal, how are we feeling today?
Brilliant, genuinely awesome, Ben. It's been a month since we last had a 24H esports race, and this one, man, the excitement for this is really high because now we are properly in the closing stages of the championship, and what a fight it is turning out to be. It may seem like a bit of a domination in multiple categories, namely GT4s and the 991 GT3 Cup class, but the action on track has just been stunning. And on the points table, it may look like a one-sided affair, but seriously, it has been so unpredictable with strategy all around and some brilliant battles. And the fact that Monza is such a wide-open, draft-dependent circuit should make the racing even better here today, as we see stills from qualifying.
Very much a one-make series, really, even in the GT3 category, with Audis being the choice of car. David, looking at the balance of performance for this particular round, with Mercedes clean to do what it wants and a little bit of extra given to this Audi, what are we feeling today between the battle? There's only about 3 Mercedes versus the rest of the field of Audis.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, looking for the Audis to be successful, to be very good on their tyres, but the Mercedes could still get something in the draft on the long straights of Monza, so we know that there is a lot of Audis in the field, only a few Mercedes, although one did manage to take the win at Sebring, so we'll see if the long game can maybe favour the Mercedes a little bit, because the Audis are looking good in qualifying.
Yeah, And we've also got the same kind of balance of performance in the GT4 category. BMW have been stronger, really, than the Porsche in the GT4 category, but more and more ballast, less and less fuel being able to be offered to that BMW. So do we feel like Porsches, being more slippery as well, have got more of a chance, David?
The BMW always had the longer legs with that turbocharged engine, so it does make sense that at Monza they've tried to clip those wings a little bit, but I still feel like if there's anywhere that the slightly pushier, slightly longer legged BMW can do well, it's here at Monza. So I can totally see why they've brought the fuel down a little bit, brought the power down, and added 10 kilos of ballast to that BMW. I don't think that's going to stop anyone doing well with that car, though.
Let's have a look at the starting grid then. Qualifying just over. Danny Elgabay's got the pole position for MSI Esports. They desperately need a good result. Marla Racing Team up in second position. Leo Racing Team third with Dino Lombardi, always strong in the early parts of the race. Then it's Bila Racing Team Euronics, the 45 car, on the fourth position. Williams with Lasse back in fifth position. Tim Matske in sixth for Manthey Racing. And then Racecraft and Ronan Simsport, the first of the Mercedes, pretty much where we've seen them all season, really, around the outskirts of the top 10. James Saunders for Bila Racing Team Euronics, number 46 in ninth. Then Inertia Sim Racing Mega Auto in 10th position. MSI 43 down in 11th. Always slightly weaker of the two cars, the MSI 43 car. 21 Leo Racing in 12th spot. We've got Manthey Racing 9 and 13th, then EFP Car Collection, which is kind of our real world team, 14th, Glacier 15th, and Riley Sim Racing down in 16th spot. In the 991 category then, it's HM Engineering with Jordan Weeks on the pole position, ahead of Robin Osland in the Go Team Racing 907. XVR in third position, Burst in fourth, Inertia Sim Racing Euro RC only fifth spot. Ori's in sixth, but just look how tight it was across these first couple of cars. Less than a tenth. I think that was the first five. Anti Filaja in the Inertia Sim Racing in Primo 900 in seventh. Then YMCA in eighth. World of Sim Racing ninth. WOIP.com Volante 10th. And GTVRT in 11th spot. Into the GT4 category then, and Squadra Corsa 446 on the pole position. That's ominous. Matthew Turnbull will be doing his very best in the Pure Sim Esports. Porsche second position. Niels Koch BMW in third. Back to Porsche in the Talk Freak Racing by TFR Lab. TFR Lab in fourth. Then Boot Lepau fifth. Good qualifying for them. Squadra Corsa 417 in sixth. Jason Garrard in the SRN Motorsports in 7th, DRE Endurance 8th, Hell Racers 9th, Leopard 10th, E-Gaming 11th, and Team Vikings in 12th position. And finally, in the TCR category, it is Alessandro Bacilega in the SRC Squadra Corsa 113, ahead of HM Engineering, Pure Sim Esports in third position, Team Mad in fourth, then Kinetic Racing in fifth position, Frozen's Full Send Racing in sixth, Sim MSA Esports in 7th, Sim RC only 8th with Jürgen Franke. Work to do then. Tim Huskeveld in 9th, MSI Esports David Perez in 10th position, always very strong. Pulse 11th, Texen Finzi Motorsport in 12th spot. And T3 Esports round up. Not a very good qualifying for them, 1.5 off the pace. That is your grid then. Few cars, slightly different, a few new faces, some people moving teams, quite a lot to talk about over the next 6 hours, but let's get this racing underway. Great to see Marla on the front of the grid. Every single race getting a little bit stronger, a little bit better, and now they're occupying that front row alongside the MSI Esports car. The MSI Esports car has always been strong in qualifying. They just need to keep it clean in the race, especially the early stages, getting through traffic. That is where they've had so many issues in the past races. And really, this 44 car should be way up higher than it is in the championship. Right, side by side for our GT3 category, basically an Audi group of cars, a one-make race for the GT3 category with just a smattering of Mercedes. MSI put the foot to the floor, and we go racing already. Marla slotting into second position to pick up the slipstream. Maybe even a strategy to do that, although it didn't look like a very good start. Leo Racing Team looked down to the inside, and they will take second position coming into the chicane. Got to be so careful. There's 2 cars around at the back of the field there, so we have had a spinner, and I think it was Manti, one of the cars facing the wrong direction, and I don't know, Tim Maska, who got into the back of him. It was the black car that's gone through shot. A lot of chaos in the Porsches, cars all over the place in the 991 category, so plenty for our race director to catch up with once this thing settles down. Burst Esports off on the side of the track, and look, the GT4 cars in the background, looks like they may have got through a lot cleaner than the Porsches. A real mess for our 991 category. Of course, they've now got to carry all of the damage that they've picked up for the next 6 hours, and that will be very frustrating. Here's the TCR cars, the touring car machines, much more happy to do a bit of rubbing as racing. The front of the field get through nice and cleanly, as do the rear of the field. So it was really very much cold tyres, 991s into the first chicane. So not really a surprise to see the 991s struggling so much in these early stages.
Absolutely, and in the 991s you want to get as many positions as you possibly can at the start, and naturally that will lead to a little bit of chaos, and we certainly did get a fair share of that. But look at this, Bachelega leading the TCR category for SRC Quadricorsa, and with them they're a lot more sane, which is strange to say because I usually call them a totally chaotic racing cars, but at the start they're a lot more calmer. But in the GT3s, it is MSI Esports Red Ben, who've had a bit of bad luck in the last couple of rounds, who are finally in the lead for the first time since Imola.
So the black machine that we couldn't pick out, I think, was Team 77, which is Gordy Much and Rasim Fezoui, which basically is a new team to this category, and they may well have a bit of damage to the front of their car. As we can see, Manti have managed to make up some places, although there are of course 2 Mantis in Maniti, sorry, in the category, one of which is at the tail of the field. So I think that one wasn't the one that was caught up in the chaos, and it was the other one that is 16th. Yeah. And actually, is it going into the pits now? I think it may well be.
Meanwhile, the MSI red car makes a move down the Ronin Simsport car up ahead. That is a good move. You might not be expecting to see an Audi pass a Mercedes here at Monza, considering the Mercedes is straight line advantage, but MSI red on a hurry.
No pits for the number 8 machine. They came past, but David, you do have Burst Esports in the pits, obviously with big damage after that first lap accident.
Yeah, we saw 991 class cars strewn everywhere. Obviously a lot of contact, concertinaing up into the first chicane on that one. Burst Esports onto the pit lane very early for what's going to be a lot of damage. I wonder if we're going to see them again. Too early to tell at this point.
Once this race starts to settle down, then we will have a chance to have a look at those replays once more of what happened into the first chicane, especially with the 991 categories. But already a slight gap between the well, actually both groups led by MSI Esports there. The leader of the race in the 44, sorry, and then the 45 car is in 43 car, sorry, in 7th position. So top 6 one group, and then 7th down to the back of the pack is the rest of the cars, with just Team 77 and Maniti off the back of the field. Explain to me, Samuel, what's going on with Team 77, a team that previously hasn't entered into the championship, drivers though that we are familiar with.
Yeah, exactly, it's Rasim Fezoui and Mehdi Al Fatih, both of them who are part of the Racecraft esports team that you might recognize, but they left. For better or for worse, that is their decision. They will eventually come to know in the long run. But they've decided to leave the team, leave Racecraft Esports. But because most of the drivers as a part of the Racecraft entry have now left the team, they essentially get to revamp it. So they're back here as Team 77. They carry on the points that Racecraft Esports have scored, but they're not under the Racecraft banner. So they're racing under Team 77's name. And this is the new machine, and they, quite frankly, had a bit of a torrid start to their first race as Team 77 in Neo competition, but it could be coming up to a lot more. We still have, what, 5.5 hours left? More than that, actually.
And as David mentions, it's basically a D brand because there's not even any colours or sponsors or anything on that car. Same group of drivers, but no longer really a name of a team. Team 77 isn't really a name of a team. It's more of a reference to the number on the side of their car. They're actually not that far off the back of the group, considering these two cars ended up facing the wrong direction at the first chicane. Also, Somil, doesn't look as though they've got much damage either.
Yeah, they're actually clocking in quite competitive lap times at this stage, so they seem to be just fine. And if you're wondering, well, what are the drivers all about? Are they really good? Are they decent enough? Well, Racecraft Esports, so let's just say the 77 car, they were in P4 in the championship, coming into this particular round. So we're looking at a team who has certainly done quite a fair bit, and they may be just around the back right now, but they're quite good as we see a big battle for P3.
3 wide going into the first chicane. Williams very sensible to back out of that one. They'll try and get the momentum out of the chicane to try and get that position back. It's the Biela car and then the Marla car. So Marla in third position now with Alessandro Bico. Dino Lombardi in second for Leo Racing Team, staying with MSI Esports Blue of Danny Eldermay. But this battle is Sven Hasse, Lassie Back and Alessandro Bico battling over third position. They've all been quite sensible about picking which position they were slotting into. Also looks as though the second Biela car has actually fallen into the clutches of the second MSI car and into that second group. I remember I said it was 6 in Group 1 and then the rest in Group 2. Well, now it's 5 in Group 1 and Biela Racing Euronics 2 with James Saunders leads the second group of cars. I say group, but are probably in 6th position, still picking up the slipstream off the back of the train of 5 at the front of the field.
They're just about doing that. So to be in that window, you need to be around under a second. And Biela Racing Team Iran is the 46 machine, the one that we are riding on board with currently, around 0.6 of a second behind. So they're just about getting there, but not enough to propel them to the front, or rather the back of that pack completely. They're just slightly scattered away. But this is the replay, man. This is the incident. And Tim Matzke, classic, got hit by the 77 car and got turned around. Well, David mentioned on the YouTube chat that Monza turned them on a very safe place to be. Very much so, this.
What about the 991 category? Oh, it was just the second place car looping it around. I don't think he was helped, but so many people getting into that car, including Anders Dahl, who's been in the pits. Again, looking at that car visually, doesn't seem to have too much damage. Surprising, really, considering the amount of contact. We've now got a really hot battle. Sorry, this is a replay. Is it a replay, Hugo, or is it not a replay?
No,
it's not a replay. We're back into real life, and they're already going to catch the TCR cars, but it's really close for the lead of this race as Dino Lombardi tries to make a move around the outside into the second chicane, decides against it here, but when they get into the TCR traffic, remember that TCR train will be a train of Audi RS3s. There probably won't be, although I can see one on its own, an outlier. There probably won't be a huge amount of space for this train to get in between that train, if that makes sense. So it's been very tricky in the early stages to get the lappery done as we now ride on board with Alessandro Bico.
And the interesting part is the GT3 driver is very much in a hurry to try and gain as many positions as they can. And then you counter in the fact that they have to have the TCRs, and that's going to be even more tricky. And look at it, they're already there.
First TCR, that should be easy because it's only is on his own. That's Tensuke Fitzy Motorsport, Harold Sadler. So already lost the tail of the toe, which is a real disaster for him. He could try and tag along with this lot, perhaps, but I'm not sure how successful that will be. In the inset down the bottom is the rest of the TCR field. They are coming to the chicane. And the GT3 cars, well, just getting themselves past that TCR car. They're not going to catch them actually at the chicane, are they? So they probably may well clear them going through Curva Grande, which will be convenient for this lot. TCR car not quite in the way for our leaders, and easy lappery done for Danny Elgabay around that one, but it's the next lot that we need to be really careful of, and they're running side by side. It's going to be into the second chicane, and so he's going to have to be really careful here and see how this works. First couple picked off, maybe not. Oh, the first car gets through, but Dino Lombardi trying to go around the outside, and the TCR car being absolutely swamped now. This is where it gets really, really frenetic, and you've got to be so careful as a GT3 car not to get into the tail of one of these TCR cars. It will mean a penalty as well as damage, and so, but you just can't leave the door open because you know that there are GT3 cars desperately trying to get past you, as well as you trying to get past the traffic. So far so good though, far so clean, and I think they've managed, at least this time, to do it without incident.
For the GT3 drivers, this is going to be much like waking up and suddenly being thrown into a Speed 12 treadmill. How can you handle that so early on? They've done it rather cleanly, and in that whole kerfuffle, Ben, Leo Racing Team have fallen back 1.1 seconds away from the MSI esports car, and that's pretty much away from the draft train. Look at this gap between Leo and MSI, and now Beeler right there too.
And the other thing that the TCR cars don't want to do is be pushed too far offline, because they are so reliant on that toe as well. So if they find themselves separated because a GT3 car barges its way past, that can be disastrous for the rest of their stint. As it happens, it does look like the TCR cars have basically stayed together, but it has been advantage MSI very much. And Dino Lombardi now having to do a little bit of defensive work on Sven Hasse in the Beeler car, trying to find a way through at turn one. There was no space. There has been a little bit of swapping going on a bit further back in the field as the GT3 cars still sort themselves out through the TCR traffic. God, look at this. Here's Tim Matzka, and he is making his way up through, and actually he is now in 12th position, so he's the man on the move. Gosh, he's managed to get past 3 or 4 other cars. Great work from Tim to make this recovery, but just so chaotic with the TCR cars in the way.
Yeah, it's been absolutely chaotic for Tim, but he's clocking in some brilliant lap times, his best being a 1 minute 47.686. To put that in context, that's just about and that's rather faster than the guys at the top, but they've also been facing a lot of traffic. So Tim clearly laying down the gauntlet, but he's got a lot of positions to get into.
Now, David reporting from the pits that there was steering damage to Anders Dahl's Burst esports car, so that's now been fixed. He's back out on the circuit. He's lying in last position. He has been joined, though, David, by GTL VRT in the 979 car. Now, was that a pit stop for them? I didn't see them go into the pits.
I mean, I've got information saying they came down on the lane. I'm not sure. They might have also had damage but decided to stick it out a bit longer to see if the car was okay, and then deciding it actually needed fixed. But for Burst, their car was in a horrible way when they brought it onto pit lane, but they were able to drive it back around to the pit lane. And then after about 3.5 minutes of service, the Burst crew did an amazing job. It's back out there and pretty much up to speed as well, which was very interesting to see from Burst.
Down the inside, Sven Hasse thinks about taking second position off Dino Lombardi, but decides against it, knowing that it's so easy to make contact into these chicanes. You really have to have your nose in front of the other car to make sure you claim that corner. Anything kind of less than that, anything behind the A-pillars, and you're asking for trouble. But certainly Sven Hasse is the faster of the car, and he's done it into the second chicane. Carries a little bit too much speed. Lombardi thinks about following through, and maybe even Alessandro Bico, who hasn't really had a good start considering he had the front row, and he's now dropped down to 4th position. But we do have Beeler ahead of Leo. And now, what are we going to do in terms of clear air and pushing? Here's Glacier Racing, a bit further down, Villarula. And that's a bit of a rookie mistake, isn't it, Somil?
It's a bit of an absurd one, this, for Glacier Racing, and a really hard position to be in, because after that it can have a huge impact on you psychologically, but I'm sure they'll bounce back fine. But currently, Glacier Racing in the pits.
Yeah, so that was not a driving error, exactly. David's saying on the chat that almost certainly hardware failure, disconnection of the wheel usually goes hard left or hard right when it disconnects. And it looked to me as though exactly that, just locked to the left. It didn't then move, so the only option was to reset back to the pits, which is what they've now done. And you can see the front wheels are moving now, so whatever they've done, if Villa is still in the car, or they swapped drivers. They've certainly had an issue, and that's another car pit bound as the Porsches now get involved with the TCR cars. HM Engineering leading from Ori's Racing, our champions championship leaders so far, not at the sharp end. YMCA in third, and a bit of a gap actually between second and third. So the first two have broken away.
The first two have indeed broken away, but this battle isn't quite done yet. The Oris Racing team closing up on HM Engineering, but smartly not quite making a move or being close enough for that. So this is a good place for you to be in, because in 991 GT3 Cup category, you are very much restricted, or limited rather, by your fuel. And staying in the draft can be just a very convenient thing for you to do towards the very end. As we found out with the Inertia team, the Inertia Euro RC team, who just, I still don't know how, but they just pulled out the most outlandish strategy in the world, and they won last time out in Silverstone.
Yeah, that was absolutely spectacular, their strategy. Haven't really spoken too much about strategy for this one, David. Monza, a circuit where, as Sommer was saying, you're able to save fuel, you're able to lift and coast if you need to. Probably not massively hard on tyres, although you do have traction zones out of the chicane. So what are we looking at strategy-wise for the various different classes?
We've got to start by talking about stint length on the fuel, which is going to be about an hour in GT3, 1 or 2 laps longer in these Porsche 991 class cars, and then getting closer to 90 minutes or an hour 40 even in GT4 and TCR. But then tyres, well, GT3 cars, they don't get to change them every stop. So we're going to have a replay here in TCR that somehow didn't end in tragedy.
Wow, what a save there. Kinetic Racing Velocity just losing the classic TCR thing of losing the rear end, and managed to keep it out the tail of that Porsche. So that was very, very good.
So our two fastest classes, they have to take their fueling, and once the fueling is done, they have the option to change tyres if they want to. So there is a delta difference between tyre and no tyre stops that drives some of the strategy for GT3 and 991 class. In GT4 and TCR, they're allowed to change tyres and fuel at the same time, which removes some of that strategy element there, because you'll see them taking tyres almost every stop, but they don't pit that often. They still get a lot of laps and a lot of time out of those tyres between stops.
Good information. Let's see how it plays out. There's a very sorry looking Porsche just ahead of this battle for TCR. 7th in TCR, 3 cars. Not so much a battle than a train at this stage. You really don't want to be squabbling too much, Sommel, because by swapping positions, by disturbing racing lines and stuff like that, your lap times, number one, increase massively, but also you have the problem of being offline and asking more of the car, asking more of the fuel and the tyres, and ultimately then you can't stick to the strategy that you want to play out as well.
You're right, Ben. As dull and as boring as it may sound, the idea of just sacrificing battles in the short term for a bigger, more long-term gain, it's just the right way forward, isn't it? Because at the end of the day, the DCR cars, they just don't fill up as quickly as the other cars do. And there's always a big gain to be made by saving fuel. And how do you save fuel? Well, you just sit back in the draft, which is exactly what they're doing. So for them, it's unlike their strategy to actually disturb the running order and go slightly offline. But when they need to, when they feel that the moment is correct, they will indeed bounce. And some teams and drivers have, in fact, for that matter. I'm just looking to see where SimRC are at this stage, how many moves they have made. And SimRC have made, I think, a fair few. They've jumped a couple of positions, if I'm not mistaken, from the start.
Yeah, sitting in 5th position, Frank.
Yeah.
So I think he started 6th, didn't he? So
I think it was 8th, yeah, so he gained 3 positions.
8th. Okay. Yeah, so at the moment, nothing particularly spectacular from the guys that have won all 3 of the TCR category class races in our 24 Series Esports Championship so far. 75 points, the maximum you can get, and they have that in TCR. But in part, it has been a strategy thing. It has been a pitting, making the car go longer, and as we've been kind of suggesting, you don't want to be out front leading this race, because you'll be punching such a large hole in the air. Those sitting behind will be able to save so much more fuel, and especially if you're talking 1 hour 40 minutes, once you get through the 6 hours, that could mean a splash and dash or not at the end of this race. So really, being in the slipstream is definitely the way to go in these early stages, and perhaps Jürgen Franke didn't want to qualify on pole and lead from the front.
Exactly, it could be the right way forward for them in the long run. It really works out. I mean, last time out we saw Marlow Racing Team and Maniti Racing towards the very end of the GT3 category. They sat back and they had a fresh stop of time. I mean, in the first half of the race, they were just sticking back in the draft. They were doing their thing. They were enjoying. Towards the end, of course, incidents happened and they got punted down. But towards the end, they had that splash and dash and they were able to push like hell and got many positions in their back. So maybe that approach can work across classes and across different drivers as well. So maybe that's what they're trying to do at this stage. But what I'm really surprised about, Ben, nothing in GT4s at the start. No chaos, no drama, nothing. And that's something that we have seen not very often, because we saw a crash in every other start for the GT4 categories.
Also, pretty spread out as well at the moment. Squadra Corsa 446, there they are, leading by a second over the Porsche of, I think Matthew is in that. Yep, Matt Turnbull. Second position, but a second 1.2 back. And then you've got the BMW, which is another about a second back for Niels Koch in the BS competition. That's about as high as we've seen BS run so far in this championship. They've not really had it their own way so far in the kind of the zebra colours. Much stronger at the Nürburgring, at the Nordschleife, when we see the VLN races there. But they just haven't had it their way in the GT4 category in this class, even though BMW does seem to be the better car to have, as the TCR cars now are 5. That group was 4 before, but we've got another one added to it. And so who has been added to that group? How have they managed to become 5? It's still the battle for 7th. Now Kinetic have got themselves to the head of the field. So they have done a bit of swappering, haven't they? Simsa have dropped down to 9th from 7th. MSI there as well, but our graphics can only include 4, and there is definitely a 5th one. And the 5th one is... Thank you, T3 Esports. There you go. Much faster than I was looking at the timing screen. So they're at the tail of the field, so they've caught up to that. So then Somil, you have a different argument. You're like, okay, you want to sit in the slipstream, you want to save fuel, you don't want to push the tyres too hard, but are you actually travelling at the pace that you want and need to travel? And I'd say this group doing 202s, maybe they should be a little bit faster.
Yeah, they should. They're disconnected with the top group, and in the long run, that's not what you want, right? You want to save fuel, you want to be good on strategy, but what's the point if you're just fighting amongst yourself and not looking at the bigger picture that is closing up to the guys up on front? So, again, they'll be slightly compromised in that department. They'll have to push a little bit harder, which will give the tyres a little bit less respite, but that's just the nature of it, right? You've made a gap to yourselves, and you've got to close that up as soon as you possibly can. So, it will put them on a slight bit of a back foot, but they can recover that, as we see MSI getting ever so closer towards the entry of the Parabolica.
I've just noticed we don't have a Red Camels car in our GT3 category. Red Camels usually with the championship owners running as part of it, or championship owner's son as part of the team, but not entered into this race. There's lots of real-world racing going on now for various categories. Asian Le Mans Series happening over in Dubai, and the Husqvarna car moves into the head of this lead group, and they just about all slot in without disturbing each other too much. But amazing how they all fanned out. And look at the advantage, actually, that the Husqvarna car has, having made that pass.
Yeah, exactly. They will just be breathing a big sigh of relief at this stage, but it's not too long before these guys will catch up. Ascend once again, though, from MSI, and they get turned around.
Oh, that was a bit naughty from the Kinetic Racing, that's the KR, the blue machine that made contact side by side, and ultimately MSI trying to come across. They've also got the leading GT3 car coming through for the second, so they'll have to be careful about what they're doing and look in their mirrors not to disturb MSI. It's been a troublesome championship for this car that's now leading the GT3 category because of traffic, because of battling and because of contact. And so they really need to be careful, especially dangerous in the early stages, Samuel, because before the first pit stop we do have big clumps of cars travelling around. Here is that replay. It just drifted a little bit. The MSI car drifted into the path of the Kinetic Racing machine, then tried to turn, and ultimately was never going to happen. Just as you said, it was a send, and really in 6-hour endurance racing, sends are not what you should be doing.
I mean, beyond the point the human nature gets to you, right? Beyond the point you do want to go ahead and make the move because that's what you're racing for. But yeah, just not, I would say, just not the wisest idea in the world. But that said, I wouldn't do anything different because I'm not really a good driver, so I can't quite criticize in that department. But again, he tried, didn't work at the end of the day.
Another change of position in the GT3 category, the car team there, and that was Marla Racing losing out to Beeler, I think it was. No, Leo, was it going down the inside? Marla basically getting boxed in there and could not move. They had to come out the throttle, and that allowed the Leo car to literally go the other direction, the inside across the start and finishing line, and easily take the position. I think it was even Beeler. So MSI fourth, Marla fourth. The Beeler Euronics 2 is up to 5th position, with Williams Chilblast only in 6th position. What's going on with Williams? They've very much been the strongest team so far out there, but I feel as though we've got a different driver lineup to what we've seen previously.
No, it's Lassie back behind the wheel, as usual, I suppose.
What is it? Is it as usual? I don't remember Lassie driving that car, as we see Impulse heavy into the wall. And
wait a minute, Ben. Reset. Was that an MSI car that I saw them make contact with? Oh, hold on. I think that was the MSI GT3 car that made contact with them, if I'm not mistaken. I'll quickly have a look once again. Possibly just by the corner of my eye, but if it is... Oh no, it's the Leo Racing Team car, isn't it?
It's the Leo car on the brakes, look, trying to get out of it, but unfortunately, again, he was going to get boxed in, and he was desperate not to be boxed in, but that almost certainly will be a penalty. Remember, we've got race control, human race control, great organisation, as always, from Neo Endurance, and they'll be looking at all those different driving infringements, if you like. David has access to the Excel spreadsheet, so we'll be able to find out exactly what's going on with all the various penalties. It was not the Dino Lombardi Leo car, though. That was the Ale Putti car down in 12th position. And we are still watching that car now making his way through the rest of the TCR traffic. But yes, real human race control, and they will look at all of those and award penalties. So they will come, and especially later in the race. One of the things that these guys are incredibly good at is not picking up 1Xs for cutting the track and stuff. But here in Monza, it's incredibly easy to pick up penalty points, because ultimately the line in which you want to take to cut the chicane, to bounce over the curbs, to let the car run wide, is the line in which you get the 1Xs lap after lap after lap.
Yeah, exactly. It's a tricky place to drive in, and as a racing driver you want to maximize every inch and millimeter of the circuit. But if you do that, if you just do what the HM Engineering guy did slightly and go to the AstroTurf, maybe if you just have a couple of wheels more on the grass, simple, they will give you 1X, and the limit, well, it's not quite high. Put it that way. I mean, if you're not a very clean driver, that is.
I'm just going to have a quick look to see if I'm not sure whether it's going to allow me actually to see who was driving for Williams in the last races. I don't think Lassie Back was driving for Williams in the last races. It was Arthur Liuk and maybe it was Lassie or Martin Christensen for sure we saw in the last round. Dominic hasn't driven but seems to be kind of team manager for the team. We've spoken to him. Well, I think this might be the first time we've seen Lassie back. Actually, Lassie being the driver with the highest I rating of the lot of them. He, at the moment, in that car, has an I rating of 9,301. So probably one of the strongest drivers on the grid today.
Yep, and in any grid for that matter, when you put him, he really is quite a strong driver. And all that we've seen from him, maybe in Neo and other championships as well, all rather good stuff. But seemingly not good stuff for Kinetic Racing as they put one wheel on the grass. And Ben, they've saved it once again. Lovely.
Christopher Ems is really struggling though, and ultimately the pace that he was leading that group of cars was not strong either. It's weird to see at this level mistakes from drivers, really. They're so good at being metronomic about just hitting their apexes every single lap that we rarely see driving issues like we're seeing from Christoph. So he's now dropped down to 47th overall. Very much at the tail of what was that group. It's now kind of broken up a little bit. And now we turn our attention to the 991 class. And of course, that's all been rather spread out because of that collision at the start of the race. We're watching Burst Esports here, and actually Burst Esports in this battle, but being lapped, and so getting out the throttle and allowing the battle for six to come through. Even though you probably expect Anders to have better pace and to be able to pass and clear this lot, he at the moment has to run with them, and even though he is basically last.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm confused, aren't I? It's the World of Sim Racing team, not Burst Esports. So that is a battle for position, and World of Sim Racing in 8th spot.
Yeah, World of Sim Racing have been doing quite a decent job so far, but coming back to Burst Esports, they're just there then. They're being in the 51 out of 52 cars here today, and they just could not help it. As David mentioned, they had that 3.5-minute pit stop to try and change the steering column, and they're lapping fine. They're doing decent enough pace, but just not enough to get back, and they'll need a big miracle of sorts to get back to fight with them on position, that is.
Half an hour into the race control with the opportunity to what happened in that first stint. Remember, you've basically got 90 minutes to serve your penalty if you're given penalties. And David, I imagine there are some that are being dished out.
Yeah, of course, a flurry of protests and race control action after several incidents in lap 1. Key among them, and in order, is a 15-second penalty to car 77, aka Team 77, deemed at fault causing the accident with the number 8 car, the Tim Matska Maniti Audi GT3. So that's 15 seconds before their next pit stop. And then also in the 991 class, it's 15 seconds for 919, not leaving racing room to the 907.
Okay,
so XPR Sim Racing being given 15 seconds, and then someone else. Got to click the right tab here. It was the 902 also getting 10 seconds for ploughing into that contact when they deemed by race control to have had enough time to have slowed down and avoided the incident.
So that's Inertia Sim Racing, EuroRC.com 902, lying in 4th position in class right now. They're kind of in a bit of no man's land because the top two, HM Engineering and Auris, are together. Then there's a 5-second gap to YMCA, and then a 4-second gap to Inertia. So there they are, and you can actually see damage to the front end of that car, certainly actually slowing them down, and they are not quite got the straight line speed that the car would have if it was totally clean. Is a bit of a problem around Monza.
It is, but let's just put this penalty into context, Ben, because Inertia Sim Racing EuroRC.com, after they win last time out in Silverstone, which again I come back to saying is miraculous, the way they pulled that off, they had 2 wins in the bag, Imola and Silverstone, and they are the championship leaders. Now, Monza is the third last race before the championship ends, and a big penalty in this one, and a bad result could pretty much put them right in the spot with Burst, Auris, HM Engineering and the likes not too far off. So this could be huge if they do not recover well. But knowing Inertia Sim Racing EuroRC, they will put back quite a good fight and try to maximize all that they possibly can here today.
Yeah, so Inertia taking 2 victories in the season, Imola and Silverstone, as we've just said, which put them at the head of the championship. The other win went to Ori's racing team, 3rd in the championship, and Burst sits 2nd in the championship without a win. So really, with HM Engineering leading this class right now and Ori sitting in 2nd position, it'll then flip that championship on its head once more. We're early stages in this race, of course, but with only 2 races left in the championship, Barcelona and Spa, that will be concentration on collecting points will become more and more important. Of course, there is points awarded, and we should remember this, for 15th in class. So if you don't have, and just quickly counting the amount of cars in the 991 category, I think there's only 11, and so, but it's worth Burst Esports banging out the laps. They need to be able to finish a certain distance to pick up those points.
Yep.
But at the moment, they would still have a couple of points, even for coming dead last.
Yeah, they would. It's not a dead rubber yet for Burst Esports. They can still get in there and claim quite a few points. And when you're in the position that they're in the championship fight, when you're in P number 2, and you know that you've got a pace that's good enough to fight the likes of Inertia or as an HM Engineering, at least when things are all right, you really will want to get stuck in there and try to get all that you possibly can. Might be frustrating at times, and quite frankly, all the time, because you're not fighting with anyone on track, you're just doing your own thing, but you've got to do what you've got to do if you're Burst Esports.
GT3 cars coming past the 991 category Burst Esports machine with a bit of damage still to the front of the car. So even if they did repair, possibly, I suppose, that is just literally visual. They've repaired the car, but it's just graphically retained its damage. That's a possibility. But certainly does not look, as many of the 991 cars, not as pretty as it should do. As I say, they've straightened the bonnet, kinda, and the steering is fixed, but the bumper and kind of light fitting on the right-hand side is not. Coming up to 40 minutes into the race. Now, what's going on here? Very much keeping out the way. Burst it's going to be a very long 6 hours if that's all the only way they drive. Can we go on board in the Burst car? I'm sure he's got an Alexander Wirtz helmet. We can't quite see it on that view, but I'm sure it looks as though no, kind of on the back it does, but on the front it's not.
No, quite a good helmet that, nonetheless.
Always nice. It does look like Alexander Wirtz from there and from there. It's just the onboard doesn't. Anyway. Interesting fact about Alexander Wirtz, he paints his own helmets. Always has done.
Quite the artist, both off the track and on it.
Yeah, and actually, as an artist, he has a consultancy that designs racetracks now. So he's actually drawing the track for the Formula One track in Saudi Arabia. Will be his company that kind of
thank goodness.
puts it together.
It's not going to be a straight hairpin chicane, long 2 kilometer straight, and that's it, we're done.
Tilka walked
Depends on
so
the streets,
that
doesn't it?
could run.
We do have one retirement out of this race by the looks of things. We saw Glacier Racing with an issue into the first chicane, and it does not look as though they have come back out of the pits. Now, they didn't actually have any contact with anything. They just spun to the inside, steering wheel broken, or disconnected. If it was broken, and they've only got 2 drivers, then they would not be able actually to complete the race, because there would be a certain amount of time that driver would have needed to do, which obviously without a wheel they cannot. So perhaps that is the first retirement of our race. And look at this gap right down now. We left this MSI Esports with a healthy advantage about 15 minutes ago, but Sven Hasse, we mentioned how fast he was pushing, and Sven is right on the tail now of our MSI leader, Danny Elgabe. 0.3 of a second is the numbers. They're getting through traffic, and perhaps it's been a little bit cautious through traffic, but Leo Racing Team are there too as well. Dino Lombardi in 3rd position, so we've got good queue of cars for the lead at the GT3 GT4 category. And actually, at the tail of that, I think I can see Marla as well. Yes, I can. So Marla back in the mix. And this is what happens, toing and froing, when you get into traffic. They've got more traffic to come. GT4 cars now to lap. Gosh, they really are in a world of traffic pain. Right-hand side is a battle for the lead in 991. It says battle on the graphic, but I would hasten to add more of a train, because if I was in Ori's racing team right now, and if I was Carlos Fanusa, I would be sitting in that slipstream and saving as much fuel as I can, knowing that I'm still within touching distance of the leader, but saving a huge amount of fuel.
Good place to be in, but Hasa attacks now. Down the inside he goes, and the MSI car blocks it off. But Hasa still has his nose right there.
He's going to get hung out to dry here, and that's going to allow Dino Lombardi easy through. Got to make the move stick. You can't just do a half-assed side-by-side move, and that has cost Sven Hasa a position right now. Danny Elgabe under huge pressure from Dino Lombardi now. Lombardi with the best momentum, and look out for the Marla car behind as well. And interestingly, how much defensive work is going on from Danny Elgabe. He's desperate to hold on to that lead. I don't know whether I would be as desperate as he is, considering he's also having to punch the hole through the air and through the traffic, through past these TCR cars, which are just about getting out of the way. Right on board with the Marla machine. Alessandro Bico in 4th position, watching those 3 Audis ahead, getting through the traffic. He's a little slow through the second Lesmo there and just slightly loses the toe. But of course, after this straight and after the Ascari chicane, he'll be back right back onto the tail of things, depending on where they catch the traffic. And look at the traffic, queues of cars. Looks like, well, it looks like a normal day in India.
Pretty much. Except it's a lot cleaner.
You guys are very good at traffic, aren't you, in India?
At least we like to think so, but quite often tempers do spill over, and a few colourful words come out, and there's just a little bit of damage on the car, not much. More often than not.
I never understand, my couple of trips to India, I never understand how everybody gets through every junction without all dying. Like, it's just amazing. There's like unwritten rules. Into the inside, side by side. Now that's the way to do it. This time Dino Lombardi shuts the door on Danny Elgabe and gets the move done with a little bit of contact. You have to get your elbows out so that you don't run fully side by side. He would have seen what Danny Elgabe did to Sven Hasa by pushing him onto the grass. Now Sven Hasa looks to the inside, has to put his wheels on the dirt. Is there enough space there? Is there the overlap? No, there isn't. Here comes the Marla car with the racing line, with the momentum, and surely at this point in the stint, you've got to say Danny Elgabe looks incredibly unsettled, and he's really, really struggling.
Exactly, but his counter-attack is hard defense, and he's defending as aggressively as any random office goer in Mumbai every morning would in the traffic, as we like to point out. But now, Hasa's been on the attack. Hasa gained a lot of track time, but then again, he tried to make the move on Elgabe, couldn't quite get it done. This is round 2, but this time, it's not for P1, but for P2.
Yeah, and they are really allowing Lombardi to get away. It's Danny Elgabe's not really had a nice couple of laps here. He's been trying to get through the traffic, but just look at the momentum, look at the speed that Sven Hasa has. Wish I had sound, because I think that was a backing out. Oh, he's going to go down the inside the Parabolica. And again, just from a little bit too far back, he holds the inside line. Marla Racing will be enjoying this slipstream immensely. And now into the slipstream once more. But it almost feels as though the MSI car has no speed on the straights. They're providing such a slipstream. It's a slight tweak in the iRacing model that we saw on the last build. And the slipstream effect in all cars has been created to a much greater effect. And what a timing to have a race around Monza than when the slipstream works even better than it has done before.
Oh, absolutely. It is just a paradise for good, hard racing. It's wide, it's open, And if you are in a good GT car, then the racing can be just as awesome as the one that we're getting right now. But Mahler still sticking back. Mahler doing a good job by staying behind Sven Hassen, realizing that Sven is getting a little bit aggressive at this stage. It might be a case where, just like Dino Lombardi did, you could sneak out a move when he tries to get his position in.
Yeah, exactly. Traffic caught by Leo Racing Team, by Dino Lombardi, just in the wrong moment there, going into the Lesmos. That will have allowed this group of cars just to catch up just slightly, and it always is toing and froing. They're going to get past these 991 category cars, and actually this will be the first time that they've lapped those cars, I think, maybe the second time, because the pace is not that much different between the 991 category and the GT3 category around here, because actually the Porsche is quite a quick car. Just again, catching at the wrong moment, and that's going to allow Mahler with the momentum on the tail of Sven Hasse. But look, that 991 class car won't get out the way until the braking zone, where they are slightly weaker because they don't have all the traction control and ABS elements that the GT3 cars have to be able to basically stamp on the brake and allow the car electronics to do all the work. Can't do that in a 991 car. You just basically lock all four wheels, and you do need to know how to balance the car in the braking zone in a way that actually it's a lot easier to do in a GT3 car. So that's why there's better performance. But to lap these cars is a lot harder because they're so much faster down the straights.
Exactly. iRacing did clip their wings recently, though, in the last update, and they made the GT3 Cup cars just slightly slower on the straights to ensure that GT3s can pass in events like this one. But still, it's not a slouch. There are quite a few places where the GT3 cars can face a little bit of a problem passing some of these Porsches, and that just goes to show how good of a car it can be. And man, the kind of racing it produces, just in PESC as well, amazing stuff.
So the gap now back down as Daniel Gabay chases down Lino Lombardi. Less than a second now, and so back into the slipstream effectively. And so he's had a good run through the traffic in a way that Sven Hasse is still struggling.
And Ben, one of the big competitors in this GT3 category has to be Williams Chill Blast Esports. They had the win almost in the bag last time out, and then just some unfortunate incidents with traffic occurring far too many times, and they eventually lost it. And then, of course, later on, there was also an issue with the gear changing of the car that didn't quite work out. And in the start of this race as well, they found themselves lost in a little bit of chaos, dropped down to P number 5 and involved in a great deal of traffic, lost so much time. But now their pace is back on track, lapping far quicker than all the other leaders. In fact, some 7/10 faster than the cars up ahead of them.
Oh, another accident for Kinetic Racing Velocity. So many issues in this first stint alone. Oh, car still looks relatively straight considering, but I would be really kind of fed up if I was Chris. So coming up to the hour mark, expecting our first pit stops to come in around the hour mark. Obviously, the target will be to be able to pit on the hour and therefore 5 pit stops. That would be the ideal, but sometimes at certain tracks you can't quite make it to the hour, and that then presents a bit of an issue. Then you start having to look at saving fuel and things like that. We were riding on board just earlier with Mahler Racing, and it did sound as though they were clutching, so pressing their foot on the clutch, as they brake and go down the gears. So that would be another technique to save a little bit of fuel. You're really not going to save very much doing that. You really want to be doing what he's doing now, in basically sitting in the slipstream and coming off the throttle, lifting and coasting like they do in Formula E to save battery. Does the same thing in these combustion engines. It saves fuel. But, you know, if I'm Mahler right now and I'm doing that, it'd be interesting to know if we can see, again, on board. Let's have a listen. See if he's lifting and coasting.
Big time.
There. Big time. Absolutely huge. See how the car basically goes dead for, 3-4 seconds? That is saving them fuel. And that is also why it's decided not to attack and pass Sven Hasse, because he wouldn't be able to do that if he was leading these two cars. Be very interesting to know if our leading two guys have been doing the same, especially maybe this is why Danny Elgabe has dropped back, and he was obviously leading the field, punching his own hole in the air and using as much of fuel as he possibly was able to do, as we turn attention to his teammates. And a little bit of kissing going on between Maniti and MSI, still side by side out the corner. Please don't say there's an accident now. Behind is the other Maniti car. Round Curva Grande. And is he now going to get mugged going into the second chicane? No. Close, but not quite. And the two Manitis follow along.
All good stuff happening right there with the battles, but as we did manage to point out early on, Ben, clutching has been a very prominent strategy here today, trying to save a lot, and David has really pointed out a good fact that it's going to be hard for the GT3s to reach around an hour because there's going to be so much time spent here at full throttle. In fact, the circuit with the most amount of time spent on full throttle in the Formula 1 calendar, that is Monza. So it's going to be tricky for them to really reach that hour mark. So it should be fun to see how they actually end up saving fuel. An improvised design in our chat, and he's really come up with a great piece of insight, saying that clutching it just allows you to roll a little bit more and puts a little bit less load on engine braking. So it really has to save a lot more fuel.
Yeah, let's head down to David to expand on that point as we get ready to have some cars in the pits, David.
Yeah, it's just whether you get on the clutch or not when you're lifting and coasting really all depends about how much lifting and coasting you're doing. If you're going to lift out 100 meters and then just lift off the throttle, no pedal input, and then get on the brakes. But when you're trying to roll 300, 400 meters into the corner, you are better to put the clutch in because, as has been pointed out, then you don't have the effect of the engine braking. The car sails a bit further into the braking zone. It's just 100 meters of lift and coast. Don't worry with the clutch, but once it becomes some of these huge sailing it into the braking zone at the end of the large straight here, then you want to get the clutch in. Can't do that in TCR though, because they don't have one.
That is very true. Sort of semi-automatic gearboxes in the TCR car, and so less opportunity for fuel saving. Same thing in the GT4 cars, isn't it? As well.
I think the GT4 cars have a clutch you can do. You can definitely go clutch in 3 pedals in the Porsche Cup cars, and it all makes the GT3s.
Just saw a quick change of position. I think Inertia Euro RC. They were in 4th position. I thought they may have swapped spots with YMCA. Maybe they just got side by side at one point and then swapped back. But there is a little bit of thing going on. Yes, side by side. You can see on the graphic there, flicking left, right, left, right. So they have been side by side, YMCA and Inertia. There they are, and it's now Inertia ahead of YMCA. So that was a change of position going into the first chicane. Decided to get past.
So something interesting happened on the last lap. We saw Bieler and Mahler both saving quite a fair bit of fuel and clutching quite a lot. But in the last lap, Bieler and Mahler just said, right, we couldn't bother. And they fully sent it. And Mahler racing it off the track as we just speak about them. Talk about the devil. What's happened to them here? Oh boy.
Drama. They just run a little bit deep into the corner.
And that could very well happen, Ben, because they just went out there and set in a lap under the 1 minute 48. It's a good 1 minute 47, this one. Just around a few 400 odd tenths faster than the other guys in the category. So, maybe...
No. He's too late. And goes side by side. A little bit of touching, a little bit of collision. Williams' car gets very close and he's parked in an awful spot. And that's why he's dropped to 10th now in class. because he had to wait to get himself going again. But it was a half-assed move going into that second chicane. Kind of thought about overtaking the Porsche, didn't do it into the left, tried then to go around on the right, and it was just the tiniest contact that put him into the gravel. Should not have any damage from that, but as I say, 10th in class now, 16 seconds back, and that was probably a loss of about 13 seconds. Biela into the pits. The second car, this is James Saunders, hasn't been able to make it to the hour. 5 minutes, so 2 laps off of it, and that's what an Audi TCR / GT3 car looks like.
Yeah, so that is very, very early on the pit stop there, and he's not being followed by many others, so that comes close to committing them to a 6-stop strategy in this race. Well, we've seen everyone, including Marla, who've unfortunately had a bit of a setback, very much aiming to try to get 60 minutes out of a tank of fuel so they don't have to make an extra pit stop here. The pit stop delta can be quite aggressive with how fast the cars fly past on the pit straight.
YMCA also with you, David, from what was 4th in class. So that last lap where they got past was their last lap of fuel.
Oh boy. 77 in the box as well. They were pushing really hard after that crash early on, and with the penalty they'll be serving that and then going in to take fresher tyres and fuel.
Interesting how maybe people are struggling to get these laps in. They're trying to stretch it as long as possible. We've got a change for the lead in the 991 category as Oris goes ahead of HM Engineering. Here is the pass. And so Dino Lombardi goes through, perhaps just upsets HM Engineering, and or HM Engineering looking at the fuel numbers and going, I'm never going to make it. I need a slipstream here. I need to allow Oris to punch the hole in the air so that I can actually make it to the numbers I need. We've got Leo in the pits, we've got MSI in the pits, and Biela, the first 3, and now they're all flying into the pits, but a good 4 minutes shy of the 5-hour mark.
Yeah, and we're expecting to see fuel-only stops here. I would imagine lower tyre wear around this circuit. Track is not too hot at just 24 degrees Celsius, so almost everyone in GT3 is going to go fuel, leave the tyres on, and then scoot out of here quickly. So we'll be looking at about 3 minutes before the top of the hour as they leave. Everyone in except Inertia Sim Racing Mega Auto Mercedes. Is that going to be their party trick today, going longer on the fuel?
Well, you're certainly going to be able to do something pretty clever if you can get to the hour mark in any of these cars. Inertia, those Finns are pretty damn good at saving fuel, as we found out at Silverstone. As you say, those leading cars not going up on the jack, so they've kept the tyres on and head back out onto circuit. And let's have a quick look at the numbers to see exactly how long stationary they were. The rest of the field now back out onto track.
There's a bit of variation here, isn't it? Because Biela won, they stopped for around 32 seconds. Leo Racing Team for 41. MSI also for 41. But again, then we see Marla Racing Team doing only a 37.5.
So,
and I think when they've gone and committed to now making this an extra pit stop race, a 6-stop race, then there's no need to make all of the early stops a full tank of fuel and then take 5-lap splash at the end, or 10-lap splash at the end, whatever it is. We often see this happen when they commit to going an extra stop, that they bring one of the shorter stops earlier into the race, give them some track position, because track position could be very, very nice right now if it means you get to break away a little bit through the traffic, as finally the Inertia car comes onto pit lane, but still tantalizingly close to being able to cut out a pit stop.
Interestingly though, the 991 cars, many of them still out on track, so looking like they can do the hour mark, although we're still 1 minute 45 away from it. But as pointed out, a different strategy from the Biela cars. We've got Biela Euronics 2, James Saunders. He was in the pits stationary for the longest, 46 seconds. Most of our GT3 cars stopped for about 41 seconds, although the other Biela car, the Euronics 1 car, only 32 seconds. So definitely taking less fuel than most, but the other Biela car taking more fuel than most. So Very interesting to see how this plays out. What it will mean is Sven Hasse takes the lead of the race and will have an advantage, and has placed himself, interestingly, Somil, away from the rest of the GT3 cars. Now, I think to save fuel, don't you want to sit in the slipstream of another GT3 car and follow them round? So by going different to the rest, you're kind of taking yourself away from that possibility?
I suppose so. And Arthur Luke has come in the chat. Arthur Luke, of course, driver for Williams Esports, and he says that Hasse might have possibly underfueled, because at least I can't seem to understand why they would go for completely less fuel and be completely off cycle, because then, as you rightly mentioned, Ben, they won't quite be able to save a lot of fuel. But then again, I wouldn't know. I'm not quite the best strategist in the world. Maybe they have something up the trick, something up the sleeve. Maybe they've just made a simple mistake. Who knows?
What you do know, as David was saying just a moment ago, if you know that you're never going to make the hour mark, and you know you're going to have to do another stop, what you can do is make sure that each stint is 45 minutes long rather than hour long. Maybe that'll allow you to triple tyres when you couldn't usually, because the stint is 50 minutes shorter. Then you do 6 45s rather than just struggling at the end to make up a short one. And perhaps Biela are doing something along those lines. There are the pit stop times. Great graphics, very useful graphics from RaceSpot to be able to understand exactly what's going on. You can see there one Biela car stationary for a lot longer, maybe repairing damage, because we did see that car. We see that car having contact? Yes.
Not quite. Not the second one, no.
Not the second one, no, okay. No, it was the 21 Leo car that had contact, wasn't it?
Yep.
So it could be that they've fueled and have repaired a bit of damage on that car. Now, as you can see, the 991 cars have made it to the hour mark. Ori's Racing, HM Engineering, Inertia, URC and World of Sim Racing. They were able to get the full hour. So they actually could find themselves doing one less stop than the GT3 cars, just because they can make it to the hour in the way that the GT3 cars can't. HM Engineering off the road there, our leaders having to take the chicane, or miss the chicane, and therefore hand over the lead of the race to Ori's Racing. Although both of them made the hour mark, so they don't necessarily need to worry too much about each other's slipstreams. There is, well, it was a change before the pit stops, but it stays with Ori's now leading.
I bet you Engineering now, the GT3 Cup car was in the lead for the longest part of the first hour. Then they realised that, hey, maybe it makes more sense for us to stick behind and save a lot of fuel in the draft train. But currently, Ben, they're not quite there, because they have lost time to the Ori's Racing team. So at this particular moment in time, not only are they not getting any draft, but they're also not in the lead, so that psychological advantage is gone too. So they really have to close up to have any chance of meeting their fuel numbers once again. Because now, dare I say this, they're just a little bit of a loner on the track at this stage.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether being alone is a good thing. Yes, you're clear of traffic, you can pick your own lines and stuff like that. But I don't know. I think I would rather be in a fast-moving train of GT3 cars, allowing you to do as much fuel saving as possible. Unless you just sack off the whole idea and just go flat out for 45s rather than full hours. Here's a replay of what happened to Jordan Weeks since that first chicane. Yeah, just literally too hot into it. What have I just said, David?
You said, I'm not sure being alone is a good thing, which is a very apt thing today on Valentine's Day.
Absolutely. I'm not alone. I'm with you guys. You're my Valentine's today.
Oh.
My wife's very jealous, but you're my Valentine's. Not happy about that. Not happy about that at all, are you?
Nice. Just a good way to spend it. We haven't quite got the gift yet, Ben.
I don't know. I'm not sure I want to see either of you in a bra and pants.
The best you could do was a rose.
I'm not okay. I'm not okay.
No, we're not even 5 hours. Still got 5 hours to go. It's already become inappropriate. As Somil will know from the other night, I've been on very, very strong drugs for the last week after having a tooth operation. So my brain's not totally engaged with reality at the moment. So anything that does come out of my mouth, bizarre, I apologise. But sometimes it's kind of funny.
Slightly off topic, but I do
happens
better now.
in Vegas, stays in Vegas. You know, happens on tooth medication, stays on tooth medication.
Yeah, apart from I'm broadcasting to a worldwide audience. It's a bit unfortunate. TCR cars, obviously not pitted yet, neither of the GT4 cars, so they are still in their queue, still in their train. One long TCR train. Squadra Corsa leading. It is the battle or the train for first. HM Engineering second. Pure Sim third. Sim RC now up to fourth position. Okay, so they've got ahead of Team Mads. And then Frozen Full Send Racing is there as well. Sten Ledergar. Behind that's Huskeveld. Behind that is Simsa Esports. Then there's a gap. So MSI TCR David Perez is 8 seconds off the back of this train. So maybe with an issue, actually. Not quite sure whether MSI have had a problem. T3 are also off the back of the train, as are Impulse Racing, and Tensky Visky were off the back of the train as soon as we started the race, basically, weren't they?
Yeah, I think what happened with the MSI TCR car was that they were just a little bit too close to the incident that we saw with the Leo Racing team, where they turned around one of the TCR cars, which was Leo Racing team actually hit. Well, I'll just quickly confirm who that was. But MSI were right there at turn number 1. They were really too close, and it could have been that in the aftermath of that they got collected a little bit or something. Not completely sure.
Yeah, probably most of the TCR cars that are not part of this leading train have been caught up in some kind of accident for sure. Because when the GT3 car comes past, it's very easy to be tagged. But it could be anybody's right now for sure in TCR, as they all run basically on the same piece of tarmac. As now we look at Impulse. Ooh.
Oh yeah, it was the same Impulse car that got hit early on. It's the second hit in the day for the Impulse Racing team. Yikes.
But it was HM Engineering who hit them, and look at the mess that the front end of that car looks like now. Here he goes, turns in and gets a big old clunk from HM Engineering. We need to see that from the Porsche's perspective, but that is big damage, I think, to our one-time 991 leader, and it's going to affect their slipstream horrifically. Here we go on board. So that's Lesmo 1 into Lesmo 2. He's following the Mercedes. Oh, he just turns in on him. Just turns in on him. That's so unlucky for Jordan Weeks, but you can imagine he's now carrying massive damage.
Yeah, exactly. Far from ideal, this one for Jordan Weeks. And for Impulse Racing, they had that crash early on. They want to be recovering, but this particular incident does not hurt anyone at all. And the HM Engineering car that was doing, let's say, a fairly decent job now has to contend with damage and the fact that they're not a part of any draft train too. So it's just doubling down on everything for them.
Yeah, that is not good news at all. We'll wait to see if that car heads off into the pits with David. Of course, they've just had their pit stop, so it would put them horrifically off sequence if they do have to go in to make a pit stop. We've got GTL VRT, I think, heading to pit lane right now. The 979 car has had issues throughout the whole of the race, and that there it is. It doesn't look very bent. It looks a little bit bent.
You recall
David?
They made an early pit stop about, 10 minutes into the race, so that would bring them around to needing a scheduled stop around about now. So I think that's why we're seeing them in the lane for the second time today. They did take on fuel at their first stop a couple laps in.
Yep, makes sense. So they are off sequence. At least that means they're pretty safe. They don't have to worry too much about making the hour marks, because they are 8 minutes into the hour now, and if they stay even struggling a little bit, they can play on full power, rather than a lot of these drivers will be constantly thinking about making sure they get to the target strategy. I mean, it's going to be really the overriding thought of every drivers who are out there right now. It's either saving fuel or not getting tangled up in traffic.
And think about the psychological impact of this, Ben. As a racing driver, you want to be focusing on your driving, but that constant thought in the back of your mind, am I meeting my fuel numbers? Am I saving enough? it can potentially turn up to be something that's too big in your mind and end up forcing you to a mistake because you're not concentrating enough on the important part, which is the driving. So it's, apart from just passing traffic and being really quick, the mark of really good endurance racing would be to have the few numbers in the back of your mind, but just not let it interfere and break down your fortress of driving completely too much. Fortress of concentration, that is. So that really has to be a big skill, just not being distracted by all those sorts of things.
Here's Simsa being lapped by a GT4, by a GT3, and being squeezed onto the grass as well. But a bit forceful from the Audi. The Audi just didn't want to get boxed in, basically. That was the issue there, running alongside the Mercedes. And unfortunately, the TCR car was still there. Should have probably seen that situation and backed out of it, but easier said than done. And of course, momentum being such a big thing in the lower-powered 2-litre turbo touring cars, that if you do come off the throttle, then that can be quite a big loss of time by the time you get to the end of the straight. Big traffic. Once again, we're in Mumbai, coming into the Parabolica. Cars from all shapes and sizes trying to get on the same piece of tarmac around the final corner of this Monza circuit.
It's certainly a lot faster and a lot more better sounding, this one. Thankfully, a lot more cleaner as well.
Yeah, amazing, isn't it, how all the cars end up finding themselves on the same piece of tarmac. There'll be stretches of them on the circuit right now where there are no cars at all, and yet there are 50 odd all on the same bit of track. Burst Esports, by the way, have retired out of this race. They are no longer running. So Anders Dahl has pulled off the track, and also Christopher Ems in the Kinetic Racing Velocity car. They have also pulled out of the race after what was a horrific first stint for Kinetic Racing Velocity. I think he was off the track 3 or 4 times, but decided not to play anymore. So we've got less than 50 cars out on track. Now, David, I think you're the man for this one. Burst Esports retiring out of the race will mean they don't pick up any points, or will they still be able to pick up those the points for last position in class because there are less than 15 runners?
No, I think they're not going to complete enough laps to be scored complete and score a big fat DNF 0. Pretty sure that's how it works. Yes, indeed, because last round we had 2 DNFs. They were Williams Esports BenQ and XVR Sim Racing. Both of them picked up 0 points, even though there was only 13 cars for the class. So a DNF is no points.
Well, remember, Williams didn't actually even compete in that race. They were not even present. So maybe it's a lack of presence, and that's why they got the 0. Although no, so in Sebring they did run and crashed out, and they got a 0 as well. So yeah, you're totally correct. That's going to be huge for Burst Esports Championship. There they are, pulling off to the side of the track, and the cameraman facing the wrong direction. Oh well. But yeah, Burst Esports, a big fat 0, and there is no. I'm going to hand over to you for that one, David. There is no drop scores either, so it's not as though they can just go, nah, we don't want to take these points. It will carry them over.
They're already going to run into trouble as well in driver fair share if they retire this early as well. Another reason they could end up as a DNF. So no points for them today. Their bubble burst.
Well, they didn't have to murder a cone while they retired, but while we speak about that, it is not anymore the SR3 squad, of course, the TCR car who leads, because they've fallen back a few positions. It is, in fact, HM Engineering who have reclaimed the lead here. Not reclaimed, but claimed for the first time.
David threw out that joke and then has promptly dropped the mic and left. Right, let's have a look at the 77 car. Oh, this time he gets turned around by Simsa. That's unusual, actually, isn't it, to have the slower car go into the back of the faster car, but Rasim doing his best at destroying all the various cones and barriers at the chicane as he rejoins. Not a happy day for Team 77. Here is the 113 down to 3rd in class now, with Sim RC, the 3-time winners, breathing down their neck, and they've actually lost quite... they've definitely lost the train here.
Yeah.
Now,
it's not just a simple case of them dropping back to P3 and saying, okay, I won the draft now, I've led for far too long. They've lost on far more time than they would have actually wanted to.
So that must be being disturbed by the traffic that's lapping them. Yes, as you say, they're 1.5 seconds back now.
Oh, Hosingveld.
Hosingveld going very wide there. You do pick up an X for doing that. I know that for sure. Even though it's the line that everybody takes in the world, for some reason iRacing decides that it's not allowed in their particular platform, and you get punished for it. It's one of my pet hates, Somil, of iRacing. When you're driving like you would drive in real life and iRacing decides that, no, that's not the right way to do it. I'm going to penalise you for putting 2 wheels on that curb. Right, here we are then, on board with Pure Sim in the slipstream of HM Engineering. Cars going left and right, and Ross McFarlane just sitting there. Very happy sitting there, watching his mirrors, making sure he's not getting in the way of anybody else.
Best seat in the house, that, isn't it? Just when you're sitting behind and there is a couple of GT3 cars or 991 Cup cars who are trying to lap the GT4 car. Just beautiful. You're watching chaos from the best seat in the house. You're not involved, but you're having a lot of fun.
Just a little word on our leader, Beta Racing Team Euronics, with a pit stop that was 9 seconds shorter than the rest of the field, effectively.
Yep.
And look at the gap. 10.6, so they would very much still be locked in with Dino Lombardi and the Leo Racing 12 if they had pitted at the same amount. But the battle that we saw some really close battling in the early part before that first pit stop. It's kind of spread out now because 1.2 seconds from Leo to Danny Elgabay in 3rd position. And then 6.2 back to Williams Chill Blast. Another 4.3 back to Beely Euronics number 2. 5 seconds to MSI Esports Red. There isn't really a battle going on in GT3 right now.
Yeah, they're just in that particular stage of the race where they are all spread out and they're doing their own thing of sorts, and they'll come back eventually. It just so happens that the nature of the race is we usually have a big pack at once, then they all spread out, and then for some reason, I don't know how that happens, but they're all just clubbed up together towards the end of the stint or somewhere down the line. So we will see them being much, much closer to each other on the track for sure. But at this stage, they're just doing their own thing, relaxing, enjoying a drive around Monza, which is hard to do because really, I think it's a very bland track, but hey-ho.
Oh yes, I forgot to bring this up. Sumil doesn't like Monza.
It's
just
not
putting that
fun
out there,
to
people.
drive on. It's not fun to drive on. It's just straight chicane, right turn. Oh, what do we put now? Chicane. What about now? 2 right turns. Straight chicane, right turn. That's it. There's no elevation changes. There's no... Again, minor rant this one, I know, but still.
You carry on.
No, but it's just not... okay, I know it's not going to sound very right as I say this, but it's just not got the flavour. It has got the flavour in terms of history and all the Italian fans and the passion and everything, but just in terms of a pure track. I mean, if this track was built today, people won't quite like it as much.
You are true. If this was built today, people would complain a lot, that's for sure. But there is a beauty, especially in a DCR car, of throwing your car over the curbs.
Oh, yeah.
You can't enjoy it as much on iRacing because you get punished for it so much. As Ethan Bass goes very sideways, just about holds on. But there are a couple of teams in this championship that certainly are at a different level to some of the top competitors. And the same names keep cropping up with cars having issues. But yeah, there is a beauty about throwing a car over curbs and getting them on 2 wheels. And I don't like chicanes, and I don't like Monza with chicanes. If you drive this track with no chicanes, which I presume you can do in iRacing, I actually have not done it.
You can.
But it's a proper, that's how they would have driven it in the 60s, and it's a proper track. Even this corner here, Ascari, before it had a chicane in it, you had to be so brave to come up the brow of the hill and then to make sure you are able to get through the left-hand turn. Now the beauty is in smashing over these curbs, and there is an art to it. There is an art to making the car ride it well, especially through that corner where you want the drive, or being bounced around so that you don't have the traction.
We want to know how to do chicanes. Well, just look at Mugello. It's just across, within the country, and they've just mastered the art of chicanes. It's just so glorious as we see the Hosingwell TCR car making a move on Batch. Wait a minute, Batchelliger's lost 3 positions now, isn't he? After, I mean, if the Hurstwell car does manage to pass them, which they could because they have a better run, that would be 3 positions lost from your past leader of the race.
But yes, it's okay. But at the same time, we know we were talking about the gap being 1.5 seconds. It's gone back down to being a big train again. So it's really, I wonder how long this train can last and whether we will kind of end up with a bit of a sprint race in the final stint. Because it does seem as if you make yourself a gap, you can't retain that gap because the slipstream effect is so strong. Look, we're back to a train of 5-6 cars to the lead. Through comes Bieler, our leader, cutting his way through the TCR traffic once more on his own. 11.6 ahead now of Leo Racing, so he's doing well through traffic. He's also not losing too much time. The gap is possibly slightly larger than it would have been before the pit stops. Very curious to see what Sven Hasse does in terms of his next stop. Will it be 45 minutes? It certainly have to be earlier than the rest of the field because he was stationary for less long. So very curious as to see how that sets them up for the rest of the race. And we're going to have one of those annoying races, Sommel, where we've got the leader on a totally different strategy, that sometimes they're leading and sometimes they're nowhere. Or they owe us a different pit stop at the end of the race. And we're not really going to know anything until we get to the last 15-20 minutes of the race.
Exactly. In those sort of races, your scalp can start to complain towards the very end as you just scratch your head wondering what's just going to happen. But it just adds to the intrigue and it just adds to the mystique of endurance racing, where towards the very end, you just have no clue about who's actually going to be the one coming up and winning. And yes, those races are few and far away, but still, when it does happen, you're often baffled, you're confused, and towards the end, you're like, wow, that was a strategy well executed. That got me hooked on to the very end. Maybe we might see a repeat of that up here today, because I think the last time out at Silverstone we did not see that happening in the GT3 category, but we did see that in the 991 category. Who knows, maybe we could see a swap around this time, or maybe the GT3 ones could be having that sense of intrigue towards the end.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see. We've got plenty of time for it to all kind of shake out. And of course, the other thing is we haven't yet had any driver changes. Everybody came in and just did fuel and didn't do tyres. And so for the moment, we haven't got anybody for David to go and interview. But looking forward to talking to some of these drivers when they get out the cars and find out exactly how it's been out there. Certainly my first target would be Team 77. Go and have a chat with Racim and find out the torrid time that they've had. But I imagine, David, we are looking our next pit stops happening soon, TCR and GT4. David's having a break or hasn't got his headphones in. But what do you reckon, Sommel? It must be about soon now.
It is. So TCRs and GT4s normally around an hour and 30 odd minutes. So that's exactly why they'll be coming in around 7-8 odd minutes, depending on how it goes and how well some teams are able to field safe. Don't worry though, David's here.
There.
Just a slight technical issue, yeah.
Yes, exactly, yeah. A big long queue of TCR cars. Oh, there we are. I can hear you now. Change for the lead. Big change for the lead. That TCR car carry huge speed. And Huskebelt go to the head of the TCR field from third position. Kind of had to commit to that because there was a GT3 car on the inside of it.
Yeah, exactly. Hurstwell with a sense of urgency, and now HM Engineering find themselves in the best possible slot. P number 2, not racing too hard, just taking enough draft, but behind them, well, that could be one track position that could have a big impact towards the long run. It's the Pure Sims car that's just about there. Ross McFarlane behind the wheel of that one. And P2 is the best place. You can't be P number 3 because then you have to pass one more car towards the very end. And when that car is the car of Pure Sims and Ross McFarlane, that is going to be a tough job for HM Engineering, so they might as well want to stick on. But they have fallen back a little bit too much to HM Engineering. They've dropped back a couple of tenths here and there, so they're still in the draft range, still very much all right. but they won't want to let Ross behind them get past.
Looking quite tricky for some of these GT3 cars to get through this train when they catch them. We do have pit stoppers though. The first of the GT4 cars now heading to David. Okay, so David having a few issues with his microphone, but the Daily Sports Car liveried SRN Motorsports, Ryan Huff, in pit lane, just heading back out on his circuit now. Now, I think I saw Samuel that dropping off the jacks, did I not? So have they taken tyres?
I missed it, unfortunately, Ben. I'll quickly go back to the stream and check about what happened right there, but just a moment.
Yeah, because they can fuel and do tyres at the same time, they are doing tyres. So, gosh, look at this queue of cars. The TCR cars on one side of the road, the 991 and GT3 cars on the other side of the road. Really tense stuff if you're a TCR car. Just trying to not lose too much momentum, but also not really get in the way of the GT3s. And now the two Maniti racing cars come around the outside of Curva Grande to clear the TCRs. And they've kind of successfully done that. Mercedes just not really featuring at all here, Samuel. 8th position for Ron in SimSport. That would be our first Mercedes, and they're not really able even to do anything different. Up on the jacks is the BMWs, and so they are doing fuel and tyres. Squadra Corsa heading back out onto the circuit with Emmanuel Petri now aboard. So that is a driver change as well. Pure Sim Esports. Matthew Turnbull out, Ashley Finch in. So Matthew Turnbull, perhaps one for David Haynes to try and go and have a chat to once the microphone's working again. And yeah, a full flurry of GT4 cars pitting just under the 90-minute mark. So actually, they also have a mathematical issue to fight here. If they could do the 90 minutes, they could do basically 90, 3 hours in, 4.5 hours in, end of race. But they're missing, as the GT4 cars are, they're missing it by 4 minutes. And therefore, big fuel saving needed or a rethink on the strategy. So it's actually going to be quite fascinating to see how this all plays out. The GT4 cars are not able to make the 90 minutes.
Exactly, they're having to save quite a fair bit, and maybe they didn't quite do that enough in the last particular round of GT4, so they might be looking at this and realizing, oh, yikes, we haven't quite been able to do that yet. Maybe we'll have to try a little bit more aggressively in the next few stints and see how it goes out. But already, Ben, a 5-minute deficit that they have, so they'll have to cover that up and more to make sure that they reach their fuel targets towards the end and to not have that extra pit stop.
Waiting for the TCR cars now. Presumably, they'll all want to come in on the same lap, won't they? They would think they would ever that happens. They do not want to lose the train, and so it would be very good for them to come in and get themselves sorted.
There are a few already in the pit lane. So SIMZA Esports TCR Impulse 122 and the MSI Esports TCR car, they already are in the pit lane. But you're right, Ben, it's just like when you're back in school and you say, I want to go to the washroom, and then you just go alone. You don't have your group following you along. It's that kind of case with them. The leaders haven't quite done their stops yet, but these guys, they're in already.
Yeah, let's see how it all plays out. We've actually got still 2 GT4 cars that have not pitted yet. Very, very interesting.
Yep.
So that is Squadra Corsa Black that now lead, and E-Game Racing, Thomas Coreni, never really spoken too much about them. Both, for the moment, staying out on track. Now, if they can do another 2 minutes, so another lap or so, depending on where they are, they could well be much more on course than the rest of the GT4 cars in making themselves through the flag. Now, SRN Motorsports back in the pits. Ryan Huff is back in pit lane. So something going on with their Porsche. Definitely one for David to go and investigate. Oh, you can see actually in the background it's lost its bumper. So they've been in an accident.
And as we can see on the bottom right-hand screen, the TCR leaders, Hersingwell, who seem to be in quite a fair bit of hurry, they've boxed one lap earlier, so we think, before your leading group in TCR. So they clearly were on the push. They clearly tried to gain as many positions as they could, but eventually had to pay the price in terms of being a lap shy in the fuel window.
Yep. They will need to be looking at fuel saving a bit harder. It's going to be an incredibly interesting end to this race. Strategy-wise, it's just not simple. It was at Silverstone, wasn't it? The last round, it was pretty straightforward. Other than somebody doing something different with the tyres, fuel-wise, it was pretty easy. But here at Monza, fuel is not going to be an easy one to do. And as you say, Husgeveld, Mad, also in the pits. We're watching the leading group of TCR cars, but the guys further back, T3, Simsa, Impulse, all have already made pit stops. And still, Squadra Corsa Black and Game Racing continue in the GT4s.
It is amazing to see the kind of fuel-saving numbers that they're able to pull out at this particular stage, and I wonder how they're able to do that. Some extreme clutching, and no, you can't clutch in a GT4 car, can you?
I think I've been told that you can't in the BMW, but it might be possible in the Porsche on account of the BMW kind of having the road car DSG gearbox like the TCR does.
Makes sense, yeah. E-Game Racing into the pits. So bang on the 90 minutes. They've managed to get it to that point. Swap driver, and we're going to send you, David, straight down to E-Game Racing to see if we can have a chat with some of these drivers that have been swapped out. Definitely a time to get your pit microphone out where we can and try and decipher just how E-Game have managed to get themselves in that position. You can see, by the way, the SRN Motorsports car at the back of the pit lane. Big problems for that car as E-Game Racing head back out the circuit. No bumper, and this is why. Great stuff from our director. Just out the pits, just on fresh new tyres. Loses the rear. Ouch. Oh dear. Yeah, a big hit. That's a long repair for those guys.
Big news though, Ben. The leader of the TCR category, Pure Sims, they box. But again, they've boxed on their own. There's nobody else following them through.
Yep, so we've still got 4 TCR cars out. So there's definitely been a huge amount of difference in the fuel saving that's been done. 45 laps. HM Engineering, Squadra Corsa TCR, Sim RC and Frozen Full Send Racing are out onto circuit. There is Squadra Corsa Black in the GT4 category, getting themselves 1 lap inside the 90 minutes. So incredibly good fuel saving from them. 3 laps different to their teammates that lead the championship. But this could play hugely in their favour. It basically means, as we were explaining earlier in the GT3 cars, 1 whole less pit stop. So they're still going to have to drive in a kind of a frustrating way all the way to the end of the race by fuel saving for 6 hours. But ultimately, it could be the difference between 1 stop and therefore victory and defeat.
And what really intrigues me the most, Ben, it's not that it's just one particular make of car that's been able to do this great amount of fuel saving. It is 1 BMW, which is this XRC Squadra Corsa Black car, and 1 Porsche in the form of the E-Game machine. So it's not just a car-specific thing, this.
Yeah, absolutely. If it was the case that you can't clutch in 1 car but you can in another, then that's not the excuse here. There is E-Game Racing having a nice little battle there. Is that Hell Races on the inside of them, I think? No, Leopard, sorry. And they come across the line together. So at least also, Miko, who's now in that car, has a partner to slipstream with.
Yep, that's going to be critical for them. And meanwhile, while that happens, we get to see the Leo Racing number 12 team on your screen right now with Dino Lombardi, quite an ace of a driver, piloting that Audi R8 GT3 LMS car. But that gap, Ben, it's 14 seconds, no, 15 seconds now. So Beeler Racing Team Euronics, yes, they didn't have that short of fuel stop, and they did pit 9 seconds less than the other guys, but they've also been using that short of fuel tank, and they've been clocking in some really excellent lap times. And so, instead of just having that 9-second gap, they now have a 15-second gap to the other guys. But of course, they will have to succumb to that in the pit lane.
Squadron Corsa TCR, Frozen Speed and SimRC all in pit lane now. Still one more car to go as a pit stop, and that is HM Engineering. There are those 3 cars together, still pitting together, running together, back out on the circuit together. And I think in the background is HM Engineering, a whole lap different. Would that make sense? The pit stop time is 1 minute, and actually that's interesting as well. Pit stop time for Team Huskeveld, only 1:06 versus the rest of them doing 1:20s. T3 Sports did a 1:11. So there's some different strategies going on in there as well, as finally HM Engineering come into the pits. Ronin Simsport, by the way, also in pit lane. They disconnected and now reconnected. So there's a story there as well for Ronin Simsport. We've got a new driver in, but they went grey on my timing screen for a while and now have reappeared in pit lane. So could be that they were involved in an accident and reset back to the pits. Could also be that they had a technical failure.
So ideally then, this HM Engineering car is 1 lap ahead of this particular leading pack, who pit together with, 4 hours and 26 minutes to go or something. This is interesting. This is interesting because early on the Hurstingwell car, they boxed 6 minutes before these guys, and then we had another car box early on, didn't they? That was Simsa, MSI and Impulse. They boxed 8 minutes before this particular leading pack that you see on the screen right now. So lots of diversification in TCRs, and as we pointed out, Ben, it's that pack, right? It's that pack that were at the bottom end of the field. They are the ones who had to stop in earlier because they didn't have a lot of draft.
Yeah, so let's see where HM Engineering come back out. They are, I think, leaving the pits now, so they may well be in front of the whole of this group. There they are. Are they going to rejoin as part of that group? They've done a full long stop. They are going to be ahead of the group. They may be probably caught pretty quickly as we see Team 77 going through. Yes, I think they will. By the time they've got up to speed, they will rejoin that battle, that pack for the lead of the race. By the way, their pit stop was 1:20, so they've done a full stint. It puts Team Huskeveld in the lead of the race. So here's another one to add to your list, David. Because they short-stinted, they short-filled. They've only stationary for 40 seconds. The rest of the field were stationary for 53 seconds. So they're a 13-second advantage, putting themselves on their own, out in the lead, but with a shorter, presumably a shorter stint length, committing to not being able to make it to the hour mark when we know this group of cars can.
It is a very, very interesting, very, very bold strategy, different to the playbook that we've seen all season long and the one that's been successful for SimRC. So I don't know if we're going to see that was a mistake or if they're going to look like geniuses, but I think we're not going to know for another 4 hours.
Right, so Beeler Racing Euronics 2 into pit lane. They were the team, if you remember, that pitted the longest in the first stint. They actually were stationary for 45 seconds rather than 32 of their teammate and 41 of the rest of them. So that is a early stop for them, and they're placing themselves on a totally different strategy. I'm starting to get very confused. We need some answers. Very, very odd. James Saunders brings the car back onto circuit after a 32-second stationary pit stop. So again, no tyres. So this will be the third stint on the tyres, and very much places him on a shorter stint. He's only done 33 seconds stationary, much like teammate Sven Hasse did in the first stint, and effectively putting themselves on a 6-stint strategy for sure. There is one more thing that I want to point out. We spoke about SRC Squadron Corsa Black being able to make it to the hour mark, to the 90-minute mark in GT4. and their teammates pitted 3-4 laps before. Well, Squadra Corsa White Emanuele Petri was also stationary for 7 seconds less than the rest of the GT4 category. So he is doing a similar thing to what Euronics are doing, and basically saying stint lengths are 40 minutes, not an hour.
And David Barraclough in the chat coming up. And David Barraclough, of course, part of the TFR team, Talk Freak Racing, in the GT4 category. And they say the reason why SRC Black were able to do that is because they were lifting and coasting throughout the stint, all the way through. That is just extremely disciplined driving from SRC Squadra Corsa Black right there. An excellent piece of insight from David, which I have to thank him for. Thank you so much, David.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's the only way to do it, isn't it? You can't save fuel any other way. Interesting, though, that Biela are on a totally separate strategy now. So Biela onto their third stint, just waiting to get the numbers up to see how long they were stopped for. I think
like a pseudo stint of sorts.
Yeah, but weirdly, Sven Hasse was stationary for 42.1 seconds, so he has fueled the car up full.
Hold on. This is confusing. We'll try to track it to the best of our abilities.
What it means is he's basically put himself into a short stint. That stint was only 40 minutes, and now he's aiming for hour stints, just under hour stints for the rest of the race, with a full tank of fuel, rather than doing 40-minute stints throughout the whole of the rest of the race.
He's banking on his tyres lasting far, far longer, so he's thinking that his tyres can last a lot more than just a double stint, and that may very well be true, because Monza doesn't really have a whole heap of corners. You're largely full throttle all the way through in the straight, so your tyres aren't going through a lot. So maybe he's just banking, or maybe they've practiced, that they can in fact go longer than that. They can stretch them out and still not have a major performance disadvantage. This is smart. Wow.
Well, in each of our classes, we've got people doing different things. Very, very interesting. It's going to be very tricky for us to follow, that's for sure. The one that really fascinates me is the GT4 battle, because the leader of the GT4 battle, SRC Squadra Corsa White, championship leaders, won all the races so far, but they were stationary for 7 seconds shorter than BS Competition, who sits second. It looks as though the length of a full pit stop should be about 40 seconds. So 9 seconds shorter than a full stint. BS Competition 38 seconds stationary. But crucially, SR Squadra Corsa Black and E-Game Racing were able to make the 90 minutes, whereas everybody else couldn't make the 90 minutes. And so at the moment have one less stop to make. So you've got some people who have gone, right, never going to make it, going to short fuel my car, put myself into the lead, as we see with this car. Look, nobody around him, not faffing around with slipstream. Lift and coast he might still have to do, but he's clear in the lead. There are many others that have just gone conventional, fill the car up, let's keep going, but we can't make it to the 90 minutes. And then there are 2 cars in GT4 that did make it to the 90 minutes, and therefore will be aiming for 3 hours, 4.5 hours, and that is it for pit stops.
I'm actually quite confused as to what happened to the Pure Sims GT4 car, because they boxed as well with the SRC Squadra Corsa White team, but they actually have found themselves not in P2 as they ideally would. They are in P number 3 behind BS Competition, that is, which was not so much the case before the pit stop. So I'm not sure if they've stayed in for longer. No, they haven't. It's virtually... Wait a minute, BS Competition in fact had a longer stop than Pure Sims Esports, and still they find themselves ahead of Pure Sims.
BS Competition were 3 seconds faster in the lane, but 5 seconds longer stationary. So they attacked the pit lane much better than their rivals, as we see HM Engineering. Oh no! Getting it wrong, looping it round, and that was our one-time leader. Lucky not to have more contact, to be fair. But another little error. It's just so easy. And especially with the latest update, it feels as though these cars are even more on the edge than they always used to be. And then, Anti gets spun around as well in the 900 by a TCR car. Just the lightest of touches, and carries on pretty quickly. But there's been plenty going on out there, and plenty for the stewards to be investigating. Of course, right. Here's part of the answer. We had penalties for certain drivers, did we not, that they would have taken in those first pit stops.
None in GT4 though. I was thinking that, and I had a look, and I do not see any penalties in GT4. We've had him in the 991 class. We've had him in the GT3 class. We've got a couple in TCR, but nothing for the GT4 cars. And also, I think the penalty box is actually before the start of the pit lane speed limit, so it's also not showing up perfectly the way they're serving penalties within the pit lane time. But there was no penalties for either of these cars. Sometimes they overshoot the pit box and then have to engage reverse gear, for example.
Yep. Easy enough done, that's for sure. But certainly something slightly fishy going on. Right, 15 minutes to go before the hour mark. Maniti comes into the pits. Tim Matska pitting. Now, they did the full fuel. They didn't do a short fuel stint, so they are also kind of committing themselves to a 6-stop race rather than trying to get themselves to a 5 stint race, which, if with heavy fuel saving, is possible. But maybe because these GT3 cars have been spread out now, they haven't got the ability to sit in slipstreams and save lots and lots of tyres. Lots and lots of fuel, that they just can't make it because they were all spread out. Maniti not taking tyres, that's what we've seen from all the other guys as well. So they're going 3 stints on the tyres. And of course, if this stint is short as well, Somil, then it'll be even kinder on the tyres.
Yeah, exactly. But when will they stop next then? Depends on how much fuel they've taken. Or they could also be limited by tyres in that case, because as you rightly mentioned, Ben, they're going for a 3rd stint on their tyres.
But we saw that from the other guys that have already given us 2 stops, so that both Biela guys did the same thing, so not particularly unsurprising.
Yeah, I wonder how the timings will look in that department, seeing how much time they gain or lose on their 3rd stint. And meanwhile, Pure Sims Esports have closed up to BS competition, and I shall have a look at the Biela Euronics 1 car, the 45 machine that did go on the 3rd stint. And you know what, Ben? Their timings are not too bad, you know, even on the 3rd, or the pseudo 3rd stint, at least we'd like to call it, because they bit in the middle of what would be the 2nd stint for all the other guys. They're still doing fine. 48 nines, very much in check with the leaders.
Well, maybe this is the theory then. This is why they've done a short stint, because Maniti Racing Team have also short-filled their car for this 3rd stint. So maybe the tyres actually can't do a triple with a full tank. They won't get enough. They won't have enough to do the full 3rd stint, but they will do a short 3rd stint and 2 full stints. And so that's where this, because you can't make it to the hour mark either, that's where this weird kind of looking strategy is coming in. Do 2 full stints and a short one. You know you're not going to make it to the hour mark anyway, so you're going to have to do a splash and dash at some point, and do a 3rd stint on your tyres anyway, a shortened stint, to save on the pit stop time later on. It might not be something that you then can repeat throughout the race. It might be something you only do once to put you on the offset, and then become more conventional 2 long stops for the rest of the race, or carry on doing it. But it probably would mean you end up with too many pit stops. But let's see.
Minor headache incoming.
Yeah, lots and lots of things to keep us thinking. That's for sure.
Not bad. Lots of stuff going on in terms of strategy. But meanwhile, Pure Sims have made the move on BS competition for closing up once again for turn number 1. They want to get that position in, and the raw BMW power, even the ballast, is going to be the trump card, but they back off because they want a fuel save. Of course they do.
So Pure Sim up into 2nd ahead of BS competition. And now the old slipstreaming, the old fuel saving. Depends on whether your philosophy is to fuel save now. We're assuming everyone was going to try and stretch it get themselves to those target laps. But it does seem as though quite a few of them are deciding to either abandon that or have decided they weren't going to do that in the first place and just drive flat out. So the fuel save is not quite as important as the Marla Racing GT3 car squeezes its way through the second Lesmo and ahead of this battle for second. Looking through the timings at the moment then, we've got Leo Racing Team leading MSI Esports by 5.7 seconds. Williams in third, having a quiet one. Lassie back. Marla Racing in fourth, and then MSI Esports. No real battles in the GT3 category, with Beelers, both cars having served 2 stops, as well as Maniti Racing Red. And they are now on their third stint of those tyres. In the 991 category, Ori's lead HM Engineering by 20 seconds. Gosh, 20 seconds? How did that happen? They pitted exactly the same amount of time, but Ori's have got a huge advantage now. I can't answer how, but it's massive. Then
remember the spins and contact that we've seen for HM Engineering, potentially the aerodynamic damage they've got as well, though. All of that's going to play in.
But it doesn't. But they're not just ahead. They're not just 20 seconds ahead of just Ori's, just HM. They're ahead of everybody. Like Ori's have a 20-second advantage over the rest of the field.
Oris and HM really were in a class of their own, and I suppose Go Team had their own troubles early on. Not troubles in terms of track-based troubles. They just were not quick enough early on. I'm not sure. But as far as I can remember, there was a bit of an individual trade. Oris, Go Team, they were all together. And Oris and HM Engineering, I beg your pardon. And then it all fell through for them.
Yeah, so Go Team are third, YMCA fourth, and that's a good little battle actually. HM, Go Team, and YMCA all together. There they are, with the MSI car coming up behind them as well. And it's it is a World Championship driver, a PESC driver, if you like, the only one in our field right now. So definitely got a strong driver lineup, that's for sure. GT4 category, as we continue to watch this battle for second in the 991 class, is SRC Squadron Corsa White, that pitted short. Pure Sim Esports in second and BS Competition in third position. We've been watching that little battle. And then Torque Freak Racing in fourth, and Squadra Corsa Black in fifth position, but the first of the cars that did manage to make it to the 90-minute mark. So there's lots of, this is the order, but with lots and lots of asterisks beside various people's names. We've got pit stops happening again for the GT3 category cars, way off the hour mark. And Leo Racing Williams in. Ooh, big contact there. Team 77 full send into a spin. Lars Boll facing the wrong direction. That's a real unfortunate issue for Frozen Speed, and again has to wait so long to get the car turned around. The turning circle also not particularly good in TCR cars, so a huge amount of time lost, and gets himself back going again. So Husqvarna lead basically because they pitted 30 seconds shorter than HM Engineering, and there they are. They are still they're 18 seconds ahead of HM Engineering. But so by doing that, they've actually gained an advantage. Pure Sim in third, Team Mad fourth, Sim RC in fifth position with Felix Ludding. Right, pit stops happening again. Full length pit stops, tyre stops, or are we going for a third stint on all these tyres, David?
What? Why is...
Fantastic question. Definitely seeing... not sure what I'm seeing. I think I'm seeing quite a few triple stints here.
Yeah, I'd agree. Triple stints and full-length triple stints as well. 41.2 stationary, 42 stationary. Danny Elgabay coming into the pits now. And so we've already seen Leo into the pits, who are our leaders. Williams into the pits. Marla into the pits. So now MSI come into the pits. But as I say, they're never going to make the hour marks, and very much choosing a 6 stint strategy. Now look at the damage to the front end. They've had a bit of contact, haven't they? MSI. Front looking very messy. 20 seconds into the stop. Fuel going in. Does the car jump up on the jacks? Don't think it will do. They will soon be pulling back out onto circuit, I think. So,
well, the fueling happens and then we wait to see if it pulls away or goes up on the jacks. We don't know for the first half of the pit stop, but then the truth is revealed that is fuel only for MSI.
Now, Somil, you've spotted something as well.
Have I? No, these guys have pit one lap earlier than the other folks. Wait a minute, it's actually getting a bit too chaotic. So the thing is, Inertia Sim Racing have moved back up into the lead. Now, Inertia, the Mercedes, well, the last I remember, they had a longer stop, didn't they? They were able to stay out. So the Inertia Mega Auto 79 were one lap longer than the leading pack. So they're once again keeping in tandem with that existing strategy. So that's why you're seeing them currently in the lead. And Oscari Reina, they have been excellent, right? Inertia all the way through in different categories in terms of saving fuel. I wonder what they're doing. Are they just going to stay out one lap longer, or how they're going to go about with things? Just too much going on in strategy.
I think what would be good, if possible, would be to go and go into some of these pit boxes in the in our TeamSpeak chat and see if we can pick out any drivers to interview, because there's so many questions. So many questions about what's going on, and I think we need some answers. Nobody did enough driving in this particular format to have an understanding of really how it's all going to play out. But ultimately, what we do know, as now most of the GT3 cars have pitted, is that we've got a couple of cars that are doing 2.5 stints on the tyres. They're in their third stint at the moment, and we've got others who are going to try and do 3 full stints on their tyres. Well, basically the rest of the field, other than the Biela car and the Maniti cars. No, the Biela cars and the Maniti car. So, got to keep an eye out on. We know that the Biela cars will come into the pits a lot earlier, but let's have a look at the pace drop off in this third stint, if the tyres just fall off a cliff or not.
I think this is the track where that's least likely to happen, though. We've got quite a cool track. You don't have many loaded corners. And, but contact here on the replay.
Oh, no.
Oh, Philip, no. And keep your foot on the brakes. so nearly took the Leo car out there. First rule of spinning, put your foot on the brakes. I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to roll back so you don't have to reverse or whatever. But Philip Johansson? Yeah, I suppose it's Johansson. For Hell Racers, having a bit of a moment as we now ride on board. That battle for second, HM Engineering, Go Team Racing we're on board with, and then behind now the 2 Inertia cars, some 8 seconds back. So this is for second, but remember the leading car. Well, I still don't know how Auras has got themselves a 22-second advantage, other than clearly just being a lot faster.
Oh, big news. Big news there. Dominic Stape coming up in the YouTube chat from Team Williams. And he says, why is no one changing tyres? Our tyres are dead, but no one changed. So we can't.
Okay. Well, is that just a curveball? Is he trying to throw everybody off the
Not
scent?
sure.
Best lap for the Williams car, 47.1. And the pace at the moment, 48.3. But Biela, Sven Hasse, who now leads, last lap was a 47.8. So yeah, they are lapping over a second off what they could be doing. But it's a bit worrying if he says that they're dead at the start of the stint. We've still got another hour left on these tyres.
I am baffled, intrigued, confused, everything at the same time.
You're the commentator. You're not supposed to be.
Pretty much. Meanwhile, Inertia Sim Racing in Primo.fi, they are the ones also in the pit. But oh, wait a minute, I got scared for a second. I saw the recovery truck in the background and just caught it by the corner of my eye and thought that was another car spinning out there at the first chicane. Thankfully not.
Nearly at the hour mark for those Porsches that are trying to get themselves onto the hour mark. A couple are missing. So as you say, YMCA, Inertia, GTL, VRT, WOIMP, Volante, they've all pitted for their second time, but the leading cars are just about on it. Go Team come into the pits with 1 minute and 18, so they are missing it by a lap. Which is incredibly frustrating. Bearing in mind also, they've been sitting in the slipstream of HM Engineering for most of this stint. And Ori's racing team, who are been running on their own at the head of the field, are still not in the pits either. So they haven't been saving. And there is Joachim, who is getting into the car. And that car starts to tumble down the order. Now, surely we can't do triples in the 991 cars.
I don't think you can. I'm not quite sure. We might still need some confirmation, but I think that's just not possible, to be honest with you. But the reason why I think Go Team, exactly, they're on the jacks trying to change their tyres, can't do the triple stint here. At least it won't be feasible. So the reason why Go Team actually had to pit early on is because they were pushing far harder. Remember, there was a bit of a gap between Go Team and then there was Oris and HM Engineering up ahead. So they did that pushing up, they did that catching up. Now, because they pushed so hard, they couldn't quite save enough. So that's why they missed their window just by a little bit. So they're slightly out of cycle. But let's see if they're 1 lap or maybe 2 laps out of cycle. That we'll get the answer to in a few moments.
Few TCR cars losing a bit of track position. We're under the hour mark. So now all of those Porsches that haven't pitted are safe for 5. And of course, they are doing a longer stop because they're taking their tyres. And we're still waiting to see from that pit stop exactly how long it was. Go Team Racing 102. So now here's an interesting point. Here's another interesting point.
Oh, come on.
The last pit stop for GTL and for Inertia was 43 seconds. But a full pit stop for Go Team that we saw doing tyres is 1 minute. So presumably, David, we're seeing we're seeing a choice of 2 tyres, 4 tyres, no tyres. Is there people trying to do a third stint with no tyres, David, in the Porsches?
I wouldn't be surprised if what we were seeing there was actually a 2 tyre change. The 2 on the rear is what you're probably going to wear out the most on Porsche. Boy. We had this the other week in a different championship where teams were changing 1 tyre, changing 3 tyres, changing 2. It's very much become in vogue to try and, once you push past, a double stint, try and work out, well, okay, maybe there's a way where changing 2 restores the balance to the car and saves us 10 critical seconds on the pit lane. So we'll have a look at that one, but definitely we're seeing a bit of a wishy-washy in between pit stop time from that Inertia car. Either they went 4 tyres and then short-fueled and committed to an extra pit stop, or maybe they decided on 1 or 2 tyres.
So are we suggesting, therefore, that Go Team did a full service, and that's what the 117 is?
Yeah, a minute's full service for the Porsches.
Okay, so Ori's have now got Xavi Ross in the car, and they did a full service. But Inertia Euro RC with a 43 didn't do a full service. Did they take tyres at all, or have they tried to do? I think that's a no tyre stop. YMCA at 50 seconds would be a 2 tyre stop. Inertia 43, a no tyre stop. Puts Go Team now down to 5th position. HM Engineering into 6th because they have done a full stint. How are Inertia going to get on with a 3rd stint on these tyres? And the other question, how is YMCA going to get on with only doing 2? Write those down on your list of questions to answer in about 2 hours' time.
I'm desperately trying to make notes of which team is doing what. And it's going to be incredible to see how this finally comes up towards the very end. And yes, you might point out and say, hey, you guys are focusing too much on strategy, talk about something else. But it's going to be so crucial because we have to just go back to last month where Inertia Euro RC, they're just under our noses when we're talking about something else, ended up pulling off this magnificent strategy and ended up winning the race. And yes, I've referred to it a few times today, but it is what it is. We just have to take a keen eye on that and understand what exactly each team is doing, because it could have a critical impact on the final race.
It is what endurance racing is all about. It is not necessarily about side-by-side intense passing on track. It is about what you do in the pit stops, how you manage the traffic. There's so much more to endurance racing, especially multi-class endurance racing, than there is to sprint racing, where it is just lights to flag, flat out. And okay, Formula One, you have to save tyres and save fuel now, but that's boring, isn't it? Here, yes, at the start of the race, we assumed full fuel saving. Clearly less fuel saving going on, and now more about tyre saving. So we turn to the lap times. How are people getting on with tyres that are on their third stint? Well, good lap times from Beeler Racing, 47.715. But remember, Beeler are probably coming to the end of their tank of fuel. They pitted with 4 hours and 20 minutes remaining, so they're about middle on fuel. And therefore they've got a lighter car, so they can go a little bit faster. MSI Esports Blue's last lap time was also a 47.7, so that is around half a second slower than their best. There are others that are in the 48s, but you never know on this particular lap. There could be traffic and all this kind of stuff. So plenty of... It's not that easy to know, but take Sven Hasse, who is also halfway through his stint on fuel, and he's on a 48.1. His fastest lap time was a 46.7. So definitely they're not at their best, and they're only going to get worse, but they haven't completely fallen off a cliff.
Yeah.
Inertia up to third.
So this is the Inertia 900 machine, the Imprimo car that also, along with their teammates, did not go for any tyres at all. And at the start of this stint, they're clocking in at around, 1 minute 51s or thereabouts. So let's keep a keen eye on their timings and see what kind of lap times they are doing in relation to the other guys. But so far so good, I guess, at the start of the stint.
The gap between Auris Racing and Inertia EuroRC.com is now only 13 seconds. Remember, it was up to something like 25 seconds before the pit stop. But of course, with Auris taking a full... Emily Petrie's been turned around. Squadra Corsa 446, the leading GT4 car, tagged into a spin and losing a bit of time. Look at the background. Where is the rivals? Well, they're nowhere, actually, because they've got such a huge advantage. 22 seconds to Robert Heger in the BS competition car. That's leading by a country mile right now.
That is just some effort that they've put in early on to have a gap where a big spin like that one just has no impact on them. It's fine. You can. I wouldn't say you can afford it, because in the long run, obviously, you want to make sure that you can't. You just end up cutting these things out of your race. But still, even if it's happened, it's fine. It's not like they're going to cry over it for a long time. It's done, it's dusted, and they still have a 22-second lead? Sure, it's going to pain them a lot. It's not going to sting them much.
Yeah, they've
Crazy
still got a healthy advantage. But question marks over their strategy as well.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. This is where the guys behind were. This is Pure Sims fighting against the BS competition, and normally the Porsche would not be in a very good position in terms of fighting in a straight line, but that's what happened, right? The BS competition car, if you notice, they braked earlier, they had their brake lights on, and they consciously stayed behind. Longer term decision making, Ben.
Yeah, let's ride on board actually with the BMW. Let's see how they are driving in terms of fuel saving and things like that. On board in the slipstream. Let's have a listen. Not a lot of fuel saving going into that particular corner. It was pretty much off throttle onto brake. A little bit more cautious going into Lesmo 1. Lots of corrections going on. I do find that this BMW GT4 car feels like you're driving on jelly most of the time. Rear end always wanting to step out a little bit. My BMW friends will not like me saying that, that's for sure.
Well, it's just a classic BMW thing, isn't it? Just a car that's very lively, very fun to drive in. I think they pride that, and it's part of their marketing statement, isn't it? Sheer driving pleasure, I suppose.
Very good. I have to say,
a crisis into an opportunity.
So far, the only thing that I notice as he draws up alongside, he's going to look to overtake, or is he going to pull out? No, this time he goes against going past. So he's benefiting from the slipstream. That will be saving him fuel, but he isn't actually going full the moves, even though clearly he could have done. The only other thing I can see is he's not taking the car up to full revs. Oh, there's a long coast. Look at that. How many seconds was that coasting? He also got out the way of the 991 car coming on the inside, but Robert Hager definitely off the throttle and coasting into the first corner at least.
So a quick update on what's happening in the 991 category. Bit of chopping and changing, bit of tricky stuff going on in terms of strategy, with Oris taking full service. They are your leaders at this stage. Inertia not taking any tyres at all. YMCA taking 2 tyres. World of Sim Racing taking the full service. HM Engineering also going for a full one. So let's compare how things are going out with them. Oris Racing with fresher rubber and everything are doing a lap time of 1 minute 51.586. But then, Inertia with no tyres are doing a lap time that's 1/10 of a second faster. And the second Imprimo car is doing a lap time that's 3/10 of a second slower than Oris. On their third stint. What?
Wow.
And
Yeah,
YMCA
so the tyres are holding on then.
Yeah, exactly, they are. And YMCA with 2 tyres are doing 1 minute 52. They're not even in there. And HM Engineering with the fresher up, of course, they've got damage in their car after the multitude of incidents that they got involved in. They're also lapping in the 1 minute 52. So I don't know what those Inertia guys are doing in there. Maybe they're caressing their tyres, massaging them just a little bit, or have a secret spell of sorts. They have iRacing's number. Who knows what it is? But on their third stint, how? Sound of confusion.
No, I've just been messaged by BS Plus competition director Florian Hasper, giving us a little bit of information on the drive of the BS competition car. You will, if you follow DTM, you will know of the name Alfred Hager. Well, this is his son driving for BS competition, Robert. So I hope I said Hager correctly the first time around, but anyway, I said it right now. Now I know that it's his son, and Robert isn't a full-time sim racer, but has obviously got a pretty good talent for the thing. What's his I rating? 4,705. So yeah, quite a lot. There are other drivers out there with 3,000, 4,000s in this race, but when you compare to some of the best that are 9,000, like Sven Hasse, 9,800, not the same experience for sure. But yeah, I remember Alfred Hager, former BMW DTM driver, and so Robert, very, very competitive, both in the real world, but not as much experience in the sim racing world, and driving for BS Sud, sometimes at the Nürburgring, and also for today's race. It's not BS Sud, it's BS Plus.
Important clarification, that.
It's always so confusing. BS Plus, Borough Sud, BS Plus competition, or BS competition. Some people just ignore the plus. But either way, it's the one that looks like a zebra.
Beautiful zebra. This one, as Full Send Racing are trying to get something for themselves in TCR category. Is that? No, that's not Simasi that they're passing. That is Frozen Speed Full Send Racing making a move, or trying to at least, on D3 Esports. And D3 Esports actually have got the jump on them. It's the other way around, my apologies. So they got the move on Frozen Speed Full Send Racing, who are quite a force in TCR categories across iRacing competition. But something has happened to... Oh no, this could have been so much worse than it actually is. That car right there, folks, was Dino Lombardi's Leo Racing team, and look at that, that's the SRC Squadron Cross, a white car, again in an incident, having to retreat to the gravel. But that's the World of Sim Racing team completely getting their braking wrong, and wrong in terms of putting one wheel on the grass, and the car just loses control. Crazy. This could have been so much worse.
At least that's realistic. When you put your wheel on the grass, usually you lose grip and you don't have lose time. Whereas in some categories it seems as though if you drive on the grass you actually gain time and you can go faster because the tyres are cooler, which is definitely not something that exists in the real world. Just a little thing there. Oh, well done, David. He's been hunting around in the pit lane. There's not that many people out there, but he's managed to find himself an interviewee. So, David, over to you.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and grab Henry Selman from the number 900 inertia car in the 991 class. We are seeing a very different playbook on the strategy than some of the earlier rounds. Any changes to the tyres and the compounds or how they behave? Or is this just what you've got to do to get track position at Monza?
Yeah, I think it's mainly because of the track. It's not so hard on the tyres. So we see a lot of teams doubling the tyres, and we are tripling it at the moment. So nice to see how it goes.
Get much of an advantage having two cars in the same class, collecting more information, maybe being able to work together? Is that giving any advantage to you and your teammates?
Yes, I think our car is mainly the one that gets a free pass after Eero and Matthias does most of the work, but yeah, of course we all collect data together, so it's always easier with a bigger number of drivers testing out things.
So, being in the championship behind the 902 car, you're not the guinea pig, instead you're coasting on their work. Is that how it's going?
Yeah, basically, but we are in the previous rounds, our 902 car had a bit better management with the tires and fuel saving, so we're not quite close enough to them to be on the same pace and saving the tires and saving the fuel, but we're getting some help from the setup side and learning from their data.
We don't broadcast qualifying in this series this season, but I was watching a little bit of it and noticed you guys were trying to work together for that famous Monza slipstream tow in qualifying. Did that work out how you hoped? It was very close in qualifying for your class.
Yeah, it didn't go as planned at all, but yeah, decent result, not a total failure, but could have been a lot better. I think the tow is quite high, and there would have been more benefit to have, but we didn't get any laps just right.
Any possibility of 2 tyre changes or anything, or is it just going to be 4 tyres or nothing? Again, I know you guys never give us too much ahead of time and reveal too many of your cards, but does that work? Is that a possible strategy for this car?
Probably not, but we'll see.
Okay.
Not much to tell at this moment.
And sometimes when you do have something to tell at Inertia, you tell us things that then end up not being true, but that's okay. Thank you for making a bit of time. And of course, we've been watching with great intrigue what's going on for the 2 Inertia cars in the 991 class. Henry, thank you. Anyone you want to thank, specifically maybe from the 900 car as well?
Thanks, of course, for our sponsors, EuroRC.com. You can use the offer code Inertia on the web shop if you need anything RC related. And thanks to Mega Auto and Imprimo for also supporting us.
Well, thank you. Best of luck to you guys. We're going to watch with great interest what happens.
Yeah, thanks. See you at the finish.
Always doing funky things. The Inertia Sim Racing squad. Keep an eye. They're already slightly on a different strategy and sitting in second and third thanks to the shorter pit stop that they did, thanks to the not taking tyres. But, as said, still on the same pace as Ori's, who did take tyres. So, ultimately, that means it's worked at the moment. Whether it will work by the end of the stint, they've still got 40 minutes left of this stint to get those tyres to continue to work. Biela Racing Team, Euronics 2 into pit lane. That is because they are on this weird offset strategy and expect to see the leader of the race, Sven Hasse, in the Euronics 1 car, come in pretty soon as well. Usually, the stint lengths are about 22 laps, and Sven is on his 22nd.
Interesting times in the entire race. Biela Euronics 2, of course, taking tyres once again. So it's going to be a full
not once again. It's the first time. First time they're taking tyres.
Not once again, exactly. Full service for the first time. So ending up with their third stint at last. And they've got quite the beautiful livery, haven't they, Ben? I think they've just nailed it down completely, Biela.
Yeah, it's a car that really, the early races of the season, we didn't really see too much of them. They stayed at the back of the field until the end of the race, and the race came to them. That was the strategies that they employed in the early races, but definitely getting headlines here by being on a completely different strategy to everybody else and offsetting themselves, putting themselves basically, they're doing about an hour, but they are pitting, as you can see, 20 minutes into the hour. As I said, we're waiting for Sven to come into the pits to serve his stop. It will be a full service for him. Just a reference that the full service takes 1:10. MSI Esports Red did a full service time, 43. The 43 car. They were in the lane for 1:47.1. Actually, that seems as though it's even a bit long. I don't know whether they had a penalty hanging over them, David, for their last stop. But certainly a 1:21.3 was a very long stop for them. They, in theory, are the only car out there on fresh tyres, if that indeed was a fresh tyre stop. And their pace isn't much better than anybody else's.
Going to see if I can find that pit stop and give you any update about it, but I don't see anything on the penalty sheet for the number 43.
No, so it was just a long stop then. That's it. Look how the 911 sits in the slipstream of our leading car. Sven Hasse comes across the line to complete another lap. Now, of course, he did do a full stint. He did do a full fuel last time.
Oh, don't tell me.
Oh, no. Dino Lombardi's been turned around by Sim RC and into the wall. Oh, and contact.
Ooh.
That will slow that car down a lot. And that could be a penalty for Sim RC. team that have taken 3 victories in TCR across our 3 races so far, and it hasn't been going their way at all in this race so far. And look at the damage to the rear end of that Leo Racing team. Surely you're going to lose top end speed with that kind of rear wing. And they still hold on to 3rd position. They are still 9 seconds ahead of Williams. The whole of the GT field spread across the Monza track, really not running together. But let's have a look. The last lap was a 2:01, so they lost 14 seconds on that with that spin, but they didn't lose a position.
And Ben, this is going to be so big for the race because Leo Racing number 12, they were competing for the lead. Remember, early on, before all the kerfuffle in the pit lane, we saw them fighting with MSI, with Leo Racing Team Euronics right up there, with them doing such a good job at the top. And now it could go all away from them. It's going to be so tricky for them to come back. Let's see how it goes on then for these guys, for Leo Racing Team. It's going to take a lot of resilience for them to come back from a situation like this one where they have been involved in a crash, and to bounce back from this, it takes a lot. The car is damaged for sure, and knowing iRacing, it's going to be very tricky to get that part repaired. So they are going to be hindered by that in the long run. But David, what does it take psychologically to get back from an incident like this one? Because you've raced quite a fair bit in endurance racing, in iRacing. Is that sort of a big moment? Do you get clamped down particularly after a case like this one? How hard is it to bounce back?
I'm never one to really talk about. It reached mean proportions about psychological advantage between Hamilton and his teammates and everything like that. I was worried about the damage to the car, the damage to the strategy if you planned out a fantastic strategy. So that's what worries me in this endurance racing. And then also if the damage to your car is going to affect your pace through the traffic, for example, as you ride on board with Marla and they had to wait a little bit, and now Maniti in front, putting a couple cars between them.
What is it, David? What is it with rear end damage? What kind of an impact can it have at a track like Monza, do you reckon? Because,
it's all about the aerodynamics there, isn't it? I mean, the incident we saw for Leo, for example, square on, that's not going to damage their suspension, which is something you very much want to avoid doing. That takes a long time to fix, can affect how much speed you can carry through the corners and, make the car unstable. But when it's, the damage like we saw where it was to the rear wing and to the bumper, square on in the middle, no suspension damage, it's all aerodynamic. That's going to be taking away some of your straight line speed, maybe taking away a little bit of your rear downforce, but mainly you're just going to see losing the speed in a straight line, which is, of course, this is the track you don't want that.
Yeah. Temple of Speed, that's what they call Monza. Here is the Sim RC car that we're focusing on. No, I think that is the Sim RC car that we're focusing on at this stage, and they could potentially have a penalty looming large after that incident with the Leo Racing Team. And indeed, Pure Sims Esports have caught up to them. They've lost time a little bit. They're close by. Should be interesting. And you know what? It should be interesting. I think it's a good time to go with our first RaceSpot TV fan immersion of the day. And I think a good team to ride on board would be Pure Sims Esports to see how Sim RC, the championship leaders who won 3 on a trot, respond and handle Monza. So here we go, folks. First fan immersion of the day. Just enjoy, listen, and just focus on how tricky it is to actually drive a TCR front-wheel drive car. We'll be back in a few minutes. 24H Series, round number 4 at Monza. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. That was a quick Race Sport TV fan immersion where we're riding on board with the Pure Sims Esports TCR car. Of course, losing a little bit of time to SimRC. They've gained a fair bit right there, but this was an interesting one. Pit stops are on the way actually for GT4 machines. Talk Freak Racing by TFR Lab had the first one to blink. And this was about to happen, wasn't it, David? They just about met their limit with 1.5 hours.
Yeah, well, that's the thing we're seeing here at Monza that hadn't happened yet in the season is more time full throttle, more fuel consumption is meaning that what was a slam dunk 3-stop strategy in TCR and GT4 previously has seen a couple teams early go off strategy and basically commit to doing 4 stops. And that is, yeah, interesting. We're seeing definitely in TCR, Heusingfeld going for 4 stops while everyone else still tries to manage 3. And in GT4 we did see the second stops start to come in for Talk Freak, for SLC Squadra Corsa White, but these cars leading have now gone past the still got 25 minutes to go to get to the halfway point of the race. BS competition now ahead of Pure Sims Esports, different to how it was earlier.
Yeah, indeed, they have made the move towards the very end. They were a bit hesitant early on in terms of whether should we pass Pure Sim, should we not pass. Eventually they said, let's just gun for it, let's just get our position in, enough of fuel saving, which I don't think ever makes sense. There never is enough of fuel saving, from the look of things at least. But they have got in there, they have got the position, and at last, PS competition in the lead of the GT4 category. But that has to be only for now, because we have the SRC Squadra Corsa White team coming up after their pit stop. But here we are, the leaders. Beeler Racing Team Euronics, they're slightly out of cycle, David. They had a stop early on, then they took out 9 seconds from one stop. Here they are once again. So what is it looking like? Where do you think they're going to come out towards the very end? I know it's a hard question, but still.
Well, surely this is going to be a tyre change here from the Euronics 45, because we'd seen them, go very, very long early, especially with one of those sort of half-tank fuel stints. Stefan Hofbauer getting in, it looks like. And so this one ought to go about a minute 10. As quite a lot of the other cars in class carry on. It's going to drop them back now, but then they'll have a good, 20 minutes or so to make good use of these tyres before some of the other teams come in.
Here's the weird one for me. This car pitted at 4 hours 20. Now it's 3 hours 24 when it came in just now. So the next pit stop will be 2 hours 30-ish. Then you go to 1 hour 35. And then you go 40 minutes. So I suppose, yeah, if they'll still have a slightly short stint at the end of the race to do.
Yeah, the thing is there that they've gone and instead of, doing 56-minute stints, 56-minute stints, 56-minute stints and ending up with just, ugly stepchild 15 minutes splash and dash at the end. They went shorter one earlier. That's going to leave them with a 30-minute stint at the end where they just take a shorter splash of fuel and just even it out, smooth it all out a little more than having just that one ugly little stint at the end.
Yeah, exactly. But it'll still be a shorter one. So don't know quite how the maths have played out there. Interesting to see. We've got DR Endurance also in the pit lane. It's got a couple of pit stops from our GT4 cars. Squadra Corsa White pitted 2 laps ago, and Talk Freak pitted 1 lap ago. So what's going on there?
Just those teams that can't hit the 90-minute stints and have then decided instead of saving to try to hit the magic hour and a half, they're going to come in early, put the fresher tyres on earlier. And again, another class where we're seeing the teams realise they're running a little short on fuel and are going to need a stop more in 6 hours than they would at some other more flowing, less full throttle tracks like we've visited earlier in the calendar.
Yeah, so effectively they've completely bailed on the idea of squeezing it out and just gone on to a different strategy, going more aggressive and faster. Not a very long stop actually from Squadra Corsa White, only 30 seconds. Their first stop, if I remember, was 32 seconds, so taking even less fuel than they needed to last time. So very quick stops. But that does also mean on their stick they have not taken tyres, or do they take tyres at the same time?
I think they can get the tyres changed in that 30 seconds while the fuel's happening in GT4.
Yeah, okay. So it doesn't matter whether you can take tyres at the same time as the fuel, and therefore it doesn't really show. But it was a pretty quick stop from Squadra Corsa White. Squadra Corsa Black was one of only 2 teams to hit the magic mark of 90 minutes, and they will be looking to do the same. So they'll be looking to be on track for another 20 minutes before they come into the pits, as we watch the battle continue for what is now become the lead of the race. BS Competition and Pure Sim Esports following each other around and slipstream each other. Sometimes it's the BMW leading, sometimes it's the Porsche leading. Definitely working together.
They are working together, but the BS Competition car is aggressive. Man, they are attacking curbs all the way through. And Robert Hager, who we had a chat about early on, he's just slamming through all of them, riding high, and there's not going to be major underflow damage as it would be in real life, but you can see them just being very aggressive in their intent, very aggressive in their approach. So although they are fuel saving, their lines indicate that they're not relaxing at this stage. They want to do a lot more, and smartly, as you can see, letting the leader MSI Esports car, letting them go past. So there's this sense of controlled aggression that Robert Hager is displaying, which might be exactly what you need. That's not controlled aggression right there. That got a bit scary with the TCR car got pulling out. Wow, wow. Dominator's Curse 1000.
Absolutely. BS Competition in the GT4 class, even though they're in a Porsche, in a BMW, only 4th in the championship, behind Torque Freak, Pure Sim and Squadra Corsa White. The Squadra Corsa Black hardly picked up any points at all, 11th in the championship. But they could have the secret. There was just, Robert just moving across on the TCR car and giving a little touch. Wonder how is the penalty book looking, David? Is there lots of investigations, or it seems a relatively quiet one so far?
It definitely slowed down a little bit after the first lap. In fact, our first protest came through 42 minutes into the practice session, and race control decided they weren't going to be issuing any penalties on shenanigans in the practice session. That was no further action, not even a warning. Penalties can happen in qualifying though, of course, because we have all of the cars from each class on track together, mixing against each other. If you ruin someone's lap in qualifying, that could be a penalty. But yet, you're right, it's been a bit quiet in the last hour and a half. Only penalties that have come through is 5 seconds for the Williams GT3 and 2 lots of 5 seconds for the 78 car, which was in GT3, and that was Ronin Simsport.
Okay, Ronin Simsport at the tail of the GT3 category now. John Vining aboard that car, 54 seconds off their nearest competitors, so not particularly happy times for them. And actually, I think they took that penalty last time in the pits, looking at the times. Leo Team 12 in pit lane. That actually was the car that was at the sharp end of the field. Now, that's their 3rd stop. So one of the very early teams on the conventional strategy to pit. And they've done a full change, so tyres and fuel. Ariel Bernardi now aboard that car. Dino Lombardi out of it after a really strong stint. And really, they are the closest challengers to MSI Esports. Although, remember that they had that spin and damage. How is that car going to fare? Interesting that they didn't do anything about the damage when they were in the pits.
Yeah, you can't quite do much with rear end damage, can you? It's hardly repairable.
Well, it looks very sorry for itself. Pace is good, though. Those guys that have been in the pits now with the fresh tyres, back down to the 47s where they should be. Those that are still trying to eke out tyres at the end of their second stint, some of them in the 49s. So the end of the triple is really painful for some of these guys. Williams is still out there on those tyres. Actually, MSI did a 47 the last time, so they've managed to find some pace. Daniel Gabay, our leader. But Marla Racing, Maniti Purple, still out there doing late 48s, 49s. Inertia, Mega Auto, still owes us a pit stop. Leo 21 also owes us a pit stop, as does EFP Car Collection. They've been doing the most fuel saving of our GT3 cars. But we are expecting to see them all coming into the pits shortly. None of them have been able to hit the magic hour mark, which will be halfway through when we get to 3 hours. Halfway through this 6 hours, which is round 4 of our championship. 6 rounds of this year's 24H Series Esports presented by VCO, and the last 2 rounds at Barcelona, and then we will be doing a 12-hour race at Spa-Francorchamps, which will just add another little element into the mix. No 24-hour races in the 24-hour series this particular year in the esports, but the real world championship does have a couple of 24-hour series. The cool thing about some of the 24-hour races, and even in the 12-hour races, sometimes they split them up. So they'll do a 6-hour race, then they'll park up for dinner, and then they'll do another 6 hours the next day. And basically, they have a red flag period for overnight. Sometimes they'll do a full 24 without stopping, but sometimes they'll do 2 12-hour days across Saturday and a Sunday.
I mean, I can't think of one reason why it's not a good idea. I mean, it's yeah, okay, motor racing and cricket are different, but it's a bit like cricket. You play, you stop for dinner, you have a good time, chill, relax, talk with the competitors, have a fun time, and get back on. Again, there's a certain charm with the full 24-hour race, but I think that's a conventional option. This can work just about fine.
Much more civilized as well, bearing in mind that the Creventic series is designed for gentlemen racers, and when you look at their calendar, it's always like, oh, that's a nice place to go. Yeah, I like the beach around there, and they always choose good tracks that the drivers and teams can have an enjoyable time into them. And you know, the likes of the 24-hour race in Portimao in the middle of July. Most of the drivers then stay a week or two around playing golf and sitting on the beach, and the wives and girlfriends can do that during the race as well. You can get yourself a nice tan. It's absolutely fantastic and perfect, as well as the competitive spirit that happens out on track as well. Williams and Marla have pitted together. 13 minutes off the magic 3-hour mark, so they are going to splash and dash at the end of this one, or they're going to back time it at some point, but for the moment they're doing conventional full stop, so this should be a fuel and tyres. Does mean they only need to do 2 sets of tyres throughout the whole race, and actually that's going to be the question, David. We are nearly halfway into this race and they've only used 1 set of tyres, but they are now changing. So they will then have another 2 hours and 45 on those tyres, and it will be that last half an hour whether you keep the tyres on and see if you can get another half an hour out of them, or whether you have to change again for the last 30 minutes.
Yeah, I've got to think they've come this far, done 2 hours 50 minutes on a set of tyres, that they're going to be aiming, fingers crossed, for these tyres to get to the end. It's a little bit more of an ask, but the track keeps cooling off as we go. We started off at 25-ish and degrees Celsius and are now down to about 23, and it's only going to cool off further, which ought to help the tyres as well as the track on the racing line keeps rubbering in. So from here to the end should be even lighter on the tyres than the start of the race was. Still a big ask if what we've heard from Dominic Stave and others is to be believed, and if we compare it to all previous rounds.
looking at MSI Esports Blue right now, Daniel Gabay, 2 hours 50 on those tyres, still managing 47s. 47.4 his last lap, only 4 tenths off the best lap of the race. Now, yes, he's at the very end of his fuel for sure as well, but that's an impressive pace, bearing in mind some of the other cars that are still not to have pitted are really, really struggling on tyres. By the way, Leo's last lap time a 150.2, so they are really struggling now. That damage, I think, has probably ended any hopes for them to challenge this car, but Danny Ogabay is pushing hard still.
Had the speed gun out at the end of the pit straight. Leo definitely missing about 10 kilometres an hour.
Oh dear, that's awful. And not something they can repair in the pits, David?
There are things that can be repaired, some of the bodywork, suspension, steering damage, etc. But that rear wing that they've got on the Leo 12, they're not getting that fixed. That's not going to be able to happen during this race.
Oof, awful. Audi really attacking the pits. Oh, did he make contact with the BMW? Not quite. He was steaming into the pits. And the Leopard car was really kind of toddling along, if you like. And I thought it was going to get right in the way. It's been a good stint from Daniel Gabay there, because we were missing about 4 minutes on the first of the pit stops. 8 minutes off in the second, and he's only 9.5 off now. So he's done a pretty good job of managing to get himself in. Here is what I thought was contact. Whoa, that was so close.
That's just the most beautiful camera angle, isn't it? You just get to see things exactly how they happen, and really got saved there, Mark Perez.
Well, it was Danny Ogabay in the car. Mark Perez has now jumped into the car, but obviously our graphic updating as to who's in the car now rather than who was in the car before. So Mark Perez will be taking over, and full service for the leader of our race. Now, that will then mean that everybody's done 3 pit stops, and we'll see where the Biela cars are in comparison to the MSI car, even though the Biela cars we know are on a different strategy of things. 16 laps into their third stint is Euronics 2. Euronics 1 is 8 laps in, but that's where they are kind of scattered. Inertia, Mega Auto, Mercedes still yet to pit. EFP car collection still yet to. Those are the 2 cars we've not yet had pit stops for. They're going to try and get to the hour. They've still got another 8 minutes to go. Could be a tricky ask for them, but let's keep an eye. There is the Inertia Mercedes. Definitely not the favoured car. Audi has been the stronger car throughout the season. We do show on the graphics the Ferrari, but I think somebody must have changed their choice last minute, because we don't and have not had any Ferraris. Let's not forget, though, there are 6 or 7 different options of GT3 cars in iRacing. It was just that it was deemed the Audi was the strongest car for this kind of championship across the tracks. But Somil, a decision based 4 or 5 months ago, before any changes in the BOP, before any changes in iRacing's model. So it may not necessarily always be the case throughout the whole season, but nobody else really risked anything different other than the Mercedes.
Yeah, and it was also, as we see HM Engineering go past or at least try to go past the Go Team Racing car, but then back off once again due to fuel saving. It's also before iRacing launched the Lamborghini, the Huracan GT3, and also before we launched the new BMW M4 GT3. So those are 2 cars that can change the game quite a fair bit. And also the Z4 has been retired and pushed to the legacy car list and all that. So there's lots of chopping and changing going on. Maybe by the time we have the next season of the 24H series coming around, this could look completely different to what we're seeing right now. Completely.
Love to see a few more GT4 cars in the field. That would certainly be nice to mix it up. And actually, I'd like to see another TCR car. There are so many different models of TCR car, even based on the Audi. The Audi platform is actually the same as the Volkswagen, same as the Seat. all Volkswagen Group cars, and the basic underbody of all of those TCR cars are exactly the same. It's just they've got different body shells on them to reflect the brands in which they represent. And it would be really cool to have a couple of different shapes in the TCR category, especially as actually the Seat, or the Cupra I should say now, is the one that really is the preferred endurance choice of all the TCR cars.
No, actually, this is quite an interesting one. We had that discussion early on about where iRacing can actually get those TCR cars from, because the TCRs are licensed with a different simulator and a different galaxy altogether. We don't mention that here.
Yeah, but yes and no. You're half right, Somil, because the WTCR is licensed as a championship, is licensed to a different platform, but as a type of car and a regulation set, the regulations are actually owned by WSC, whereas the championship is owned by Eurosports, two totally different companies. So you could get licenses for TCR cars.
Oh, why not?
But you wouldn't be able to get licenses for the championship, if you like.
I mean, fair enough. We just need the cars. I mean, to help with the championship, at least on iRacing. Oh, HM Engineering send it. It's not a send, I think. That's just Go Team Racing backing out and realising that fuel saving is the way forward. But why not? I think iRacing, please make this happen. Please. We just need more TCRs. Not just on endurance racing, but sprint racing. Oh my god. They call them totally chaotic racing cars for a reason. We just need more of them, for sure.
Big popular car in Australia, isn't it, David, is the Alfa Romeo TCR car, built by a tiny little father and daughter company based near Milan. Romeo Ferraris, they're called, and they seem to be very popular over with you.
Yeah, I watched the opening round of TCR Australia. We do seem to have just a couple of models, a couple of chassis down here that I don't know how we've ended up with a half of the global supply of Renault Megane TCRs,
right?
for example, but it's found itself as the home for a couple of ugly duckling chassis that weren't doing so well, or weren't popular, or just weren't getting backed in other championships and other places in the world. So yeah, there's a couple of wins being taken out by the Alfa Romeo. Still a fair share of Golfs and Audis and the other popular customer racing ones, but yeah, for whatever reason, bunch of Meganes, bunch of Giuliettas.
Yeah, exactly. Giuliettas. And I think you had the Subaru in the very early days, because there was a Subaru that
we also
knocked
had half the global supply of Subaru TCRs as well, and they kept breaking drive shafts and falling apart and never getting any results.
Yeah, exactly, as they did in the rest of the world. And there was a Ford Focus as well that was built in China, actually, in the early days of TCR, but that never really saw the light of day. Because basically the small manufacturers of these cars, like Romeo Ferraris, they don't actually have any backing from Alfa Romeo itself, unlike Volkswagen Group getting behind and building the Cupras, the Audis, and all of these different things. So you're a tiny fish battling against a huge shark when you're trying to build a TCR car, trying to sell TCR cars across the world against these huge multinational brands. But it's nice to see that all the little ones have ended up in Australia somehow. I mean, you've got to ship them over there for starters, get them over there, and then they're going to spend the rest of their happy lives sunbathing in Australia.
Yeah. Going all sorts of places, all sorts of states. It was interesting. I learned that actually the promoter, in trying to launch the series, bought 10 or so chassis and then was just leasing them out to the competitors until it took off, and then teams and competitors were buying their own chassis and importing them into Australia and whatnot. But the promoter just sort of bought a Honda and a Golf, and I think some of these Subarus and whatever.
Nice.
To launch the series, they went out on the limb.
It's a good way of doing it. There, by the way, is Inertia Sim Racing Mega Auto, who has pitted shy by 1 minute 30, so 1 lap shy of the magic hour. So they are still potentially in the mix to be able to do this. If the luck is with them, they could just squeeze it, or they could just be on the wrong side of things. Go Team Racing behind. Also, as we saw in the last pit stop, just missing out on the hour mark. But you've got to say that the rest of the 991 category cars are looking much, much better, or certainly half the field are looking much, much better to get themselves inside the hour. Ori's Racing haven't pitted yet. Inertia Euro RC haven't pitted yet. HM Engineering still owe us a pit stop as well. So they really are pushing the boundaries. They are not going to back out of it, and it's going to be very, very tight. We're on to the middle of the race. So this is where we get GT4 cars, who have all pitted, by the way, a couple of 991 still to pit, and we will also see the GT4 category cars and the TCRs. Now, we've already seen a couple of GT4 category cars into the pits. There are some TCRs slightly missing out. So remember, BS Competition, Pure Sim Esports, they all have committed to not trying to make this mark, whereas Squadra Corsa Black on course to do it in GT4, 1 less stop, and E-Game Racing on course to do it again. So we have a split strategy. Those are the two that will do 1 less stop. Everybody else will have to do a splash and dash at the end, and I think this could be a remarkable revolutionary win for the Squadra Corsa Black team, who've just had no results throughout the whole of the season so far, but at the moment have the strategy and the pace to do this. They're only, well, I suppose they're 18 seconds off Black at the moment, but Black has made a second pit stop. TCR-wise, we've just seen Pure Sim Esports coming out, Ross McFarlane bringing that car back onto track, Squadra Corsa, TCR and Team Mad also pits. But still owing us pit stops, HM Engineering, Sim RC, Frozen Speed, Full Send. So those three are inside the window.
I would say that Pure Sims, Mad, SRC, Squadra Corsa are all within the window here because they left pit lane after the halfway. It doesn't actually matter when they enter pit lane for that stop. It's about how much time is left on the clock when they've got a full tank in the car and they leave pit lane.
Yep.
So touch and go for them, but I think they are just trying to make sure they hit those numbers perfectly. Leave nothing spare on the table, but 1 stop from here to get to the end.
And I guess the other key thing to remember is the pit stops are quite a lot shorter in the TCR and GT4 categories because they are able to do the tyres and the fuel at the same time in a way that the GT4 or GT3 category cars cannot. So what we are actually seeing is it's less a loss in these categories to do an extra stop than it is in a GT3 class car. I mean, ultimately, they're still spending a minute in the pit lane. So that's a minute. Yes, they are moving, so it's not actually a minute lost. It's probably more like 45 seconds lost. But that's the kind of advantage that they are going to be looking to need over those that are doing 1 less stop.
TCR cars do fuel slower than the GT3s, though. When we see a fuel-only stop from GT3 cars, it's 39, 40 seconds. Full tank of fuel in the TCR class is 55 seconds or so, as Team Mad are struggling on their cold tyres and Squadra Corsa are going to pick them off.
Horrible, horrible feeling is cold tyres in a TCR car. Just understeer central, and if you're too aggressive with it, it's oversteer as well. And you just desperately want to get the car up to speed and up to a temperature because it just feels horrible in these early laps. Definitely a skill in keeping the things on the road. Leo Racing go blasting past. 7th position now, Leo Racing. The order as we have it, we will do a full check-in when we've got all of our pit stops, which I think we pretty much have now. So halfway through the race, we should do a rundown of all the different classes to see where we're at. Because soon, Biela Racing Team will start pitting again, and that will upset the Apple car. As you can see, in GT3, Biela Racing Euronics 1 are leading ahead of Euronics 2. They are on a different strategy to everybody else, and Euronics 2 are only about 5 laps away from giving us another pit stop. MSI Esports Blue are in 3rd position, much more conventional stop, although they will need a splash and dash at the end. They cannot make the full hour. Maniti Racing Red are in 4th position. Ruben Bonga is aboard that car now, but they actually are about 5 laps worse off in terms of missing that window. With Williams Esports Chill Blast, Dominic Stabe is now aboard that car in 5th position. They pitted about the same time as MSI. Marla Racing is in 6th. Andrea Butcher is aboard that car now. Leo Racing, early leaders, 7th spot now after that damage on the rear end of the car caused by collision with SimRC. We'll get to that in a few moments' time. And then it is Manti Racing, purple in 8th. Inertia Sim Racing Mega Auto in 9th is now the best of the Mercedes, and they're the ones closest to doing one less stop than the rest of the field. So we've got to keep an eye on the 79 Mercedes. Leo Racing 21 is 10th. EP Car Collection trying to make the fuel work also in 11th. SI Sports Red, the 43 car, is 12th. Team 77, many an issue for them in used to be Racecraft, but now called Team 77. 13th, Ronin Simsport. 14th, Riley Sim Racing. 15th, those are our point scorers in the GT3 category. Glacier has retired out of the race, the 16th car. Into the 991 category cars then. Ori Racing, Xavier Ross is aboard that car. He's got a 20-second advantage over YMCA Esports. In Inertia, Sim Racing, EuroRC.com are in 3rd spot. They did take tyres last time, whereas the others did not. And so there is a slight split strategy also going on in the 991 category cars. Go Team Racing 4th, HM Engineering in 5th position, basically together for the whole race, those guys. Although, as you can see, plenty of damage for our one-time leaders, HM Engineering. Inertia in Primo FI are after that in 6th position, WOIP.com, Volante Racing in 7th, and then World of Sim Racing caught up in many an accident, 8th position, 1 lap down, XVR, GTERT, and Burst Esports. Our one-time championship leaders have retired out of the race. In the GT4 category, it's Squadra Corsa White that are leading, but again, they cannot make it to the hour mark window, and so have actually pitted 17 laps ago, so they're way into their stint. Talk Freak Racing at the moment are in 2nd position. Tim Klassen's aboard that car. Then BS Competition and Pure Sim Esports. They're on the same strategy, those two. 3rd and 4th. But I'd say they're on the same strategy. Pure Sim did a 1:06 pit stop last time, whereas BS Competition only did a 30-second stop. So no tyres for BS and a full service for Pure Sim. We'll get to that in a moment with David. Let's find out what he thinks of that. DRE Engineering after that. Then Boot Lapal in 6th position. SRC Squadra Corsa Black is the one of only 2 cars to be able to make it to the hour mark, and therefore will do 1 less pit stop than everything else. So they are down in 1 minute 38 seconds off the lead of the race, but will pit 1 less time. So I think they potentially are not going to be able to win this, but they are in the box seat for a good result. Leopard Esports 1 lap down. E-Game Racing also are doing the similar strategy. They are in 9th, Team Vikings in 10th. SRN having all kinds of horrible issues in the pits, potentially out the race. Hell Racers have retired. In the TCR category then, and Team Huskevelt are at the head of the field. Different strategy for them also. although the last pit stop was pretty similar to everybody else, just slightly shorter. They've got a 10-second advantage over HM Engineering TCR, who have basically been at the head of the field throughout the race. Sim RC, Jürgen Franke back aboard that car in third position, but potentially owes us a penalty after contact. We haven't yet found out whether that has been approved or not. Pure Sim Esports in fourth position, SRC Squadra Corsa TCR in fifth, and then sixth position Team Mad. Simsa just behind them in seventh, and behind that is Frozen Full Send Racing and Impulse, all in a relatively close group, that lot. Not quite the train that we saw at the start of the race. Then it's MSI Esports and T3 Esports together. Texensi Fitsney Motorsport are still running, but Kinetic Racing, after a horrible first stint, are not still running, and there are slightly different strategies going on. Mainly Team Hoskebel in a completely different strategy, with 18 laps on this set of tyres over the rest of the field, who have basically only pitted a couple of laps ago. So what were the questions out of that one then? Mainly, what's been going on with Pure Sim Esports, David? A 1 minute pit stop, giving a 30-second advantage to BS Competition, who they were running with earlier on.
Yeah, at first I saw that extra time on the pit stop and I thought maybe they were caught speeding on pit entry. Very easy to do here. You come off the parabolica at high speed, go straight into the pit entry, and you always want to brake as late as you can. Sometimes that means you brake too late, but no sign of that. Looked like they were down to the pit lane speed limit in time. They drive straight into their pit box, fuel goes in, tyres change, fueling is done, the tyre change is done, the car drops down in place and then just sits there for an extra 30 seconds or so with no sign of... I didn't see any sign of damage when the car went in, so I've no idea what was going on in that extra time. Maybe there was a problem with the driver change there, but no confirmation either way, and just a weird extra amount of time, and the things you imagine could lead to a long pit stop, none of them appeared to be present.
Interesting mystery. But yeah, 30 seconds lost, and after a very competitive run of things and a great middle stint with the BS Competition car, they now find themselves alone as the light begins to fall here at Monza. We've got Oscar Rene in our interview box from the number 79 Mercedes. So David, take it away.
Yeah, indeed, from the Inertia, not the Porsche this time, from their Mercedes in the GT3 category, Ascari Rina joins us. Well, you guys certainly seem to find a lot of fuel economy in the Mercedes. Is that going to be key to this race in GT3 for you guys?
Yeah, maybe, but I think we're a bit short on that, so we try, but I don't think it's going to work without a splash, but we'll have to see. It's going to be close.
Nothing ventured, nothing gained, I think, when you're in the category so dominated by the Audi R8. What strengths does the Mercedes have at Monza?
Nothing, really. I don't think we have anything really here, because the Audi is better in the small chicanes, or the slow chicanes rather, and I think maybe we have top speed, 1 or 2 kph more, but that's it, so we don't really have any advantage here.
How's the feeling change on the Mercedes as you go longer on the tyres, as you wear the tyres down? Because again, in the 991 class and in the GT3 class, everyone going a lot longer on the tyres than last round at Silverstone.
Well, yeah, the track is really easy on the tires, and it doesn't really even matter that much that the tires are worn, so it's pretty easy to make longer stints. So, okay, maybe in the start of race we were thinking about just doubling it, but since the weather is so cold, it's triple seems to be the way to go.
Very interesting to hear as we catch a little bit of a replay there, bit of contact, and I'm sure Consti is going to bring us up to speed on that one in a minute. all things the same, would you have picked the Audi R8 at the start of the season, or what was the choice, the original thinking behind the Mercedes?
Well, it pretty much was a vote between 3 drivers, and we pretty much preferred different cars between us. I think I preferred the Ferrari the most, and maybe it was Ilkka who said that he would take the Audi, and maybe it was Jonas who said Mercedes. So basically just try to make compromise and a little bit like roll the dice on the Mercedes, since it's the least less popular car. So maybe the BOP could be better in some races, but so far I think only Sebring we really had a good shot. But I mean, this is better than Silverstone, but still I think we're 10th or 2 down, like overall pace, but we're doing fine.
You think Barcelona or Spa have anything that might help the Mercedes, or you're just praying for a break with the balance of performance, or maybe some changes to the car that make it more competitive?
Yeah, I don't think Barcelona or Spa are good for the Mercedes anyways, because in Barcelona it's the second to last corner, the slow chicane is really hard with the Mercedes, and it depends so much on the BOP, but overall I don't think we are in an advantageous situation in any of the tracks. It depends so much on the BOP.
Well, congratulations at least on keeping a clean stint for the start of the race to give yourselves the best possible chance. Anyone you want to thank?
I would like to thank our sponsors, EuroRC, Mega Auto and Imprimo, and you guys and the whole organization behind this series doing a great job. And anyways, and my team also, everyone has been working really hard with the 3 cars, so we have almost every driver who isn't even driving having some kind of trying to help the classes in some way, so everyone's doing a great job in that front.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, a little bit of insight from Inertia in both of the classes that they're running, and also while that was happening, big moment for MSI.
Yeah, that was the 43 car, so not our leader, but basically got too hot and got squeezed by the car on the outside of him, lost the rear end and spun into the barrier on the inside. Not too much damage done though. I now know that the team Inertia is definitely your favourite, David. We definitely get good interviews from them and good feedback from them. They're also viciously pragmatic or negative, one of the two things, about that Mercedes. What is the benefit of having the Mercedes around the Monza circuit? Nothing. Okay. Alrighty. Happy days.
I think if he had any other answer, he'd lose his Finnish citizenship or something. It's got to be to the point. And yeah. I mean, we get some straight answers out of them sometimes. That's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. But good information anyway, and good to have a little bit of an insight. His Go team with HM Engineering behind, and behind HM Engineering is Inertia. So that is a 3-car battle now for 4th position. And it's interesting how the dynamic will change, because when it's just 2 cars, they do like to work together. Throw a third one into the mix, and you've got a third kind of person in the conversation, which doesn't necessarily always work out. There might be more confusions in terms of car placement, less in terms of slipstreaming, and maybe HM Engineering suddenly will feel a bit more pressure to get on with things. Looks to the inside, and still side by side, not particularly committed overtaking move, that one. It was a little bit half-assed, but now they run side by side. No slipstream for either of them, and Inertia's going, which one shall I follow? Who shall I pick? I'm going to get a massive slipstream from either. And in fact, there's another car, I think, in the mirrors. Yeah, there's an Audi in there too. Gotta go 4 wide across the stripe. And the Audi manages to squeeze his way past all 3 of them. Imprimo moves up 2 positions. Go team then runs side by side with HM Engineering behind. And HM trying to still get past. So Go team losing 2 spots and being lapped by the Audi. That got a little bit tight, a little bit over the top, and a little bit unnecessary when we've got 2 hours and 40 minutes still remaining.
But this is the spice of endurance racing, right? Seeing battles like this one right in the middle of the race. Incredible stuff. Got you on the edge of your seat. That's what we're looking for. And we're going to get a whole lot of that towards the very end.
Right, into the GT4 category class of cars. Here is the replay then. And Inertia obviously going to the inside, which then basically the HM Engineering car starts to move across to allow Inertia to have the space. And there's an Audi there. And there's a GT3 car. And luckily, they were all with their wits very much attached to their heads and got all through without any contact, because it could have been a big old accident too. Good work from all the drivers out there making that one happen. Yes, so GT4 then, leading the class, this Squadra Corsa white machine, and probably getting close to offering us a pit stop. Talk Freak Racing, we haven't spoken too much about. They're in second position, half a minute back, on the same strategy as SRC, but on a different strategy to BF Competition and on a very different strategy to Squadra Corsa Black, who will have that one less pit stop. Let's go to David Barraclough, who is speaking with David.
Yep, second place right now for Talk Freak Racing 481, and David Barraclough joins us. Tell us about the fuel consumption here at Monza, because it's giving us something different in GT4 than previous rounds.
Hey guys, yeah, the fuel consumption here at Monza is definitely slightly different. The cars are all a little bit more thirsty, more time on the straights, more time on the gas, so we're not able to make the usual 1.5 hours that seems to be fairly doable everywhere else without some particularly intense fuel saving. So as you've already picked up, we've decided right from the start of the race it's just not worth it. So we've committed to the shorter stints strategy, but some of our competitors have decided to go for it, and it's going to be really interesting to see how it plays out.
Do you think the difference between 3 and 4 stops is just purely down to the drivers, or is there one of the cars in class that's going to be able to do it better? Because it doesn't seem like it's a determining strategy between Porsche or BMW.
Well, I can't really comment so much on the BMW, but for us, the amount of fuel we had to save, we tried it out before, even with drafting each other in practice, and we just weren't able to do it. So it might be our driving style or our setup or the car, but in the Porsche, at least, for us, it just wasn't worth trying. We've noticed that the two BMW teams who are doing it, they are also dropped back towards us, and we were able to make up quite a bit of time on the second stint. So it's, yeah, like I say, I don't know if it's easier for the BMW, but it might be a little bit, maybe. They are a little bit faster on the straights, especially at the end of the straight, and does mean they can probably lift and coast a little bit more easily. So yeah, not sure.
A lot of the time here at Monza as well, a lot of the time is made bouncing over the curbs in the chicanes and other places. GT4, I think, is less compliant over the curbs than some of the other classes of car. Having driven the Cayman a little bit, I would hesitate to ever call it compliant across curbs. So what do you do about that?
Yeah, there's only so much you can do in the setup. There are a few little things you can do, some adjustments on the dampers, that kind of thing, which might help a little bit. But if you watch us over some of the curbs, you might see the car jumping around quite a bit. Yeah, it's a challenge for sure. There's one area where the BMW might have a slight advantage is over the curbs, but we seem to be a little bit better under braking and mid-corner around a couple of the corners at this track. So it seems to be fairly good balance.
Saw SRN unfortunately sort of end their race on the outlap with cold tyres across the curbs. I guess that is key. Doesn't really seem like any tyre warmers for GT4.
If there are tyre warmers on them, then they're not set to warm the tyres very much. So the track conditions here also are a fair bit colder than what we experienced in practice, and run up to the race. So it's definitely taking an extra lap or two for the tyres to come in compared to what we're used to. But so far, Tim and Antti have dealt with it really well.
And you'll be looking at the pit stop deltas and the time deltas compared to yourself and other cars in Class BS competition are right up behind you now, and they're probably going to need one less pit stop. But with the long pit stop for Pure Sims, is a podium still a possibility on the strategy you guys are running?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, that's the aim. We've got BS coming up behind us right now, so it's going to be interesting to see if they can move past us. But we'd be quite impressed with BS if they were to be able to cut out a whole pit stop, because I think they pitted 10 minutes before the halfway point. But yeah, if they can do it, then kudos to them. But if not, then it's a reasonably fair fight. We're going to have to take a little bit more fuel, but yeah, we'd have the same number of pit stops to the end.
What do you do about maybe BS trying to save fuel behind you guys? Do you just let them get away with that?
I guess you guys are going to just have to watch and see, really.
That's a great ad for our broadcast here on 24-hour Series Esports and VCO platforms as well. I guess they've got to watch and wait and see. Thank you, David Barraclough. Best of luck to you guys. A little battle you got going on. If we don't speak to you after the race, who does TFR need to thank?
So, first of all, thanks to Creventic and Neil for running the series. They do such a fantastic job. And you guys for the broadcast. It's always a pleasure watching and listening to you guys during the race. Finally, I'd like to thank our sponsors. So we've got Infinity Decals, TeamSpeak, and TFR Lab as well on the car for this one. So yeah, big thanks to them.
There we go. Great little battle on their hands for Torque Freak Racing right now as BS competition range up behind them, and there's a question about the fuel numbers for both cars.
The BMW obviously having a bit of an advantage here at Monza, using its straight line prowess to get close to the TFR car, but the TFR car has been doing a good job holding them off and just staying there, staying steady. But I'm not sure Niels Koch would want to get past, because fuel saving, as we mentioned, is going to be such a critical factor. Should be interesting to see how he pans out, when or if any time that he actually loses patience and says, right, now I want to go for it, that's enough fuel saving done, let me get my position in for myself.
We saw fuel saving from his teammate in the last stint when he was sitting behind the Pure Sim Esports car. I guess we have to look at the gap as well. At the moment, 40 seconds the gap between BS and Pure Sim. So definitely the faster of the cars right now, the BMW, and Matthew Turnbull doesn't seem to have the pace of his teammate that we saw in that last stint. We look at YMCA, ride the curbs, too much, and round he goes, from third position as well. Keeps it out the barriers, so crucially no damage done, but time lost. And is he going to be passed? He probably was passed by Inertia, having passed Inertia recently, actually, because it was Ori's leading Inertia when we checked on the order about half an hour ago, and YMCA got past. But yeah, we've seen lots of fuel saving from BMW Motorsport in this car in the past, and I think it's probably going to happen again. Some of you were browsing the chat earlier on. Lots of information came from there as well.
Yeah, exactly. Sven Ole Haase from the Biela Racing Team 1 car. He just came in and weighed down on the discussion that we had with the Inertia team about Mercedes not having an edge. And he just resonated the same point. He just had to say the same point that I was thinking about early on. He said that the Mercedes was always the favourite here because of its top speed advantage, which was obviously expected to be the case. The Mercedes a lot more smoother into the corners and having a big V8 that gives it a bigger grunt. But it just was better in this race, let's just put it that way. But it's not really working out for them. And the reason why, according to Sven, is that the new aero was the major factor. He said, but with the new aero, it's never mind anymore. So that's the reason why the Mercedes is not just as competitive. And even with the Audi having a reduced ballast, right? I think in Silverstone we had 18 kilograms worth of ballast for the Audi. Here we only have 8 kilograms. The Mercedes is still very much at the back foot. I thought that they'd be much better. I thought Ron and Simsport could be getting out there and challenging for the top 3, much like they did in Sebring, but just seems like the machine isn't quite suitable enough for some reason. And the Audi, of course, having better balance, which is what Sven said, but the inertia car does a bit of rallycross at Monza. Ooh, misses the chicane completely.
Probably we get a slowdown for that, so we'll have to back out of it. Let's see what happened. We did get a little tap actually from the tiniest of taps from the Torque Freak car, but just putting him a little bit sideways, and the recovery meant grass tracking, and then probably has to back out of that so he doesn't get a penalty. The BS car in the slipstream will have to be a little bit careful. And yes, he has now backed out of it and got back up to speed again. But I think just the tiniest kiss going into Ascari. As he came back onto the racing line, just caught the GT4 car by surprise.
Yeah, exactly. A bit of a confusing moment, that one, because the TFR car, they just put their nose slightly in there and nothing more that the Euro RC car could do. But eventually they do end up losing just a little bit of time, and in the long run could be a bit critical, because although right now they may be some 23 odd seconds behind the Oris Racing team, they still are, and if it stays this way, they still will end up being your championship leaders heading into the next round.
Yep, it's another one to think about, with 2 rounds still remaining. The 6 hours of Barcelona on the 21st of March, 12 hours of Spa on the 17th of April will be the culmination of the championship, so a full 12-hour race. Hopefully we'll get another commentator in, so it's not just us 3 for 12 hours. That could be tiring.
Pity our listeners on that one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Pity our backsides.
The race actually starts the same time as all these other races, so it'll go on until deep into the night. Remember,
double points for the double length race at the end as well. So
is it?
You might, yeah. That, of course, love it or loathe it, mathematically keeps a lot of people in the hunt and puts a lot of emphasis on getting maybe just a points finish out of that final race as well.
Okay, so yeah, almost. Basically, we've got 3 rounds left of the championship, although one of the rounds is the same race, if you like. Leaders in the pits, Biela Racing with 2 hours and 30 minutes remaining. Well, it says he's on the pits on the graphic on the left, but yeah, now my computer catches up. So I still can't work out how this is going to work out for them. I think they will still owe us 3 pit stops after this particular stop. Not quite sure what the advantage was of getting themselves off sequence. The other team has already made the pit stop 8 laps ago, so Euronics 2 sits 6th position, but that is with that extra stop. Although nobody else, we think, in the GT3 car class can do it on 5, so everybody's going to have to do 6 stops. It's just that Biela Racing are on a different rhythm to everybody else, if you like. And back out onto the track. Now, of course, the other thing to watch out for is whether they do tyres or not, and that didn't look like a tyre stop. So double stinting would make sense. Triple stinting, that's what they were doing before. It's just what they do on that last stint with the tyres, or will they do 2 doubles, if you like? Question mark over that last stint. Do they want to push? Because right now the pace is pretty hot. They're doing 47s all across the board. When they were doing that 3rd stint, they were in the 48s, and so it was 1 second slower every single lap. It could be interesting to see how it changes things.
Panola Hase once again coming up in the chat and mentioning that we're on the same strategy than everybody else, only off cycle. That's the case with Biela, exactly. So he's just come out there and clarified that. But we are seeing this, let's say, rather fun battle between HM Engineering and the Inertia Sim Racing Imprimo FI car. Inertia, we had a chat with them early on. They said they're tagging along to the Inertia Euro RC car. That's the one who generally decides the strategy. And even by tagging along, they're doing a very decent job. Very good thing to be in P number 4. And battered and bruised as they are, HM Engineering still haven't lost their hope. They may be losing big time every single lap, But they're still there, they're still hanging on to the top 5 position, which I think would be quite a decent one considering all that's happened and considering that they started in P1.
Just going back to the Biela strategy, yes, they're on the same strategy, but it's as you say, it is different to everybody else. The point is, what does that mean? By being on a different cycle, how does that change things? How does it allow them to use the tyres differently? Can they push harder on the fuel? You know, they are not mimicking exactly what everybody else has done, and therefore there must be a benefit from it. This inertia car is ragged as all over the place on this lap. Rear end stepping out. So he's actually pushing quite hard to stay ahead of HM Engineering. They're 7 seconds behind YMCA Esports, even with YMCA doing having that error a few laps ago. And they have a good pace actually, YMCA. Now why is that? Inertia 902 on the second stint on their tyres, whereas YMCA on the first stint of theirs, as we see a change for position. Leo Racing just tumbling down the order with that broken rear wing, and being passed by both Team 77 and EFP Car Collection. Ariel Bernardi is going to be so frustrated knowing that his teammate was at the head of this field, and now the number 12 reads on his windscreen, or will do at the end of this lap. Pure Sim Esports TCR in the pits, out of a potential podium. That is a disaster, Somil. Do we know more?
I'm afraid I don't, but we shall get more information as things come
Damage
on.
on the front left there.
Damage on the front left, exactly, yeah, that is huge damage.
Well, you wrote in the chat a few moments ago that he's got steering problems.
The 116, that is. Slight confusion. Lost my mind for a second. My apologies, folks. This thing's happened far too often. Yes, Pure Sims, that is. I got slightly confused between Pure Sims and the Full Send Racing car. Pure Sims have had their wheelbase turn off, and the car crashed. And they're done for the day, which is
so
really
that is
unfortunate. Which is a shame, really, because Ross McFarlane was doing such a brilliant job of keeping the car up in the top part, and then, as you see, nothing you could do. The wheelbase just turns off completely, and that car is just spinning around out of control. Nothing that the Pure Sims team can do. That is day done.
And they were running very competitively as well, so a real disappointment for Pure Sim. So many of the TCR cars within contention of taking victory at the moment. Husqvarna have a 15-second lead, but then there's 10 seconds here, 10 seconds there, and a real disappointment for them. Here's Boot Lepal, who's slowly but surely are moving their way up. Not sure if Rene Boutler is watching today. If he is, welcome to the other side. Obviously, Rene very well known for his association with another platform. But Boot Lepal, part of this championship, and at the moment lying in 5th position, doing a good job. DRE but just behind. And with that lappery, giving themselves just a little bit of breathing space. They sit as the third of the Porsches, but slowly but surely finding themselves in a nice position.
Yeah, they're getting there. They're getting there in GT4s. It's been a bit far spread out in terms of their battles, but let's just see. Let's hope we get something more concrete and something better towards the end. But where we are finding something interesting is with Biela Racing Team Euronics. We had that chat early on, remember, where we were asking about what's the benefit of being slightly off strategy, right? What advantage are Biela getting with that? So I know Lahasa, being very transparent and being very clean in terms of everything, he's just come up and said, off-cycle strats just was necessary to break the toe to anybody, because we thought that we had the edge pace-wise, but we couldn't run away. And I think that's a very fair point, In the GT3's toe is necessary, especially at Monza. And we saw that they weren't quite able to break away. We saw Biela there or thereabout pretty much, but never quite able to get the edge. And I remember one situation with Biela, I think MSI were 1.4 seconds ahead. And in a flash, that gap just disappeared. So I think they might have a tangible and really workable strategy in hand right here, with breaking the toe, with breaking the pit stop strategies, just so that they can avoid anyone else getting the toe from them. I think it makes sense. But I'm not sure about how it works in terms of fuel towards the end.
Exactly. When we were talking about it early doors with the slipstream, we were thinking that the slipstream was basically helping them get to that hour mark, save enough fuel so that they could only do 5 stops. As soon as it became clear that they were abandoning that thought process and strategy and they were going for a 6-stop race, then you don't need the slipstream anymore to save fuel, and you don't want necessarily to be towing somebody, and so very interesting that they abandoned that idea of being in a slipstreaming pack and were happier to run alone as we run on board with Marla Racing here.
I mean, they're obviously very confident about the fact that they can just fuel save enough with lifting and coasting, and they don't need to be in that sort of pack. But again, when you're lifting coast, you need to be in the draft train, right, to help you with the streamline there. I'm slightly confused in that department, but they seem to be confident. Sven is really confident with what he says, so I'm sure that there's some substance to the words that he's speaking, so we can maybe get to see that towards the end of the race. But they're backing it, and that's the one thing you can do, right? Once you've made a call, you just back it all the way through. Just see through towards the end. No need to shift around left, right and centre.
Graphics should have been read by myself, because we were obviously not riding on board with Marla. We were riding on board with Maniti, and we were following EFP Car Collection. We had Leo in tow behind. The number 12 has now come into the pits. Don't know whether that's on schedule, because we have had a couple of pit stops from some of our cars, but there is the Leo car. I wonder whether Squadron Corsa White, by the way, also in the background pitting and changing driver. So that's our leader in the GT4 category with 2 hours and 19 minutes remaining. So we're still looking at both of these cars needing to do a splash and dash at the end. Squadron Corsa will be able to do another 90 minutes from here, so that will give them then a 40-minute final stint, a half a tank. The Torque Freak car comes in just behind, and so is on a similar strategy. Of course, for the Leo Racing 12 that was in front, they can only do 55 minutes, so they've still got 2 pit stops and then a short half stint to go as well.
I'm actually feeling very sad for Leo Racing team number 12. It's just a case of what could have been, because Leo Racing team, you look at where they are in the championship standings, and they currently are standing in P number 2, 16 points in Imola, 30 in Sebring, 20 in Silverstone. It just seems to be progressing well for them, as we see a move being avoided on Maniti, decided to fuel save right here. It's just sad, right? Had they not had that damage and had they not had that crash with the angular rear wing, they really could have gone on there, at least got a top 3 finish right here. Now it seems very unlikely. Then yes, of course, we're going to have double points towards the very end, so they still will technically be in contention, as you see the GT3 Cup cars really sliding around out there with a lack of grip. But I wish Leo hadn't had that crash. It would have been so much more interesting and intense. But we still have a big battle. We still are going to see Biela and MSI and potentially even Williams chipping into that lead. So should be a fun final stint to the end to see how it goes out. But had it been Leo, I don't know. It just would have been a lot more intense in terms of the championship fight.
Well, let's see how things play out. We are still, as we said earlier, effectively 3 rounds away from the end of the championship. All is not lost in any of our categories. Obviously, losing a big chunk of points is a shame today, but many a thing can still happen, and we still have cars that have picked up 0 points. Remember, the winner of the first round of the championship, MSI Esports, the lead right now, they haven't picked up any points since Imola.
Exactly.
But if they pick up the 50 points today, they will find themselves very much back in the mix. Okay, perhaps not as in touch with Biela if they still have a good result today in the 45 car. But all is not lost at all.
No, you're right. You're right. It could be really helping them out as we see Marla Racing Team box once again as well. Marla, they had that spin early on, didn't they? I think this is the second race in a row when Marla have had a spin.
Leo 12's been there a long time, hasn't it?
Yeah, I was about to say that car. I don't know why it blinked. It blinked as though they were replacing the driver, but as you say, it's been sitting there a long time. So there's either a mix-up on driver who's going out next, or they are retiring that car. I think I would be retiring it if I was them. A very frustrating run to have such a bust machine.
I mean, if you're not doing much on a Sunday evening, and if you want your championship standings and your stats to be just slightly more padded up, you might as well drive for the next 2 hours, because they're gonna get the points at the finish any which ways, and they're not going to finish last, at least. So, I mean, only if you want to. FMS's reward seems a bit seems a bit diminishing as the race goes on, but again,
but as you say, we've got 15 cars in the category still running, so they would get a single point if they finished.
No, that's because Glacier. Oh yeah, they would get a single. Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
they would get a single point. Yeah, so maybe it is just worth running enough laps to be able to complete. So how many laps do they need to get points to be classed as a finisher?
I think it's 70%, isn't it?
Well,
that's
that would
the
be my
drive
guess.
time.
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah.
Let's have a look. Talk amongst yourselves whilst I read the regulations.
Oh, I was already reading the regulations.
Have you found it yet?
Not quite.
No.
I haven't. But again, Maniti are trying to put the pressure on. This should be fun. So this is Maniti Racing Red, isn't it? Yeah, Maniti Racing Red with Williams Esports Shield Blast right there too. Should be a fun battle. Williams, man, initially had they not been involved in all that traffic, who knows where they could have been, but right now it's Maniti Red who's still up there, and I think, no, that's Maniti Purple, I beg your pardon. They are the ones, and Maniti Red have in fact pitted as we just speak.
So I can confirm. Oh no, hang on a second. I was reading the regulations on the site, and your regulations are different to mine. David, who's just written a minimum of 60% of the laps of the class leader will be classified, whereas I've got to be classified. A car must compete a minimum of 70% distance of their respective leading class car.
So
is it 60 or 70?
Is it
why
so,
don't we
Niels?
ban it and say 65?
I'm sure Niels is listening. Please come into our chat, Niels, and tell us what on earth is going on. I might even send him a message.
My version says last updated 28th of December 2020. That's within this season. That sounds current to me.
Yeah, but I didn't even open the regulations. I just read it on the webpage. So maybe the webpage has not been updated.
So they can just cut it down between the season? Dominic Stabe sends it down the inside on the Maniti Racing car. Good move there by Williams. Really aggressive driving this one. Dominic, we saw him, I think, behind the wheel of the Williams car. What, Sebring the last time out, I remember? He's not been in there as much as we think that he has been, but he's back again, and he's got momentum on his side, passing the Maniti Racing purple car, who I think only recently had their stop. So, yeah, Williams getting their momentum back in. So, purple are due to make a pit stop yet.
Interesting, isn't it, that we've seen a different lineup in that Williams car each race, but Arthur Leoc generally has a mainstay.
Exactly.
And yet today, not part of the squad.
Yeah, Arthur Leoc, I think he did enough in Sebring, didn't he? Arthur Leoc was just driving forever there.
But I wonder how they decide whether they're just kind of whether they are, because Dominic Stave was kind of team managing the car a couple of races ago. I think it was Imola and he was chatting to us, but he never actually drove the car. Luke Christensen, I think, drove the car on that particular occasion. So they're still around. And obviously Arthur Leo, I think you said, was on the chat earlier on. So he's still around. Why are they either not doing 3 drivers, or how do they decide which drivers they're going to use for each race?
Confirmation.
It's a great question for them, isn't it?
It's a great question for them, but nobody else has any. Maybe the chat.
Maybe they
chat will come
flip a coin.
Yeah, someone can keep an eye on the chat and see if any of the Williams guys pop up.
But some confirmation coming in. It actually is 60%. David Baker coming in the chat and confirming this for us.
What, 60% of 6 hours?
60% of the laps completed by the leading team, the team that wins in the end.
What's 60% of 6 hours?
No, I mean that depends.
It's a question.
If
216 minutes, which is just short of 4 hours.
3 hours and 6, says you.
It's about 3.5 hours.
Okay, so that means that Leo Racing can retire now and still score points.
Yeah, and the classification is irrelevant of whether they took the checkered flag at the end or not. So long as they drove.
Yeah.
Do you feel like they drove 3.6 hours and then parked it?
I think they might have done.
Very much so.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what they've done. They know the regulations better than us, and they have, they're taking that 1 point for 15th.
It's a bit like old people when they come up and say, right, now I can retire in peace. They check their wristwatch. Okay, that's done. Now I can retire in peace, and they're done for today.
Thing is, they just don't want to be. They just don't want to be plodding around so slow off the pace. It just must be so frustrating. Neil Henkins has messaged to confirm 60%. So, Neil, you need to update your website because it says 70.
Are you sure you're not reading the virtual 24-hour series?
No, I'm not reading the virtual 24-hour
clicked
series.
And I found 60%, so you must have clicked wrong. With a... sometimes you click and it's just wrong.
I clicked 24H Series Esports, regulations, and it gives you the points, and it gives you driver time, and it gives you conditions for classification, and it says 70% minimum 2 drivers. So,
I mean, is it something... What? England and Australia have a different thing altogether? No, David, you're living in France, aren't you? So
at least we know the actual regulations.
High side from the
right accent. You know, if you click with the wrong accent,
it takes you to a whole new world.
So let's see what my PC has to say. I haven't quite checked it yet on mine.
On board with Mercedes, 6th position, 3.2 seconds back over the Beely Euronics 2 car, which has done an extra stop, of course. This is the car that is trying desperately to hit the hour mark.
So I see, Ben. There's actually...
Yeah, right?
No, it's... yes, but... okay, no, time for me to enact my most favourite meme of all time. Well, yes, but no. Because one page says 70%, but the detailed one, the one with the detailed regulations, that one says 60.
Exactly.
But the bigger, I mean, the most of the regulations pertaining to the series are in depth in the regulations.neo-insurance.com page, and there it says 60. So that makes sense. It's a split, but it's actually 60%. That's the end story. And they looked at the watch. They said 60% done. Now we can go. Let's just have some good dinner. Let's just have some beer and make just feel like this race never even happened, right?
We are coming up to 2 hours left of this race. We're starting to get it fading. The lights on the cars becoming more and more accented. And this is a very tight little battle now for 3rd position. Why does it say 3rd in their light pods? That's odd. Something fishy going on. Is my timing screen frozen? Ah, my timing screen's frozen and has been for 10 minutes. Brilliant. So this is the battle for third because MSI Esports have pitted and dropped behind the two Beeler cars and placed himself right in front of the Inertia car. That is what we're seeing right here. The Inertia car still owes us a stop, so will drop further down. And it does still look as though Beeler very much in control of this race. In the way that they have 4 stops. MSI Esports also have 4 stops. MSI Esports blew only 4 seconds back from Beeler Team Euronics 2, so still have the possibility of grabbing P2, but they will have to start pushing.
Confirmation. We misread it, Ben. It's actually 70%
didn't.
drive time, 60% classification, so yeah.
No, we didn't. Yes, exactly, David. Thank you very much for being the adult of the equation. Shut up.
It's
basically.
rare. It's rare that happens, man. I gotta bask in this one.
That should be our producer. That should be Hugo just telling us, like, talk about something different. Shut up. Yeah, that's
Liveries.
The,
Well, we can talk about liveries. There are some beautiful liveries, and I think MSI's livery, it's just consistent, classic, but constantly underrated. I don't know why we don't talk about MSI's livery enough. Seriously, that's a gorgeous looking car. And you can put it on whatever car you like, be it an Audi, a Porsche, whatever it may be, but they've just nailed it, haven't they?
it's it's one of those liveries that is not trying too hard.
Yeah.
So many of the liveries, especially in sim racing, have too much going on, and I love a simple livery, and that, as you're completely correct, is very well done. Very well done indeed.
I miss the Michelin Man MSI livery though.
Oh yeah.
I love Bibendum. The guy's older than my nan, and he's still got it. Still looking fresh
ripped.
tires.
He's thick.
Yeah.
Wait, is he thick or not? Would he classify him?
I wonder if he's free on Valentine's Day.
Aww.
No, because he scares the living. When I was a kid, I used to be so scared of Bendham, and I suppose now, age 35, I'm not as scared of him. But having him knocking around various paddocks of the world and creeping up on you is not the nicest thing in the world.
He is everywhere.
He also has a weird sound. If you've ever met Bibendum, he hisses.
Are you kidding me?
Basically, because he needs to be kept inflated, and so he has a little generator to keep him inflated. Fact of the day.
Oh my goodness me.
Good. This is really good news, by the way, for Inertia, who, if they wanted to save fuel, have the perfect way of doing it right now. Sitting in the slipstream of MSI, they haven't been able to do this the whole stint, but now they can just sit there and cruise and potentially save, lift and coast anywhere and everywhere they can, and still have a decent lap time in the book. They still owe us a pit stop. We're getting close to that hour mark. Again, we keep talking about it, but it's crucial to see whether they can make it. And then they will jump up at the last second. If they hit 33, they're good. What do you mean by that, David?
Well, the stint length in laps, the first two stints out of this Inertia car were 32 laps. The last stint, they managed 33. They're on 31 right now, so they're definitely looking at least one more lap after this. Don't expect them to pit this time, but it's whether they pit the lap after that could be very determinant, because when they pitted last time around, there was 98 laps to go. So if they hit 33 and then 33 and then 32, they're good to get to the end. If they only hit 32, then they were going to come up 2 laps short. Look at how massive the lift and coast is here, though. They're definitely aiming for 33 on this stint.
Exactly.
Then they've got to do 33 again, and then 32 to get to the end from there, if the provisional numbers I'm seeing are correct. But certainly it's possible, because we have seen Inertia get 33 laps out of a stint. That's what they need to keep doing. and they're definitely going to be able to dodge a splash and dash.
That is the kind of expertry that we've been looking for. Information that allow us to understand, and there's the graphics to also show it as well. So aiming for 33, although I can't actually see. Oh, there we go. Inertia, 4th position, 32 laps. And you can see also how staggered the two Biela cars are as well. Halfway through their stint. Now, tyres-wise, everyone should be basically keeping the tyres on, shouldn't they? Especially with the temperature going down.
Yeah. So, I think we expect them to change just around the hour mark, don't we? Most of the guys that have made their stops, be it Biela, be it MSI, whoever it may be, everyone's just gone for fuel only, so they're backing the triple stint right here, and they're confident about that. As we see Team 77 make a move. They've moved to a position.
Yep, saw that on the graphics. Named as their old team, Racecraft there, up to 8th position ahead of EFP Car Collection, because Car Collection has just come out of the pits. And we've got HM Engineering and Go Team in the pits for the 991 class. Now remember, they're a little bit closer to being able to do it in terms of fuel. And I think... Oh, he's missed it by a lap. He's missed it by a lap and comes into the pits now. So the trick potentially is not going to work out for them. We still obviously have 2 hours to go.
I'm seeing changed numbers on the projected number of laps. I'm currently seeing 61 remaining, which would see 2:32 lap stints be adequate there. And you can tell 2 hours 30 seconds remaining. It's definitely going to be past 2 hours remaining when they get out of the lane on this one. So maybe not quite as dire a situation as I made it sound, or the numbers looked about an hour ago.
Yeah, it's going to be tight though. They are going to be clutching their bum cheeks for the rest of this race as Go Team exit the pits and HM Engineering should follow. There they are. But again, the trick is being played both by Inertia in GT3 and also in the 991 class. Both of their Porsches are still yet to pit. No, I lie. 900 has just pitted, so it's just the 902 car that is able to make the numbers. Ori's Racing is making the numbers as well. The leader, 15 seconds to the good, and doesn't have to do another pit stop. So they are in the box seat. They've that first stint from Carlos, absolutely spellbinding to give them a huge advantage. And basically from there on in, they haven't had to focus on raw pace at all. All they've needed to do is make sure they got to the hour. A reminder of Ori's Racing results so far this season, as I bring the page up. They've been in the mix, but have had difficulties, especially in the first race in Monza, picking up just a couple of points, winning in Sebring, and then, 4th or 5th in class at Silverstone. So a bit of a topsy-turvy one, but this is an absolute domination. And knowing that Burst Esports will pick up no points for retiring out the race, Inertia leading the championship, the 902, has a bit of an advantage. At least Ori's would cut that advantage a little bit. It'll still be, if it stays as it is, the 902 Inertia Sim Racing Euro RC who would lead the championship. But I'm really impressed by this drive from Ori's Racing at the moment. Still a third of the race to go. In terms of our dominating drivers in the other classes, SRC Squadra Corsa White have dominated in the GT4 class throughout the season. They are leading by 42 seconds now, so they have the pace, but they don't necessarily have the strategy over their teammates, Squadra Corsa Black. But I don't think they can actually run to the pace of White. So it'll be interesting to see how all that plays out. And then you've got the Torque Freak guys also in there as well. For SimRC, they are second now behind HM Engineering TCR in the TCR category. Team Husqvarna, on a different strategy, have just pitted, actually 8 laps ago. So they are one stop longer into the race. David, was there anything on the contact that these guys had with, was it Leo that they had contact with? I can't remember, but we thought they might have a penalty hanging over them.
176. No, I don't see much of anything.
Okay.
About it. Yeah.
Okay, so that's good for them then. I'm sure it was the contact at Ascari with Leo, but I may be wrong. Certainly there was contact at some point, but either it's obviously escaped the race control views, and we now have Inertia, EuroRC, Porsche into pit lane, so they are well into the hour. That's great fuel saving, as they did at Silverstone. They really are, that lot, incredibly good at fuel saving, even with the front end of that car, which obviously is not quite as it should be. It certainly has had some contact. Bit of a lights flashing for World of Sim Racing to get out the way. Hero 2.
I mean, you talk about the fuel saving that they're doing in both classes, but I think it's the tyre saving that they're doing in this class that is of utmost importance. I mean, to hit the fuel number and also do some crazy stints in a car that had been prone to chewing up the tyres.
Yeah, very good point actually, that nobody else is going doubles on the tyres in the way that they are, but they are able to do it and able to hold on to what must be a pretty uncomfortable car at times. So now we are kind of all settled down. We will be owed pit stops pretty soon, I would have thought, by some of our TCR mainly is the people that owe us pit stops. There's a couple of cars in the GT category that will be looking to try and get to that 90 minutes.
We had BS pit about 7 minutes ago from second in the GT4 category here, and they have jumped Torque Freak Racing by a little bit, and I think even the one stop remaining for these two cars is going to be shorter for BS competition. Remember, David Barraclough from Torque Freak told us that BS were closing up behind them, and he was also worried that they were going to have more fuel on board at that point and need to take a shorter stop to get to the end. So they've taken some of that advantage, opened some of those windows on the advent calendar and eaten the sweeties to jump and just not give Torque Freak Racing any slipstream.
But that last pit stop is going to be interesting, because there won't be a full stint left for the majority of the cars, and therefore there will be a choice to make as well to whether they keep the tyres on or can the tyres last that remaining half a stint. So it will be very, very interesting to see what kind of choices they have.
Yeah, I mean, for the typical main stops out of GT4, it takes longer to do the fuel than it takes to change the tyres, so you change the tyres every time. You know, it's in racing parlance, you know, you get the free tyre change when you're doing the fuel. But once we get down to these maybe shorter 10-second fuel stops or something, then they're not going to have time to change all the tyres for free. They're probably going to leave them on, and that's when we're going to end up seeing the longest tyre runs out of GT4 and potentially TCR than we've had all race long. So it's less of a problem in TCR because they are very, very happy to change only front tyres and halve the tyre time on TCR, just because the fronts get worked a lot harder than the rears, whereas on GT4 obviously is a little more equal on the tyre wear on all four corners.
Yeah, makes perfect sense. So that will be an interesting question mark over on that last stint. When we get to that last pit stop, which would be in around an hour's time, depending on the cars, when the last time the cars went into pit. So Squadra Corsa, for instance, they're 13 laps into their stint. Squadra Corsa White, that is, as are Torque Freak. BS and Pure Sim only 4 or 6 into their stint. So very different strategies. All will be revealed at the end of the race. We're watching Ronan Simsport, which haven't really seen too much of, getting ahead of Leo, who has lost 2 positions on this lap. EFP car collection now ahead of Ronan. Is that correct? As they come across the stripe? So Ronan goes up to 10th. EFP behind, Leo ahead. Okay, so the graphic was correct. The numbers in the windscreens only updating after each lap. Ronan were usually the strongest Mercedes of our Mercedes, but it's just not really worked out for them today, has it, Sunil?
No, it's just not worked out for Ronan, and a lot of it is down to just the car as well. Coming back to the same old debate about the Mercedes theoretically being stronger, but BOP coming in and just the nature of the car just not helping out towards the very end, and all the Mercedes cars just far from competitive, and they're finding themselves in P number 10. And I don't, again, it's Inertia Sim Racing Mega Auto who are the top Mercedes team right here today, but that's just because they've been really able to experiment a lot in terms of their strategy and just got out one lap in general. So even with fuel saving, Inertia do seem to have better pace. They've stayed out of incidents much better, and Ronan just dragging along, unable to generate any kind of great momentum. So it's been Groundhog Day of sorts for Ronan today.
Let's not forget, Ronan sit third in our championship and took a victory at Sebring. So really, you would hope and expect them to be a little bit higher up. There is the racing, rather garish racing suit of John Vining for Ronan, very much in contrast to the rather bland brown livery that he has on the outside of the car. And as you can see, he's dropped down from 8th position at the start down to 10th position now. Hasn't been a clean race. I think I remember them having a penalty earlier on.
Yeah.
So, but you would still expect them to be able to get in the top 5. I suppose the other thing we haven't had is one of our top contenders retiring. Like, in Imola we lost. Well, actually, Imola we had contact, didn't we? The Biela cars didn't really show in Imola. In Sebring we lost MSI and didn't have anything from them, and Williams, and Silverstone was the same. So that allowed the people to move up the order by virtue of other cars missing. Whereas today we haven't really lost any of our leading contenders.
That's true. But also a torrid about first half hour of the race for Ronan. Technical problems lost them a lap. They had the 2 penalties. So to actually see them, they were far away from battling anyone for position. A couple hours ago. So now that they're picked off one car, they're looking for another through the traffic here. That's going to compromise the car in front. So it's actually been a really, really strong drive the last couple of hours. It's just that the first 30 minutes were very, very forgettable for Ronan.
And they're not far away, actually, from 7th position. Team 77 sitting in 7th. They're only 1.2 seconds ahead of Inertia. There's a 10-second gap from Inertia to Ronan, but ultimately they're not that far away. And I think now it does seem as though John Vining is pushing on to try and close that gap. So we'll keep an eye, knowing also that Inertia are trying to hit fuel numbers, whereas perhaps these guys are not. Perhaps, the pace is better. 47.7 last time for Ronan Simsport. One of the fastest cars on that last lap, basically. The only other one that's faster is our leader. So into the pits we've got, I just saw somebody registering as into pits, but it's disappeared off my screen. Just having a look for any other battles that we're not seeing at the moment, and it's all kind of pretty quiet at the heads of each of the fields. Talk Freak just 2.8 seconds off BS competition. Robert Hager back in the BS competition, BMW. Biela, Euronics 2 now into the pits. So that's consistent with 2 more stops from them. This is not their last stop. So actually, that's a good point. The Biela cars owe us 2 more stops. And some of the others owe us only 1. Pure Sim. What's Pure Sim parked up like that for? Somebody's...
Oh yeah, Pure Sim's had that crash, didn't they?
Well, I know, but why are they parked up like that in the pits?
I was just looking at that myself because I think they went out for one lap to test the car or something. They brought it back in, rammed it into the pit wall. It went up on the jacks, and I think they popped the motor. So their retirement has become a very, very retired retirement for Pure Sims, regrettably.
Up onto the jacks for the Beeler car, so it's a change of tyres. Didn't seem like it was that long. Okay, well, it's one way. That's a classic parking, isn't it? It always park at a jaunty angle. Back to this car then. Tyres, but not all the tyres. I think that was probably a 2-tyre stop. Did go up on the jacks. Actually, the pit time is registered at 55 seconds, so that would be consistent with a 2-tyre stop, and that would therefore be their plan to the end of the race, to take these tyres to the end, and the ones that are less worn, which I'm not quite sure which ones would be, maybe the right side tyres? Would it just take lefts? That would potentially make sense. And those left, the ones that have been left on will definitely do 4 stints by the end, so could be quite an unbalanced car for James Saunders by the end of the race.
Beeler do this, and we're yet to actually get any solid information out of them as to which tyres they change. I've heard sometimes they like to change just the outside front, whichever is the front tyre that gets the most, and then when they do 2, it's probably the 2 left sides here at Monza.
Yeah.
But you could also make a case sometimes for changing the 2 rear tyres in circuits where the traction is super important.
Yeah, absolutely.
For all the great information Sven Haase feeds us, that's not one of them.
Yeah, he's keeping that one to himself, that's for sure. Of course, this is the we're talking about the Euronics 2 car here, which has now dropped down to 8th position and comes across the line now. Will it still be in 8th? Yeah, it's 8.8 seconds ahead of the Leo 21 car. And we were talking about Ronan Simsport being on a bit of a mission. They've just come into the pits. The reason they were on a mission was because they're at the end of their fuel. And just coming into the pits, Philippe Petrescu is now taken over, and they are plumb last, 14th of the runners in the GT3 category. So it's just an appalling day for them. And I'm sure they'll be lobbying the Neo Endurance series to give them a bit more of a break for the next round in Barcelona, to give them a bit more of a fighting chance in this Mercedes, because it definitely is not the car it should be, considering the straight line speed advantage that it should have.
I mean, it's just, I mean, I don't like to use that word, but the Audi is just a little bit OP, overpowered, that's what the word would be in that case. The Mercedes hasn't got anything, and Ronin, they're a top team, right? They won't be making mistakes so often, they won't be doing things so wrong in terms of setup, so I can't quite imagine them being that far off, just purely on pace. So.
Ronin are winners and podium finishers across multiple seasons of this championship, going back years. So, if you got to rate Ronin, they're not a Williams Esports or an MSI or a Beeler, but they are very competent.
Yeah, and today, unfortunately, just the team coming up and mentioning that they had a disconnect. Remember early on, where their driver, one of their drivers, actually had their internet shutting off, so the other one just had to jump on in desperately and try to get into the car, and that's when they lost around a minute worth of time.
Had to do the same thing in Monza, for the Creventic race. That's the first round that they did during lockdown, and I spent the whole stint with no sound, no force feedback, and therefore no spotter, which was just absolutely appalling. So I wasn't ready, hadn't set anything up, and they just went, "You got to get in now." Oh, okay. I, needless to say, crashed about 4 times. Made a right nuisance of myself, but yeah, that was a good event, and actually it was great to have the real world teams from Creventic getting involved. The FP Car Collection, a real world team, and it's good to see that they are still involved in this sim focused championship. with this is really not for gentleman drivers popping in. This is for the real world drivers.
Yeah.
This is for the sim racing drivers and the very best in sim racing, as the Neo Endurance Series has been for the last couple of years, and highly, highly respected. It's not for the Creventic gentleman driver, but it was great to have those races, and I'm sure they will continue. I'm not sure if there's any full confirmation of the virtual 24-hour continuing, but the last one at Sebring was November last year, and yeah, that was a good one.
I did all 12 hours of that one.
On your own?
All 12.
Not that the last 6 hours were great. No, I was on the commentary box here with
I see.
for that one, for all 12 hours. Plenty of other people cycling in and out and through. I don't know if I made a whole lot of sense in the last 6 hours of the race, but I was present.
Yeah, I should have driven in that one actually, but I didn't get the invite because I crashed too many times before.
No, but weren't you driving? I think you were. I think the RSL car was there.
Yeah, it was, yeah. But I didn't get invited to it.
Oh, the fuck.
Yeah. It was in GT4 class in a Cayman. Not sure it went very far. With Nick Damon and Joe Bradley as part of the commentary team for RSL, and also iRacing fanboys or fun boys. They're not particularly good, but nice to be part of a team.
The important lesson all our viewers can take away is if you're racing and you see Ben Constanduris on your relative, give him a very, very wide berth as you're lapping him.
Yes, this is true. Plenty of penalty points in my Skippies Championship on a Thursday night at the moment. But 1 hour and 40 minutes to go still. I'm just having a look at the real world calendar for the 24H series for 2021. Of course, everything is still up in the air a little bit, knowing that COVID could upset lots of things. They've already, of course, had their 24 hours in Dubai, which was just about a month ago now, actually. The next 12-hour race will be in Mugello at the end of March. Did I not tell you that they chose the best tracks in the world to go racing at? So actually, that's the week after we go racing for the virtual, isn't it? So we did the 21st, and then Mugello for the 27th of March. Round 3 of the championship will be at Spa, 12 hours at Spa at the end of April. That's annoying, I can't do that one. Oh well. And in fact, we will have our 24 hours of Spa the weekend before. And then they go to Germany, to Hockenheim for a 12-hour race on May bank holiday weekend, so the 23rd of May. That's an interesting choice because that doesn't align necessarily with me choosing the best tracks in the world or the best places in the world. Hockenheim, interesting one. Portimao, always 18th of July, 24-hour race, the one to go to. Sit on the beach, have a good time, drink good beer, and enjoy the Portuguese holiday destination in the Algarve. 24-hour Barcelona, mainstay of the championship, first weekend of September, as it always has been, and also, very much the end of the summer season send-off and a great event to go to. Mainstay of the championship, really almost before Creventic became a thing. They were running the 24 hours in Barcelona. The new event that they now do in Autodromo de Pergusa, Enna de Pergusa. Look it up. What a track. It is basically a circle. It's like an oval race with a couple of chicanes in it. That's the first week in October, and then they will have their 24-hour race, their flyaway event, which used to be in COTA, used to be the Circuit of Americas, and it will be at Sebring for this year. They're doing a 24-hour race. It's 14th of November in Florida. So an 8-round championship, and no Silverstone on there anymore. They used to have a 24-hour race at Silverstone. They've been to lots of different tracks across the world in the past, but for this year, 4 24-hour races, and a couple of 12 hours. But those 12 hours sometimes are on Saturday and 6 hours on Sunday, or they work it in different ways, as we spoke about before, giving you enough chance to go and have a nice meal in the evening. So, 1 hour 37 minutes remaining. The critical moment for Squadra Corsa Black. Alex Tarantino is in the 417. He's done 40 laps, and he is looking to try and get himself to the 90-minute mark. So when that clock hits 1 hour 30, he wants to be going into the pits at that point and not a moment before. The only other GT4 car that can do it is E-Game Racing. Martin Siritek is aboard that car, but they're quite a bit further back. They're in the slipstream of DRE Endurance right now for 6th in class. We've got a couple of cars in TCR that will be aiming to do the same thing. HM Engineering, Sim RC, Squadra Corsa TCR, Frozen Full Send, and Team Mad. All of those cars will be aiming for that same period. So a bit more open in TCR than it is in GT4. A lot more of the GT4 cars just committing to that extra splash and dash. And then, of course, we'll have to see how it plans out, whether they splash and dash. Like we saw at Silverstone with Inertia, remember? They splashed and dashed in the stint before last. They didn't do it at the end of the race. They did 2 back-to-back and then did a full stint at the end of the race.
Yeah, so we've got to keep our eye for pit entry in the next 5 minutes or so, and anyone who comes in that time before the critical lap could be in trouble, like E-Game Racing.
Yeah, like E-Game Racing. 4:01 into the pits right now. They've missed it by 5 minutes after going so long, getting their marks. It's just slipped away from them, and this is critical because it does mean that they will now... They've spent the race not driving at 100%, trying to save fuel, losing lap time, backing off the throttle, and now they've missed it. So they've not been driving at full speed. No?
I think they might have actually reached their critical lap number here, before the 90 minutes, because they did 45 lap stint, 45 lap stint. They've just finished 42 laps, and I think they've got about 45 to get home from here. So I think they might have just seen their window open and they've gone for it. I'm not going to count them out of it just yet, because I know they could have reached 90 minutes to go.
How have they reached 90 minutes to go when the clock says 95?
I'm saying they could have, and they've got about 45 laps to go from here, which they've previously proven they can do.
Right, okay, gotcha. Yeah, so they're back timing basically from the end.
Yeah.
Yeah. Into the pits, by the looks of things, was our leader. Beeler Racing, 45, comes in. Euronics 1 with 90 minutes to go. So they're going to split this in half and do 2 45s. There they are. I was about to say the black machine with a very damaged front end is Team 77, isn't it? So I don't know why they all end up in the... I suppose they're sharing pit boxes, aren't they? Because there's only 30-odd pit boxes at Monza, and that's why we've got lots of cars overlapping each other. Need to get rid of that pure sim, guys. Can you tell them to pull the car out of the session? I don't know why they're still in session. But there is Team 77, a battle-scarred car.
I guess they're here because why not? I guess. A bit of an interesting sight, nonetheless.
Up on the jacks for the Team 77 car. What about these guys? They go up on the jacks as well. So a slightly longer stop for them. Whereas potentially some of the others might go longer on the tyres and not take tyres. Out of the pits comes our leader then. What is that going to be in terms of time? Stationary. Leaves the pits. Remember, teammate did a 55-second stationary stop. We suggested that was a 2-tyre stop. Just waiting for my timing screen to refresh. And it was up on the jacks, but it's only a 40-second stop. Is that correct? No, 47. So it was a shorter stint, but maybe shorter on
one
fuel.
tyre. Dealer have done this before. They like that one tyre.
It must feel horrible. Must feel
The
absolutely
outlap
horrible.
can't be any fun. I had some, 2-tire change outlaps at Daytona in the Daytona 24 last month, and it came good, later in the stint, and you're like, yeah, the balance of the car is back, and now that we've, changed the tyres that we're wearing down the most. But the first 2 laps of old front tyres, new rear tyres, ploughing pig.
Yeah, absolutely. But that is the 5th stop for these guys. They owe us one more. But I think so many drivers now in GT4 have committed to that. So we will likely see plenty other GT3 cars come into the pits over the next 20 odd so minutes. At the moment, though, that's our leader, MSI Esports Blue, with Williams behind them, and Maniti number 8 up in 3rd position. So slowly they have got themselves back in the game, haven't they, after early issues, doing a much better job.
They have. Maniti have been doing quite a good job after their big accident early on, clawing their way up, trying to get as much as they can. It's interesting, right? Maniti have always had this sort of fighting spirit of sorts all the way through, and the red car, seriously, yeah, they may be slightly not out of touch, but out of cycle in terms of strategy as it currently comes out, because they've only done 4 stops and the Beeler 1 car has done 5, and so has the other Beeler car. They will, of course, cycle down a little bit lower, but they really have shown a great degree of pace, and considering where they were, they have made quite the comeback.
Yeah, very impressive. Ruben Bonga's been aboard that car for the majority of the mid part of this race.
Tim Manska, I think, is going to be back in the final stint. He usually prefers that, starting the race initially, taking a rest early on, and just blitzing through towards the end.
So we'll wait and see. The clock is ticking down, so anybody in those TCR and GT4 cars who have yet to pit are now in the happy place of having one less stop to do, and that is Squadra Corsa Black, the only car in the GT4 category to commit to that. There they are at the end of their stint. The only problem I have with them is that they don't actually have the raw pace to make this work. So by constantly driving slowly to get themselves into the window, they are giving away a huge chunk of time. They lie... Where is it? Is it on there? It's not on there. They lie about... they're 30 seconds behind Torque Freak, and Torque Freak are a minute... 48 seconds behind Squadra Corsa White. So they lie a minute and 12 back from the leader, and they will, by doing one less stop, gain a minute. So they're still going to be 20 odd seconds off their teammates. It could well be, though, that we'll have a Squadra Corsa 1-2 in GT4 because of that. Now Squadra Corsa TCR come into the pits, so we are seeing them. They've made it. Omar Chama gets into the car, but all of the other cars I mentioned earlier on have made it. So HM Engineering is still out there. SimRC is still out there, 30 seconds back. There is Squadra Corsa TCR on your screen. Frozen Full Send still circulating. So the top 3 effectively have been able to make it work. They will still have to get to the end of the race, haven't they? They've still got to do, David, a full stint in the same vein as they were before, trundling around saving fuel. It never ends for them, this kind of choice to do the one less stop.
Yeah, but they are, now a minute and a half or so on the right side of the hour. I think they had to work really hard on it earlier on, and now they're in the sweet spot to race it home from here. I think. Here's a replay.
Oh boy!
Marco Keller, nice recovery, gets it into the right gear and does a nice little donut. Says stay focused on his rear bumper. Well, that was a moment where the focus just slightly left him, but again, no contact with anything, and so he continues. Williams Esports Chill Blast into the pits. Dominic Stabe brings the number 1 machine in, the champions from the previous year, and look how busy it is getting. Straight into the pits for SimRC, up on the jacks and for fuel. Now that's the other thing to watch out for. I imagine that all of these guys that are pitting now will go for the full service, but not necessarily the GP3 cars. I mean the GT4 and TCRs. It's the final stop for the guys that have got to do an extra stop. Is the question whether they can do it. Whether they can do it with tyres or without. Well, that's another question for about 30-40 minutes. There is Williams back out on the circuit, and that was a fuel-only stop, wasn't it, Sommel?
Yeah, I think that was a fuel-only one. Ideally, they will be taking their tyres in, I think 45 minutes from now. That's when they'll be taking their tyres in. So they'll be triple stinting, and then towards the end, they can get fresher up and attack completely. And fill a little bit less fuel as well. So I think that's the intention. Just running out on a total of 3 sets of tyres, but really pushing hard in the final 45 minutes. I think
I think the risk would be trying to get the tyre to do a 4th stint on your final stint, knowing that we know it does 3. Okay, it's not a fast 3, but it does do 3, and we saw them take the tyres to 2 hours and 50 into the middle of the race. So you could do that again, and then you would end up with a very short final stint on a new set of tyres, which would be a waste, really, a waste of sitting there changing the tyres. So I think Williams may well go with a 4th stint on these tyres. What do you reckon, David? What's your feeling on the fact that they haven't taken tyres now? Does that mean they're going to take tyres in a stint's time? It seems an odd decision if so.
But they get a push towards the end.
I'm seeing a pit stop time that suggests they... Is this not updated on the live timing that I'm looking at here from the
28-second stop for Williams.
Yeah, that's very much then fuel only, and the shorter splash as well. Yeah. What do they do at that final stop? You're exactly right. I mean, from Biela, where they knew that they were not going to go 3.5 hours on a set of tyres, where they've then gone and changed 1 or changed 2. That sort of, tides them over to get to the end. But yeah, I reckon we'll see 1 or 2 tyres at the last stop.
Oh yeah, that could be a solution as well, exactly, yeah.
Big problems for Maniti Racing. Ruben Bonga has been in the pits for a long time now. The number 8 machine was looking so strong, we were bigging them up, but there is a problem for Maniti Racing, and I think that may be a retirement. No, Tim Matska's now aboard the car, but it's been in the pits for 3.5 minutes, so perhaps a problem with logging in for Tim Matska. We'll find out. Damage the rear, so maybe collision, and that's a repair, but either way it drops them to the tail of the field in the GT3 class just when they were looking at a top 5 finish. David, you're suggesting it's probably an accident?
Yeah, there's damage that I don't remember seeing before on that car. There's quite a lot all down the right-hand side. The rear on the right, in front of the car on the right, the headlights are all pushed in. I think that car's had quite a big
here we go.
off.
Here we go.
Out the final corner.
That is
trying to
bad.
get into the pit.
Sim RC.
Oh, and takes out Sim RC. 2 heavy bits of contact with Sim RC as well. That's our championship leader in TCR. But a late decision for Ruben Bonga to come into the pits. Look, he's trying to get around the TCR car, and Simsa it is. He cuts really late to the pits. Was he aiming for pits, Sommel, do you think? Or was that just a... Yeah, that was weird.
I think I'll need another look to get a better idea, but that was just... so here he... Oh, yeah. No, I don't know. You can't quite enter. You can't quite enter from there, can you? Because you need to be a part of the white line to be officially have an appropriately recognized pit entry. So I don't know what has happened there. Perhaps just a lapse of concentration of sorts.
He's definitely aiming for pit lane. He's definitely trying to come across.
But he can't.
It's a late decision to try and come into pit lane, and he wipes out the TCR Sim MRC car, who then has a second piece of contact. So I'm going to say race control are going to be pretty harsh on that one. Here we go on board.
Oh yeah, and Sim RC just get pinballed in. They have got nothing to do with this. Absolutely nothing. Lapse of concentration, I suppose.
So let's have a look at SimRC. They decided, they did take their pit stop, having been nailed, and they didn't repair the car, and they've gone back out on the circuit. So very interesting to see how they get on with the pace of that car. But Maniti are taking a penalty for sure, unless race control have gone to sleep. Here's Felix Luding coming into the pits, nice and relaxed, no problems at all. Hits the marks and gets properly wiped out.
Do you know what? Maniti are also speeding on pit lane. I mean, before this gets to 24-hour series race control, they're going to get pinged automatically, I think, for speeding on pit lane there. Because if they weren't speeding in pit lane, they wouldn't have hit SimRC, who were doing pit lane speed limit. I mean, I'm sorry, it's just...
Do you think that SimRC would have had the same thing because they were accelerated when they got hit?
Only momentarily compared to... You can go over the speed limit a little bit on entry if you then slow down and give up the time very, very quickly. It sort of averages. It's like a 3-second rolling average. You have to be above the pit lane speed limit on average in sort of a 3-second window, which I'm not sure SimRC were there.
Yeah, no, I agree with you by looking at that replay. But that's huge drama. That's huge drama for TCR especially. SimRC now down to third in class, 24 seconds off HM Engineering, who are 12 seconds off Team Huskeveld. Team Huskeveld, though, do still owe us a pit stop, so they will be doing a splash and dash at the end, whereas the other three will not. It will promote SimRC back up into second in class. Squadron Course of TCR behind, 9.5 back. But the moment, I mean, pace looks okay, remarkably, for Felix Luding, who's still aboard that SimRC car. Considering the damage that the car had and the contact, it does look as though SimRC haven't suffered too badly from it. But Huskeveld will have a short final sprint, so we'll keep an eye out on when that last pit stop comes in, because it's not going to be far off the end of the race. They've done 26 laps on this stint, and they would usually do around 45, so they've still got 20 laps to go.
Those TCRs are built like tanks, Ben. They literally, you hit them, you swipe them, whatever it may be, they just will be unfazed completely. They're heavy, they're hefty, and they just can withstand things so much better than the others.
They're programmed out of a different material than the cars that they're racing against. So a TCR can hit a TCR, and a TCR might get damage, but any other car hitting a TCR isn't going to damage them. It's the contact with a TCR against a wall or a TCR against another TCR that is going to cause them problems. So you're wincing seeing the speed at which the Maniti car hit the SimRC TCR, but it was really then the secondary contact against the wall that actually put damage on it, which luckily was very, very square contact, not one corner going into the wall, which can knock your suspension out, and then you're in for lengthy repairs and a big loss of speed.
MSI Esports in pit lane. Mark Perez is aboard that car right now, just waiting to see whether it will go up on its jacks for tyres, like we saw from Biela. Williams have rolled the dice and did not take tyres, and neither MSI. It's the only way, I think, these guys can stay in the game. It's the only way that we will see a different winner than Biela, is that these guys keep the tyres on, and let's see. So Biela come across the line to lead the race, and then MSI have come out in second position, I think, ahead of Williams, just waiting for the timing screen to update. And yeah, it was a 32-second stop, so a longer stop than Williams, which is curious because that means that they've taken more fuel. But I suppose it doesn't really matter at the moment, because you are going to have to do a pit stop, and it doesn't really matter when that last pit stop is. So Williams will be stopping earlier than MSI. Very hectic here for Maniti and the EFP car collection Audi. And the gap is 9 seconds between Biela and MSI. Both Biela and MSI owe us one more stop. And in fact, all of our GT3 cars owe us stops. Now that these ones, the Marla Racing and MSI and Leo Racing 21 are in the pits, the only inverse strategy we hope is the Inertia Mega Auto Mercedes, which should, if it can go 15 more minutes, get itself to the end of the race with only one more fuel stop. So that's the more simple story, really, in the GT3 class. I guess the other thing they do have to do, Sonil, they still need to get those tyres to the end. And for the cars that have not changed anything, that could be a challenge.
That could really be a challenge. I think it would be... Oh boy, that's the Biela 46, Ben. They were contenders for the race, went through their alternate strategy. That is a huge moment. Marla Racing team are pitting right now, just as we speak. And Biela have had that crash. This could be huge to see how it pans out towards the end of the race. But you're right, Ben. This is going to be really tough for them to actually manage. Yes, of course, the temperatures and the track conditions are a lot more suitable, but they've already done 3 stints. How much more can they last?
Yeah, exactly. Biela took tyres. They won't be taking tyres anymore. Here's that contact. James Saunders trying to carry too much speed, trying to basically take the racing line when there was a car still alongside him. I'm not really going to portion blame to Boot de Pal there, because I'm not sure what Boot de Pal could have done in terms of getting out the way. Without slamming on the brakes, it's not going to be very possible. Maniti Racing look like they've retired out of the race, which is not surprising, to be honest. Big damage, still in the pits and tumbling down the order, so they won't pick up very many points for their efforts today.
A 60-second time penalty to boot as well.
Well, yeah, there you go. Not much point playing ball
You
anymore.
sound so shocked, Ben.
No, exactly. I think, actually, if that was a real-world event, Ruben Bonga may well have picked up a race ban for the kind of driving to try and do that. It was, I think you... Yeah, no, I'm not going to repeat what you wrote, but it was very silly.
Yeah. Sometimes I write things that are different to broadcastable language.
Watching Inertia and Go Team Racing here. Inertia, both in GT3 and in 991 category, have been playing the game, playing the fuel saving, and this one actually hasn't quite managed to do the numbers in the same way that the 902 has, which is 28 seconds up the road from these two. Inertia Euro RC, second in class, just 7.9 off the lead of the race. Actually, that is starting to get very interesting indeed, isn't it? Ori's Racing, who have dominated, and I was so impressed by their pace, are being caught by Inertia Sim Racing Euro RC, and they are on exactly the same stint length. So the pace from Eero Tuominen in the 902 car has been mighty, and 8.1 seconds now the gap to Ori's. One more pit stop to go, and that pit stop on the hour mark, if they both manage to do it on the hour mark, then we could have a really tasty fight for the victory in 991.
I mean, we kind of expected it, didn't we? We kind of expected Inertia to pull out something out of the bag, just as we did the last time out, but they're finally doing it. This is the stage, right? This is when all the strategies come together, and I'm intrigued. Firstly, in GT3, we're so confused about whether they will take another tire, whether they will take a set of tires or whether they won't. Then over here, it's Inertia coming up with a huge fuel-saving strategy, and all is having the big lead shootout. This is too much fun. This is going to be interesting.
Very, very much so. Very curious to see how it happens. YMCA Esports into the pits, so they will not be able to do one stop to the end of the race. That's crucial for them. They were hanging on to the tail of HM Engineering in the 991 category, but they will have to do one more stop with 13 minutes still to go in this race, which kind of takes them out of the contention and the battle. MSI, just look at the timing screens there, 9.6 behind Biela, both with one stop still to go. MSI starting to reel in Biela perhaps, but Mark Perez is going to be so careful not to wear out those tyres in the remaining 1 hour and 12 minutes. He won't want to have to pit and change tyres in the final stint. He knows that Biela won't be. No chance that Biela will be changing tyres unless one of the tyres that they didn't change has started to give up the ghost. But ideally, they've got themselves and got their maths sorted. But Mark Perez pushing on, very much so.
And I wonder how much practice these teams have put in terms of just big 6 hour stints trying to plan out which would be the most interesting strategy. Because of course you can't factor in things like crashes or incidents that may not be predictable. But I wonder what kind of effort and preparation that actually goes in, how many hours to just find out the right strategy. It must be, think of it, Biela for instance. How many hours would they have put in to find out that, okay, this strategy is the one that's going to work out the most for us. The others just does not work. And in MONZA particular conditions, in this time of day, in this time of track temperature, whatever it may be, must be some incredible amount of effort going in.
Well, what you can do, of course, is extrapolate your 1 hour stints. So you can do a 1 hour stint, or a fuel stint, I should say. You can then see how long that fuel stint takes. If it misses out on the hour, then you will do it again, but maybe with a teammate, with slipstream, with fuel saving. See if you can get to that number. So many of the teams established that you couldn't, and so then you start investigating other strategies so that you can then go, okay, well, we can then apply this to a 6 hour race, also knowing that there is a change in track conditions, there is a change in temperature, which will give you a margin over what you were perhaps testing in, especially as the track gets cooler and the air gets cooler in the evening. It will slightly change things. I think, like David and I saw in the Daytona 24 Hours, in the middle of the night, the tyres just never seem to disappear. Whereas during the day in the hotter conditions, you knew that the tyres would wear a bit more. So, yes, there's no doubt they will also spend a huge amount of time practicing and making sure that the stints are right. But there is software out there as well that predicts these things, and your endurance teams at Le Mans these days rely hugely on predictive software. Leader in the GT4 category in the pits, 10 minutes missing the window. So Squadra Corsa White.
No, they're good. Their window opened 20 minutes ago. Yeah.
Sorry, GT4. Yeah, silly. Thank you, David. This is their last stop then. So I guess the question remains now, Talk Freak also in the pits, what will these pit stops be for GT4? Will they take tyres? Will they not take tyres? Will they try and get these tyres to do another stint, which is not a full stint, it's a 3/4 stint? Maybe that will change things. Either way, BS Competition now inherit the lead. Squadra Corsa back out on the circuit with a 33-second stop. So, David, what does that mean? No tyres?
I think that means they've been limited by the tyres, not the fuel. They went up on the jacks, they took 4 tyres. I think they might have only needed, 25 seconds of fuel, but they've gone and changed the tyres. Okay, so Talk Freak doing the same thing, we would assume then. They're in the pits right now. They're leaving the pits right now, as we were watching BS Competition. BS Competition have not ever been on the same strategy as these guys, so they will come into the pits pretty soon. They are going to miss the opportunity of doing only one more. No, what am I talking about? They will do one more stint. It's the Squadra Corsa Black that we will not see in the pits again.
Look, it could have been interesting, right? Had Inertia not had that incident, and had they not spent 30 seconds just sitting there in the pit lane waiting for nothing, BS and Inertia would have been on the same strategy. Then we would have had a more representative idea of how things are. But right now, not much.
Yeah, so Pure Sim we're waiting to see pit, Boot the Power we're waiting to see pit, and BS Competition we're waiting to see pit. Squadra Corsa White pitted 33-second stop. Talk Freak Racing pitted 34-second stop. So pretty much the same thinking. and they will go to the end with a new set of tyres, able to push, not have to worry about fuel saving at all, and let's see how this works out.
Yeah, I mean, when you see so many pit stops, 33.6, 33, 34 seconds, that's really looking like pit stops that are tyre limited, not fuel limited. So when it's just a couple extra seconds to put a new set of tyres on, when you've been already 90 minutes on a set and you've got 90 more to go, I think that makes a lot of sense. We're seeing that these final stops there, they were just playing it a bit safe on the tyres in GT4.
Watching Inertia and Go Team battle for third position in class, absolutely locked together. At the end of their stints, 29 laps and 28 laps comparatively, 6 minutes to go before the hour. I think both of these cars will miss it. We'll need a splash and dash before the end, but their competitors at the front of the field, Auris Racing and Inertia, do not, and Inertia is catching Auris. It's down to 7.3 seconds, so the amazing opening stint from Carlos Fanusa is not being replicated in this latter stage, because Eero Tuominen, lap after lap, is just taking a couple of tenths here and a couple of tenths there, and doing an incredible job. GT3 cars come blasting past, watching the clock like a hawk, trying to eke the fuel out as much as possible, freewheeling into the hairpins, trying as much as you can to be in the slipstream. Go Team probably is going to eke out an extra lap here from just sitting behind the Inertia car for so long. It's Robin Oosland who's aboard the car right now.
Yeah, exactly. I wonder whether they are doing some major fuel saving though in that department, because they've got a lift and coast in there, and at least they didn't seem to do that on the entry of this particular corner. Let's have a look at the next time out. I think the entry into Ascari will give a better idea than the Lesmos.
Yeah, Lesmos doesn't seem to be a place where you really want to be doing it too much, but you get the feeling that the way the car is being driven as well, very much within the driving. He's not fighting the car, he's not hustling it like you see when these guys are in Pesk. Now under the bridge. Not a huge amount, to be honest. It's not a huge amount of fuel saving, not like we saw earlier on when we were on board with another car, where they were really lifting and coasting properly.
Exactly, yeah. They do seem to have a lot more confidence. Look at this, they're getting closer with the draft. And yeah, you're right, Ben, it's not a lot. They really seem to be meeting their fuel numbers in that department, I suppose.
Well, or they know that they can't make it. We're 4 minutes away from the hour. 4 minutes away from the hour. That would be another 2 laps to go. What kind of stints have these guys been doing, David, before? 31 laps?
They've been mirroring each other, yeah. I mean, the last stint, previous one, 32 from both of these cars. The one before that, 31 from both of these cars. So I think we're going to see Inertia at the end of this lap, Go Team Racing after 2 more laps, which is going to have them 20 seconds before the top of the hour. I think they can do it from there.
It's painfully close if they can't.
If you would do anything to avoid pitting with 1 lap to go, right? Like,
exactly.
Yeah.
You might hate fuel saving, or find it painful or feel like you're giving away time, but there's nothing you hate more than pitting at the white flag coming up 1 lap short, right? Surely that is the motivation to lift and coast just a little bit more, find that fuel.
And then you get the leader clocking the last lap with 3 seconds to go on the clock, and you have to find another minute and a half to get round, and that's the danger of these timed races. We actually saw it on the Formula E accelerated race on Thursday night. quite a few of the guys were banking on the race being, I think, 21 laps, and it ended up being a 22-lap race, and so half the field ran out of energy. And could, with fuel numbers so tight, could well happen to these guys here as well.
Exactly. It's just going to be very interesting. In Formula even more so, because the resources are very tight. And I think we saw that in real life, didn't we? We saw, I think, Jaguar at Mexico City or something. Season 5, I suppose. In the real world, where they actually calculated the race to be 1 lap longer than it actually was. Nissan, actually.
Can happen. All of your... That's timed races for you, isn't it? All of your best predictions don't always stand up to the real world. Replay here, and I'm guessing that's not going to go great for the 902 Sumil.
Oh yeah, that's big trouble for Inertia Sim Racing. They could have had a big shot, and they're losing time now all of a sudden. The gap now around 13 seconds to Oris. This was for the 991 GT3 Cup category lead, and they've been set back just a little bit more. Big trouble this for Inertia. Big trouble. This was just absolutely unnecessary for them. And they were closing, weren't they? They were having some great amount of pace on the older tyres, David. But then again, it's just this particular incident ruins it for them. They'll be having a bit of a cold spot, flat spot on the tyres. Yeah,
a bunch of the incidents we've been seeing in the last couple of hours has been in the chicanes. We had the other one we saw with Butt Lapel, I think it was, where the GT3 came from a long way back, wanted to take the full racing line, and the car that was being lapped didn't roll out of it, tried to hold their ground, and it ended in a bit of contact. I think we might have kind of seen the same thing happen again. Bulletproof Sim RC though, having a bit of a battle.
Yeah, exactly. Sim RC have been through quite a fair bit, and the one thing that has to come in mind has to be the big accident that they had with Maniti racing, unfortunately, towards the entry of the pit lane. Still doing fine right now, heading towards Parabolica. Nice and easy.
MSI in front of them. MSI in front of them need one more stop though. Sim RC are good to get to the end, so be interesting to watch what Sim RC do here, if they're willing to just wait along and save fuel behind MSI, or if there comes a point where they run out of patience and they feel they need to push on forward. It'll all depend on how close on fuel Sim RC are, how much saving they need to do for the checkered flag, because it's a possibility that MSI in front of them could be a gift helping them save fuel, or it could be a car that still needs another pit stop in front of them holding them up.
Yeah, exactly. Interesting things. We're going to get a better idea towards the end of this stint, but seemingly doing a good job, Sim RC, but all that's been happening around them generally not helping them out in any way whatsoever. And you're right, David, that Sim RC car up ahead could just be a real boon for them, helping them sail through and get all that they exactly need. But let's see how it goes out. Currently, it's the Helsingwell car that is leading, but I think it's the Helsingwell car that's leading, I beg your pardon. But we do expect that to change rather soon. In comes BS Competition, and out goes BS Competition.
Yep, last stop for them, going to be close between them and Torque Freak, as they have been all race long. Torque Freak are up to speed, Torque Freak are ahead into third, so now BS Competition have got work to do to hunt down the Porsche Cayman if they want a podium position. When we spoke to them, Torque Freak weren't in a great spot, but now they've managed to maybe outsave BS Competition on the fuel, and on the lane the 902 have gotten to the far side of the hour on their fuel. In the back, World of Sim Racing likewise. We had Go Team and the Inertia 900 half a lap and a lap and a half ago respectively, so I'm going to hang my hat and my my career on Go Team and Immersion 900 are going to get to the end without another stop.
It'd be interesting. 902 are safe, just about. And so now that they're done with under the hour, I think they can't quite push, can they, David? They can still be pretty decent towards the end. They can But they'll have to fuel save toward the end, won't they? The 902.
I need a lap projection from here with 57 minutes to go, because they've been hitting 31 laps, 32 laps. If it's 30 or something to go, I think they'll be okay. Let me bust out the calculator in a sec.
So we'll get more ideas and more information about how that goes on for
Leader on the lane?
Yep, leader
Oris.
on the lane indeed. Oris are in the pit lane. Should be interesting to see where they cycle out finally, just to lapse what the difference between both these guys.
Actually, it'll be interesting if they take tyres, because it was fuel only out of inertia. If Oris feel they need to take tyres, inertia could be in this. If Oris don't take tyres, and they haven't been so prepared for these long stints on the tyres compared to inertia, then inertia could gobble them up in this final hour if the Oris car, which we think is eating through the tyres quicker, just can't hack a double, triple stint on the tyres. We're going to know in about 2-3 seconds on Oris, because the fuel is done now, and the car goes up on the jacks. Inertia could still take the lead, but then get hunted by an Oris on fresh tyres. Fresh one tyre? Fresh two tyres? What is that? I think that's got to be just one tyre.
Exactly, but still I think it's going to be fresher rubber than inertia for sure, because inertia will not have stopped right now, and I think any which ways inertia are doing a much longer stint, aren't they? I think we saw burst stick tyres previously as well, so it's going to be interesting. It's going to take some spirited drive for them to hold on to the positions towards the end, but it's doable for sure. It is doable for sure, but we haven't still not quite seen many moves being made using the draft so far, so maybe that draft, which is so effective here at Monza, could finally come into effect, and instead of seeing teams back out, we could finally see Burst go for the kill, or I beg your pardon, go for the kill and get things in their hands. But wait a minute, they've cycled out ahead of inertia, haven't they?
Yeah, if it was 4 tyres from Oris, they would have ended up behind inertia, but with the quicker stop, 1 or 2 tyres changed, they have rejoined in the lead of the race, and in the background there you can see the inertia 902, so the gap has closed, but without that spin I think inertia would be in the lead right now.
Yeah, exactly, just really taking the race away from them, and also I think their tyres will be slightly more damaged after that spin as well, so maybe that's just not flowing in their favour, everything.
Ran the numbers, and from when inertia left the pit lane with about 57 minutes to go, they would have had 29 laps to go, which is 2 laps shorter than what they'd been doing previously. Oris off track.
Oris off track.
Holding on to it. That could have been huge if they had lost control of it off the circuit. Wow, they nearly did. If you'd seen from another angle, they almost spun it there in the gravel.
Seriously, could have been far, far worse, and we all know what happens on iRacing when you put a couple of wheels on the grass here and there. Could have been extremely, extremely dangerous, but they hold on. It is still just about fine for them. But man, high pressure scenarios, what do you reckon, David? I think it's just a case of the pressure getting to them, perhaps trying to push too hard.
Fenolosa has the fastest lap of the race in class. He was so strong in the opening stints. No one's going to say he isn't probably the fastest driver in class on a new set of tyres, but that's not how we're racing right now at the end. The strategy and the pit stop time has forced them. He's clutching the fuel a tiny bit there as well. He comes in too hot on the old tyres. You know, we said if you change one tyre, the car might feel a bit weird, be a bit of a handful on the outlap and the lap after. I think that's what we've seen there. The car just didn't want to turn left. Is that saying they wouldn't have changed the right rear tyre? It would have been one of the tyres on the left side, probably the left rear.
Exactly, so it's going to be slightly easier for them to lay down the traction returning in. Now that's going to be still a little bit of a problem for them. Again, not working out on that camera angle was really just perfect, but take a look at this one. Team 77 and MSI Esports, that is the red machine fighting hard. And MSI finally get it done, so passing the Team 77 car, we've had a bit of a torrid day. Just stamping in and sealing the race for themselves in this mid-pack battle. Big drama.
What excitement in the last couple of minutes there, both between... Yeah, what an outlap for Oris.
What an outlier for Horus indeed. Could have been scary, but a rather quick one in the end nevertheless. It's all about just trying to hold that tempo, isn't it now, Ben?
Yep. But we've still got so much racing going on, haven't we, with 52 minutes remaining. Huskerveld now coming to the pits. So that was one of the big question marks. Off strategy, was one time leading TCR car, 148. Now will drop down the order. Up on the jack, getting tyres. That was one of the options, was to not take tyres for the final 50 minutes. And they will drop down the order. They've handed the lead to HM Engineering. And there's quite a big gap. It was a 45-second gap between HM Engineering and MSI Esports. So we're just waiting to see where the 148 car falls into line. But it does look as though HM Engineering have got this one totally sealed.
2 tyres in the grass coming down the back straight for Gordy Much as he's trying to battle with MSI here.
Yeah, and that Team 77 car, with all its problems early doors, has started to really find themselves in a good position points-wise. With Bila Racing taking their final pit stop right now. That's the number 2 car. James Saunders back aboard that. And it promotes this battle actually to 5th position. So now the 77 with Gordy Much is in 5th, and it will be soon 4th because Williams Esports Chill Blast with Dominic Stabe is now in its pit stop for the last time. So a short stint, and are they now going to take tyres? Remember, they didn't take the tyres last time, but they only did a very, very short stint. I'd be surprised if they do take tyres, and it could be a very short pit stop as well, just a little splash and dash. There they are in the box. They've got Ronan Simsport behind for their last stop as well. Pure Sim Esports is also in pit lane, according to my timing screen, although you can't actually see it there. It might be inside another car. And they were one time really at the very sharp end of the GT4 category, but unfortunately it's kind of unravelled for Pure Sim after a half a minute pit stop, unnecessary stop pits. Williams leading, no tyres for them, and followed out by Ronan Simsport, but they're obviously at least one lap apart. And actually a pretty long stop, a full tank by the looks of things for Williams Esports, a 41-second stop.
Oh, dear,
and then they've rejoined right with Marla. Marla have cut the chicane.
So they will get a slowdown for that as well. So they may well have to cruise a bit and allow Williams to come past. And that is very much for position. Although, no, Marla still owe us a stop, don't they? Yeah. So that's kind of not necessarily relative to what's actually happening. Surprisingly huge gaps in the TCR category that these guys are about to come up against. HM Engineering leads by 32 seconds over MSI Esports TCR. So they've got themselves up to 2nd, just ahead of Sim RC. So if Sim RC won a good result here, carrying a slightly damaged car, Phoenix Living does need to attack MSI Esports and get themselves up into 2nd position. But then there's a 10-second gap to Squadra Corsa TCR in 4th, and Huskerveld drops to 5th position in class. Frozen Speed in 6th, but big gaps between all of those. So there is definitely still a question mark. MSI versus Sim RC, 2nd in the TCR class. There is the battle. There is Sim RC. Amazingly, not too much damage visually on the car, considering its slam that it got earlier on. And then the MSI TCR car just ahead of them.
I'll never say never, but I'm quite confident there is still going to need to be one more stop for MSI. But yeah, I think so. There's definitely going to be more than 15 laps to go with 48 minutes to go in class. So
yeah, that
feeling
makes
like
sense,
MSI kind of have a wrap.
Yeah, Yeah, MSI haven't been in that group all race, so it does make sense that they would be owing us a pit stop. Beeler Racing, our leaders, are in the pits right now. That gives virtually the lead to MSI Esports Blue, as Stefan Hofbauer is getting a service. See where he finds himself when he has finished his stop. You can see the ticker on the left-hand side, timing his stop. If it is just fuel, it will be about 40 seconds. It probably should be just fuel, and it possibly, it'll be a bit shorter than 40 seconds because he doesn't need a full tank of fuel to get to the end. So 37.3 for Beeler. Sven Hasser back aboard that car to finish the race, and they should stay in second position, such as the advantage over Williams in third with Lassie Buck.
One thing I want to point out here is we see these cars start to extend track limits a little more through the Lesmos, is that Race Control are monitoring off tracks through this race. The teams are only allowed 50 in 6 hours, and when they cross 25 and they use up half of them, we get a notification from Race Control on the steward's sheet. The first car to exceed it was the number 44 MSI Esports Red in GT3, and that was about 2.5 hours into the 6-hour race. Everyone else, after the halfway point when in the race, when they crossed halfway in their allowed off tracks, there's a few of them, I think, starting to use the track limits a little more, particularly that second Lesmo.
Yeah, and it's again, it's almost part of a strategy, isn't it, David, with off tracks? If you know that if you go off track at certain points, especially around here, you can make great time. So you use your trump cards wisely, I suppose you can, in that you still 10 come the race now, and you need on that time, and you need to push a bit harder. Then you just take the pain and you take those off tracks.
Yeah, and it's public information there as well when the teams cross those 25 off tracks. So if you were, looking now at this battle in GT4 for second, if you were BS Competition and you knew Talk Freak had already used up a lot of theirs, or vice versa, it gives you a good reason to put the pressure on them, knowing that they're either going to use up the off tracks and get a penalty, or have to drive far more gingerly, and then you can be aggressive and attack. But you can put that to one side, because I don't think either of these cars are going to be in much trouble of the off tracks. The pressure is just on between BS and Talk Freak.
Yeah, there's a couple of really good battles out on track right now, this being a very important one, of course, for second in class. There is also Go Team and Inertia that's squabbling over third in class in the 991 category, and at the moment MSI Esports and SimRC, although we do think that MSI probably owe us a pit stop, as do a selection of our GT3 category cars as well. Here is the 900 Inertia, just off the tail of 907 right now. Go Team seemingly with the advantage. They're all basically on the same strategy. They've not taken tyres.
Oh, what's that Porsche doing there?
What are you looking at?
On the right-hand side, there was a Porsche spun out.
Okay,
I think it was Volante. Was it?
Oh, such a shame.
Or was it YMCA again? No, that's Volante there. It must have been YMCA again.
That was YMCA, yeah, exactly.
Marco Keller being spun around. Contact with the BMW Squadra Corsa. Not sure if that was the white or the black machine. I can't see the number on that car, but you can't really apportion blame on that car anyway, can you? It's the YMCA just coming across him.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if they moved more towards the right hand side, they would have lost too much time in the chicane. So they said, might as well try and play the risk. Let's see how much we can extend it to. They tried, didn't quite work out for YMCA, and let's just be honest, it's just been a torrid day for YMCA esports. Just very tricky, and days like that do come up, but let's hope that they bounce back. Well, sure they will.
You say that because 3 times now we've cut to them having a lazy little spin, but each time they've only lost 5 seconds or so. They're still running 5th in class without any major damage on the car. So it looks like they're having a bad day, but what we've seen is their worst moments. There are other teams that have had much bigger damage, like HM Engineering or GTL VRT Red, and retirements like Burst.
What seems bad probably isn't so bad from the looks of things then.
Well, I mean, the car looks straight, doesn't it? It still looks pretty good. It's just that they are perhaps a little bit more on the edge than some other cars. It's very interesting that Monza seems like a simple circuit in a way that a circuit with lots of corners and lots of gradient like Imola is potentially more complicated. But actually getting your braking zones from high speed perfect every single corner, making sure the car rides the curbs correctly on every single corner is really tricky. And actually this part of the circuit around Monza, the Lesmos, they're the easiest bit of this track. The chicanes and the heavy braking zones are so easy to make tiny errors and get yourself spinning. So it is actually a track which requires huge focus, and obviously an endurance race across 6 hours, that sometimes means the focus slips.
I think you're exactly right, Ben. The fact that it's such a simple layout makes it a circuit where there's a lot to be gained or lost in each corner. And because there's such heavy and hard braking zones, it's not more on where you brake, it's also more on how you negotiate your way through. So there are many slight nuances that you have to keep in mind while going past Monza, which makes it such a complicated track. But it depends. You can call it a tough challenge, you can call it boring, depends on how you particularly look at it. But it's not an easy track by any stretch of the imagination. Certainly. It may be flat, but it's a hard one. Turn number 1, for instance. It may look like an easy hard braking zone, but there's so much time that can be lost there.
On board with the 999, sitting in 5th in class, YMCA, 5.9 seconds back from Inertia 900, who is only 1.6 back from Go Team, but seems to have the legs. Battle for the lead between Oriz and Inertia, 5.7 seconds. But Oriz does seem to have the measure. They've got the tyres as well, haven't they? Because they did change tyres in that last stop, whereas Inertia did not.
I wouldn't pluralise that. I would say they've got tyre because they changed tyre.
Okay.
If my reading of the numbers is correct. I mean, it looks like a bunny hop up on the jacks, didn't it? Oh, it's up getting tyre. Oh, it's down now. Okay. It was quick.
Ben, actually, a question for you. Can you just... I think it mostly might be the case, right? You can just change one tyre, a couple of tyres in the actual 24-8 series.
You can do what you like, I think. I don't think there's any rules on changing sets or not. You just don't have a... you can't do tyres and fuel at the same time because the fuel station is a different part of the track. So actually they bring in conventional fuel pumps, portable but conventional fuel pumps that you would know from your local fuel station, and they create a fuel area which is then much safer than doing it in pit lane and reduces any risk, basically. So you go into your pit box for any repairs, and then you then go on and fuel the car, and then one member of the team is waiting for you in the fuel station to then use the conventional pump and pump, which obviously takes quite a long time. So it's pretty costly to do a pit stop in the Yeah, and probably, I mean, I'm not sure whether they pay the bill on the spot or at the end of the race, but there will be exactly that. I mean, it's very, very, it's a cheap solution, but it's why go complicated and expensive? There was a story where the 24-hour race in Portimao lost 12 hours because the fuel tanker connection, because basically there's a tanker parked up and connects to all the different pumps, and the connection fractured, and he basically spilt 1,000 gallons of fuel across the pit lane. So we had to evacuate the track for 12 hours to allow the vapour to disappear before it was deemed safe for us to go racing again. So that was an interesting moment from our Portuguese friends.
So it literally saves you money to save fuel. I mean, just like in real life.
That's why the Prius is in GT 300.
Fair enough.
Ben, can I TechSense Fitsty Motorsport?
Is that how you say it?
Yep.
It looks like
I'm sure you know how to pronounce the one they're battling with. It's it's like relay sim racing. Relay sim racing, which isn't relay sim racing because it's a combination of two names. Like Patrick Richter and Andreas Lakem together is relay, even though it's spelled the same as the word Riley. And Fitsty is someone fits something and someone sty something or something. I don't know. T3 Esports, so that's easy.
This is good information, David. This is high quality.
Team
stuff.
Mad to pick up the pieces.
I have no problem with you giving us lessons. When we do real world commentary, you can go into the pit box and ask these questions. It's a little more tricky in the sim racing world. We've got a battle on the left hand side for GT4, and then we've got TCR cars on the right hand side of the track. And they're all sorting each other out. Oh, very late dive on the inside line, pretty much, I think, to avoid contact more than anything else. And just about got away with it. T3 Esports there could have been quite dirty and a bit of contact, but he managed to keep himself out of that possibility. Just to confirm, by the way, MSI Esports TCR 144 that was second in class into the pits. So relinquishes position. There he is, and joined by his GT3 team buddy, and also in the background, the leader of the race, MSI Esports Blue and MSI Esports Red, both doing their last pit stops with about half an hour left of this race. In fact, the only people in the pits are those three MSI Esports cars, but the TCR car will drop heavily down the order and hand Sim RC second position, albeit 39 seconds off the lead, and definitely with a car that's not running as fast as it should be. They're doing 202s, everyone else around them doing 201s. Could actually be under pressure by the end of the race from Squadra Corsa TCR. They're taking about a second a lap out of them, and they're only 9 seconds back now. So could be a bit of a grandstand finish for second.
Yeah, no doubt. Bit of grandstand finish for 9th, 10th, 11th, as well as Ronan flash their lights through, and it's so very, very visible. Now, 5:30 in the session time, and we're using the winter time of the year as well, so we had all of the orange hues across the track in the last hour. Now it is getting very dark. We're about to have, I think before the checkered flag, we're going to have full headlights on all the cars. Oh, right now. Boom. Wow, don't I sound smart all of a sudden?
It's like you just turned on the Christmas lights.
And David said, "Let there be lights," and there was. Well, I've got you, Rasim Fazui.
Oh, are we just going to do... Is this going to be the end of the race? The last half an hour is just going to be a pronunciation?
No, I think that was literally the last one I had in David Haynes' pronunciation lessons. But we've got a couple more races left in the season, plenty of hours left in the season, so it's not a lost cause either.
You got all there's 50 cars. You've got 50 names of the teams, which are always in sim racing silly. Then you've got at least 2 drivers per car. A lot of them from countries which have very difficult pronunciation of names. Rubbing is racing, just about manages to keep the car facing the right direction. The DR team. See, there we go. DRT. Who's driving for DRT? Marcello? It is, but lots of people will say Marcello. Mayo. That's still quite complicated. Oh, Imprimo. Getting very physical. That's the car that's second in class, and it's pushing on to try and catch our leader. It's got 35 minutes to do so. 5 seconds back. It's taking, well, last lap actually it nearly took 2 seconds away from Ori's, but on this lap with that physicality probably a little bit less. But definitely things are hotting up. And actually, here's an interesting one. MSI Esports, after their pit stops, still lead by 1.9 seconds. That's definitely slipped our radar, but Sven Hasse has done his last stop. Mark Perez has also done his last pit stop and come out just ahead.
I got no figures for how old those tyres are on the MSI Esports Blue, but I got to imagine they're a little past their best. You can see in the shot a little bit of traffic between MSI Esports Blue and Bela Racing Team Euronics, but they are going to be pushing on forward for all they can get.
I would have thought Bela would have been quite comfortable that they had this one in the bag, and MSI have done a great job of just basically rolling the tires. They've just gone, we need to be in the lead of this race, and the only way to do so is not take tyres, and also probably play it very tight on fuel to make sure they came out ahead, and they have. They've come out 2 seconds ahead, and as you say, with a bit of a breathing space because there is traffic between the two of them. Grandstand finish in GT3, probably grandstand finish in 991, although Inertia has lost 2 seconds in traffic that last lap. They are faster than Ori's on this stint. Less of a grandstand finish in GT4, SRC Squadra Corsa. Well, actually, we don't know yet because most of that field still has a pit stop. And then in TCR, HM Engineering massively ahead of SimRC, but maybe we might see a change for second. Although, who did we say was chasing down SimRC? Squadra Corsa TCR. They've just lost a position to Team Husqvarna. So there's another one.
Hoisingfeld will have the freshest tyres.
Yeah, and they are flying. Have got themselves into third position, 10 seconds away from SimRC. I reckon they could do it.
Yeah, Hoisingfeld are going to have no concerns on fuel economy, no concerns on tyre longevity. I mean, this was their strategy: is don't worry about the fuel saving, go the extra stop, push hard, fight like hell. They've got half an hour left to do it.
Exactly. It just fits in well with what they've been doing from the very beginning, isn't it? So they don't really have to make any change to their driving strategy all the way through. It's just push. And I think that's a lot more easier mentally, isn't it?
Also, not so many TCR cars choosing this four-stop strategy race. Many more being forced into it in the GT4 category. But it's been a bit of a half-and-half split. And of course, those that have only done 3 stops at the moment seemingly have the advantage and are sitting there first and second. It's true that this 148 car is probably not going to get the win because it's 50 seconds off. But with the pace it has right now and the newer tyres, certainly can catch SimRC, especially with the fact that SimRC does have damage and cannot do 201s like the rest of the field. Watching 6th position, and this is Leo 21 being chased by Inertia 79, the Mercedes that is trying to get his car to the end of the race on. Oh, Andres Finker's done a big one there. Caught the grass on the outside with a little bit of lock still, and I did that crash, and that's a big lot of damage for the car collection EFP car. Ouch. I mean, they've been at the tail end of that group anyway, so that's not going to be going any further. But amazing, it's still running. Amazing, it's still facing in the right direction. To be honest.
Hey, David.
Yeah, I mean, they put that tyre barrier on the inside there, you know, specifically for the Ben Constanturises of the racing world. But I mean,
Billy spins.
the rotation on that was something to behold. Very, very dramatic. Yeah, they always tell you, it's the sudden stops that are worse than the flailing and the, getting pitched into a spin. So, not great.
Whoa,
MSI Esports. Not the blue car, the red car, but still demonstrating how many of these GT3 teams have been pushed into carrying tyres longer than they maybe have planned on, and are suddenly on the fly turning double stints into triple stints on tyres, and the balance of the car not quite how it was in qualifying, for example.
Biela naughty boys have just forced everyone into this corner, haven't they?
So 27 minutes still remaining. Our GT3 category cars basically have now done their final stops. The only one that's out of position actually is the Marla team. They still owe us a pit stop, and I don't think, and actually in Leo Racing, I don't think they'll make it to the end of the race with the amount of laps that they've got in that car. So that would promote Biela Team Euronics 2 up a position. And it would be a bit of a disappointment, really, for Marla, who started the race on the front row of the grid. And, they will, now coming into the pits, I think they'll drop down to perhaps 7th or 8th here. So, or even further down. Not a very good day for them at all, which is a big shame. After really strong running last time out at Silverstone as well, it did look like things had been turning for Marla. And unfortunately, this has not been a good day. Certainly hasn't worked out strategy-wise. So that would be then all GT3 cars completed pit stops, and it would just be a push to the flag. This is the battle for the lead. We are on board with Sven Hasse, the highest rated iRacing driver on the grid, and he is chasing down Mark Perez for the win in this race. Biela Racing, of course, with a victory to their name as well as MSI Esports, although MSI have not won in 2021 in Neo. It was in 2020 in the first round of the championship, back whenever it was, a long time ago.
Now, isn't this brilliant, Ben? At last, we're building it up for, I think, the last 5 hours, saying, last 30 minutes, it should be fun. Last 30 minutes, it should be fun. Last 30 minutes, should be fun to see how it goes out. Last 30 minutes are here, and this battle that we were building up to and promising is at last here. With Biela, with this alternate, I wouldn't say alternate, but rather with a more, let's say, more radical approach to managing their strategy, and it is paying off. The gap under 5 tenths of a second, very much in the draft train. So when did they pull the trigger? When did they properly go for it and get it done? And will MSI have enough to save it?
The pace is there, but there's one thing catching, there's another thing passing, and obviously, usually in these races, passing is relatively easy because it's not a big deal until you get to the last half an hour of the race, and then you start driving like a sprint race. And remember, fresher tyres on the Biela car. Who knows how long the MSI car has gone on those tyres, how much left they have in them. The pace is so strong, though. At 47.1 from Sven Hasse last time out is not far off his very best lap of the race. Certainly the best lap that we've seen in quite a while. So he really does have an ultimate car underneath him, let's say. Moving around, trying to break the slipstream, Mark Perez. They've got traffic to contend with as well. Sven Hasse has to be really careful here to choose the right moment to make the pass. MSI go left, Biela go right. No opportunity there, not in that piece of traffic. Little slipstream from the 991 car. Now clear air, but so close. Will Biela decide to try and do it here? It's very, very tight. 3 wide, goes to the outside. That's more of a feint move rather than anything else. Not much point really putting your car there. And now it's the next braking zone. And the next chicane. Where do you position the car? In the middle of the road for MSI, for Mark Perez. forces Sven Hasse to go to the right-hand side. Coming down to the chicane now, into the braking zone. Again, really, really hard to get a move done unless you're super committed and super alongside. Huge curb from Marc Perez. Maybe a dive into the Lesmos. An opportunity for Sven Hasse here. He decides against it. Not enough of a braking zone.
And this is going to be the fun part. Biela have been catching up consistently. There's just a general feeling and a general sense of surrounding that Biela will be getting the move done. But you're right, Ben. It's about the right moment. It's about just controlling your temperament and waiting for the right moment to strike. And now it seems to be there. Pushing hard, but still waiting, Ben. That patience at the end of 5.5 hours, it is incredible to see.
Great momentum here coming out of Ascari. Loads of slipstream, loads of extra speed. He might even get it done all the way down. Can he box the Biela car in behind the traffic? He's going to try and do that, and the traffic may play well for him. Oh, they go either side of the car, and the Biela car had to go super wide. Very clever driving from Marc Perez there to position his car and really use the traffic to his advantage. And there are many more cars ahead of this battle to be able to do that with. Can Marc Perez soak up the pressure for 22 minutes? There's a sense of inevitability here that Sven Hasse will get past, but Marc is being so aggressive. There is an overlap here. There is an overlap into the first chicane. He got enough of an overlap to get it done, and eventually it's an easy pass. But now Perez will be super aggressive to try and get past. Not all is lost, especially with the slipstream working so well around here. He may have a tyre disadvantage, but now Perez has the slipstream advantage and fights back, goes to the right-hand side, into the second chicane. Decides against the overlap. He'll have to wait another moment. What he can't do is allow Sven Hasse to have more than a second gap. He has to stay with him.
Interesting. At last, Biela getting the job done. It was coming, wasn't it? And they almost cracked under the pressure. Got sent wide out of Parabolica. Could have been far worse, this one. But they just held their nerves once again. And this is it. This is the move that sums up essentially 5.5 hours worth of strategy and effort. Not done yet. Could be going anywhere. But Biela found the moment, found their men, and round the outside they tried, and eventually they are your new leaders. But gratifying this, Ben, isn't it?
Well, it's not over yet. And in fact, Biela Racing, well, the Biela Racing now with number 2 in the windscreen because they haven't come across the line, but there is more than that 1 second gap, that slipstream advantage across the line, and you can see that MSI have not been able to hold on. So even with the slipstream, Perez does not have the tyre advantage, does not have the pace to hold on. He's just got to hope that the traffic falls badly for Biela and allows him to stay with them. And of course, it falls badly for him. Gets stuck behind Immersion 900. And it's a fast car, that. Look how it accelerates away out of the chicane, the Porsche, in some of the braking zones where the 991 category class cars struggle, and through the traction zones as well. And so Marc Perez needs to send it here, which he does. And that just allows him the clear air for a few moments' time to get his head down. But ultimately, especially through this middle part of the lap, with the lack of grip, the old tyres, he'll struggle to keep the car on the track through Lesmo 1 and Lesmo 2. And of course, the Parabolica will be where he'll hurt the most.
So then, that's one thing sorted. That's the GT3 battle. I wouldn't say done yet, but still slightly settling down. And man, could have been far more entertaining, wasn't it? If Immersion didn't have that incident earlier, that could have been so much closer. I was banking on that, really, to make it a really fun one.
Talking of Immersion, the Mercedes in the GT3 category, up to 5th position. The one car doing the mighty fuel save. Manti Racing Purple is just going into pit lane, so that takes its pit stop and falls down behind a few cars. So it's Biela, MSI, Williams in 3rd. Then Biela Euronics 2 ahead of Inertia Mercedes, and then Marla in 6th. It will be Team 77 in 7th spot. and that will be all of our GT3 cars pitted unless Inertia can't get the Mercedes to the flag. But a top 5 result, not bad for the Mercedes, considering that it doesn't really seem to have the pace at all. Ronan, previous winners, having a torrid time down in 12th position. There they are. And look, they've got a teammate to play with as well. Love that. The 902 car providing a healthy slipstream, but that car also has fallen off the pace. Remember, it was 5 seconds between Ores and Inertia.
Exactly.
And now it's up to 10 seconds. So they really are struggling as Auras have somehow found some pace. A 51.1 on the last lap. Really good pace from the 977 car that has been really leading the whole of the 991 category for the whole of this race. It will be their second victory of the season, having taken victory in Sebring, and will promote them back into contention, although 902 will still have the championship lead. Talk Freak have spent a couple of laps a little bit further away from BS competition in the battle for second in class. And there they are. BS just flashing through the shot in front. 3.8 seconds is now the gap. They did take a couple of tenths away on the last lap, but ultimately it's little by little. And with 16 minutes remaining, time is running out for those two. But we don't think that... Oh, no, hang on. We're still owed... No, we're not owed any pit stops there, are we? We are potentially owed pit stops in TCR, though. Is that right? Maybe not.
Are we?
No,
sure.
I think the MSI was the last one we were waiting on there. Everyone else looks pretty good to me.
Yeah, it's just whether Squadra Corsa Black can get to the end, and it hasn't really worked out for them, has it? They were aiming for the 3-stop race, which they've got them in their pocket, but gosh, they didn't have the pace to be able to do it, and a top 5 is, I suppose, good, but considering they saved a whole minute less in the pits, they just didn't take anything from that last benefit. There is Huisgeveld, who have got ahead of SimRC. So they have got themselves...
At last.
There is SimRC behind, and they've got themselves up to second. So this strategy of bolting on the fast tyre and going for glory at the end is working out for them. They're not going to progress anymore, but Huisgeveld into second in class, and SimRC dropped to third. Now, are SimRC going to be concerned by Squadra Corsa in fourth? Probably not. 9.4 seconds the gap. And the pace isn't very good in the SimRC car, as you would expect from a car that's been nailed a couple of times by an Audi. But they are probably going to hold on to a podium. Be the first time they don't finish on the top step, whilst Squadra Corsa White will take the clean sweep of victories in the GT4 category. It won't be a clean sweep of victories for SimRC. They will miss out on a couple of points for that third position, but ultimately should still be very strong at the head of the championship.
Let's actually take a couple of moments, Ben, to speak about SRC Squadra Corsa and how impressive of an achievement that actually is. 4 consecutive... Okay, let's not jinx it. Knocking on wood, as I say this. I'm not... Hopefully we don't...
No, touching wood.
Yeah, hopefully we don't see a Toyota 2016-esque incident happening right here, but that would be, what, 4 consecutive wins for SLC Squadra Corsa White? It's a bit insane, isn't it? Oh, I mean, just to have the number of wins in the bag in 4 consecutive, and GT4 is not an easy field, right? You've got some really top teams. You've got Pure Sims, you've got PS Competition, Talk Freak are excellent, and to still go out there and to still have the same car win 4 races on the trot, 4 endurance races nonetheless. Unbelievable stuff. They're just putting up and saying, whatever circumstances you put in front of us, we are undoubtedly the top teams out here. Regardless of the track, whether or not it suits our car or whatever it may be, we're just there. We can master any circumstance. Such a spirited drive, this one, and the gaps are incredibly huge.
I'm impressed. I was more impressed last round where they copped a 30-second penalty or something and still came back to win with a late move and showed the speed advantage that they had over everyone else. Great drive today, but I think Silverstone was where they showed that the first two weren't a fluke, and the kind of speed that they've got from the BMW. Pit stop for Simza.
Ah.
Didn't.
Yeah, that's right. 42 laps they've done, so they were pretty much on the bubble. Does mean that it does mean E-Game will also owe us a stop as well. They've done 41 laps, so they're not going to get to the end of the race without another stop. And unfortunately, that drops Simza from 6th.
And they missed their pit box, unfortunately. Simza being very active in the YouTube chat, it's a pleasure to see them right there, but unfortunately just missing their pit box right there. That can cost you a fair bit of time. That'll be very hard to gain on the track.
Replay
DRE.
of DRE. Parking up.
Okay. And they're back on.
Well, that is very curious. Not sure what's going on there. Obviously some kind of a hardware issue. Maybe with the throttle. But back going again. Beautiful sky being simulated over Monza. And here we go.
He's just parked in the right slap bang in the middle.
Yeah, pretty horrific place to park, that's for sure. That's an odd one.
The silence gives you a good idea about how baffling the situation is. Certainly irregular. Certainly there's something irregular going on for the DRE endurance car, who were really feisty the last time out we saw them in Silverstone, but hard to put a finger on what that was, to be honest.
Could it run out of fuel, David?
I thought, no, if you'd run out of fuel, you wouldn't, slam the brakes on in the middle of a Ascari. You might coast in there and splutter your way through and surprise someone who was right up behind your bumper, but you wouldn't come to a stop in the middle of Ascari if it was fuel. It's got to be a technical issue of some form. We saw the steering there, the hands, and I didn't see anything odd with that. Maybe they got on the brakes into Ascari and the brake pedal jammed all the way down, and that brought them to a stop until they could unstick the brake pedal. I've had some sticky pedals in the past, but it's actually normally the throttle pedal.
Yeah, they've come into the pits, they've done a 30-second stop, and they've changed driver. So DRE back out on the circuit now, but that would suggest that it's something related to the driver that caused that stoppage. I did see thought I saw a change of position at the head of the 991 category, but I'm just trying to check to see if anyone's got a slow lap time or anything like that. I can't see on my timing screen, David. Maybe you've got something, but it did look as though... I can't see what it was. Maybe HM Engineering up to 5th, is that correct?
Indeed, yeah. And a word on the DRE car. Apparently his monitor gave away.
Yeah, it's a VR headset is the... We won't name or shame any particular models, but teammate Egil Sandfeld, who we've seen drive in the DRE car, says that it was his VR headset that went blank. So maybe he's been given instructions from the teammate there. Okay, stop, hands hard right, half throttle, until he could get off the track and maybe check the wires or something.
Had that in the Daytona 24 Hours. My one of my sensors broke, and I started sliding out of the car onto the side pod. And throughout the whole of one of my stints, I was moving either up or across in the car, and I had to get
the contents of your stomach move after that.
It was pretty horrific. I had to get my wife to continue to reset the seating position, so it reset me back into the car. But initially, I was basically sitting on the side pod trying to drive the car competitively, and that was pretty awful. And then we did have one of my other teammates had a VR issue as well. So I love it. It makes me go faster, but they are temperamental.
What does it feel like when you're driving through a corner like a car, really ferocious, that one, poof, and there's nothing but darkness?
Well, yes, exactly.
Really imagine.
That's why you jump on the brake as soon as possible, because you don't know, can't see what you're going to be hitting or anything. So best just to get on the brakes. And what you normally can do is take the headset off, and your monitor shows what the headset is showing. So then you can drive with the monitor, but you kind of have to have the headset perched on the top of your head and pointing in the correct direction, so that at least you can see where you're going.
Meanwhile, Maniti Racing closing up to the second MSI Esports car. It's the Maniti Purple with that beautiful eye liveries design. They recently got the logo and the livery changed. Fits in with the new motto, fits in, not the new motto of sorts, but the new vigor that they're carrying around. And this move represents that too. Side by side they go, make contact. And that's going to be risky. Around the outside of Parabolica, that is not what you normally do. But of course, this isn't a normal race whatsoever, and get pushed wide.
All the way around the outside of the TCR and GT4 car. They're still alongside as they split and go past another TCR car. MSI to the inside. On the outside line is the Maniti Racing, and still has a bit of an overlap coming into the chicane, so could stick it out, but decides against it, slots behind. And we'll be looking at the traffic ahead to see where the next potential passing position is. But a nice little battle for 9th position in class. Maniti 9, the only remaining Maniti car. The 8 machine crashing out in pit lane after a frankly stupid error from Ruben Bonga. And MSI Esports Red with its teammates at the head of the field. By the way, 5.9 seconds back from Bila Racing. So that, or it's even 6.2 on that graphic on the left-hand side. So really, Mark Perez did not have the pace. Here is on board with Squadra Corsa. This is how it felt from them. And that's the leader trying to stay out of trouble, but being bombarded by fast GT4 cars. And it really, you want to get your elbows in.
Bit of a horror show that, wasn't it, for them? Now we need to get back again to the outside. There go of Ascari. And it's just a look, not a lunge. Here they are, once again coming up to Parabolica, the corner where they tried just one lap ago. And Maniti are on a mission right now, the purple car. Been in the shadow of the red machine, not so much right now. Outside once again. And yet again, Ben, there's just traffic all the time, so they'll have to take the cut back and now use that momentum coming in.
Yeah, because MSI have been really bulked by the Porsche. Oh, they've been taken out. There was contact between the two of them, and the Porsche goes slamming into the wall. And I don't think he was expecting there to be a car on his outside. He knew there was a car coming on the inside, and a little bit of contact between the two of them. Still more work for race control to do with 5 minutes remaining. All right, it's not for the high positions, but a bit disappointing, because that would have been... Was that... no, it was World of Sim Racing or something like that, wasn't it? Yeah, World of Sim Racing. So there was no space for MSI there. Absolutely no space, and that will be a penalty for Alvaro Ramiro. And poor old Danny Fontepedra with a damaged 991 car to take to the flag. 5 minutes remaining, and that's kind of done the battle as well. A bit of a shame, and as David said, not necessarily very sensible driving from the MSI car.
All the time you have to leave the space, that's for sure. But really, again, I get one part of the MSI approach, because they had to do something aggressive. They didn't want to get rid of that position. But maybe it would not have been the smartest option, as we have eventually found out with the power of hindsight, to go to the outside line. There's just no space at all, and the Porsches weren't going to let go, were they?
Good battles going on in TCR, by the way. SimRC somehow have got onto the tail of... Oh dear, and there was another error. Just taking too much curb from Danny Fontepedra and having a big old lurid spin. Yeah, SimRC are back onto the tail of Heuskenveld. There they are in the slipstream, holding on. Could see another change for second position here in TCR, and also potentially for fourth as well, because Squadra Corsa TCR has just been passed by Frozen Speed, and Lars Bowler's got himself up into fourth position. So 2 lots of TCR cars. Well, that was a swap of position. This potentially could be a swap with 3.5 minutes remaining. we know that the Sim RC car is damaged. The advantage of the better tyre for Heusinkveld is probably no longer as obvious, having now done the best part of how many laps have they done those tyres? 23 laps, so half a stint. And so that the peak grip that you get from the Michelin has now disappeared and plateaued. And then those tyres will go on forever, but they do have a peak good grip initially. Is it a Hankook on there? Oh no, it's a Hankook. It should be a Hankook in.
We have this discussion almost every round.
Yeah.
What's printed on the sidewall is not necessarily true. What is true is the contingency graphics on all of the cars in this championship that have Hankook stickers.
Yes. Did it again.
Are those tyres hand-cooked by this stage?
Too late.
I think they're fried more than oven baked.
So yes, Squadron Corsa TCR holding on to Frozen Speed in that battle for fourth position, and very much. I don't know how Sim RC have got themselves back into the slipstream window, but because they were dropped by Heusinkveld, but now very much back in the game. The silver and pinkish car missing the apex at Lesmo 2. Felix Ludding hooking it up beautifully. Here comes the GT4. Take that slipstream for a little bit, thank you very much. Oh, GT4 splits the two TCR cars. Wasn't being very careful and cautious not to fire it past the Heusinkveld car. Michael Scheutler is aboard that machine. Here's Johnny Brandon in the XVR Sim Racing. And he joins my barrier. Right.
You have to install a park bench there with your name on it for people to sit and reflect.
Just a quick reminder for you, 79 Inertia Sim Racing Mega Auto has done 31 laps. It's trying to get to the end of the race. We've got 1 minute left of the race. There it is. And is he going to make it and pick up fifth position? The question...
He's still moving.
There is the Biela car. All right, so the Biela car is coming towards Parabolica and will pick up the white flag as he comes across the line. So that means that they still have to do 2 laps. So they've got to do 33 laps in the Inertia car to pick up fifth. It's going to be tight. It's going to be very, very tight for them. But white flag this time for Biela. And they come across the line to start their final lap, 5.7 seconds ahead of MSI Esports after nearly 6 hours of racing.
This could be big right here for Inertia because Biela are about to put Marla Racing Team in 6th, a lap down, but they're not going to be able to get to Inertia and put them a lap down. So if this 6th place Marla car goes a lap down, Inertia could take 5 minutes on their final lap if they wanted and still get 5th place.
Absolutely. Good point. Very, very good thinking from David Haynes there. Is he going to do it, though? Or is he just going to back out of it because he doesn't need to? I don't know whether Marla will necessarily choose to be lapped. They do. They back out of it, and Euronics go through. So there you go. Even if Inertia runs out of fuel, they cannot drop positions. So I know Inertia will be listening. Don't worry about it anymore. No more panic. You can park on the side of the road, and you will not lose your 5th. That risk has paid off, even if you don't necessarily make it to the flag. Actually, they could still go into the pits, couldn't they, on the last lap? What would happen if they're in the pits when Euronics takes the flag? Because they're not far away.
The Inertia pit box is on the far side of the finish line, so they'd be able to do it. They'd get away with it.
Yeah, because the finishing line is very early on. Very, very early on the pit lane, isn't it? If you imagine it. Just a couple more bits of traffic for Sven Hasse to contend with. It's been a really, really interesting, different strategy drive from Euronics. Biela Racing Team have taken their 2nd win on the trot. The checkered flag falls, and it is another win for the 45 car. And Auras Racing also just behind, taking victory in the 991 category. 9.9 seconds ahead of Inertia. There they are. A really strong drive from Carlos Fenosa. Did exactly what he needed to do throughout the whole race. Here comes my TCR category. HM Engineering it is, who will take their first victory in the TCR category, flashing the lights. And a really tricky drive in TCR, especially around this slipstreamer of a circuit. But HM Engineering prevail over Team Huiskenveld and SimRC, still to actually decide who will take second in that category. Still half a second between them. Here is Squadra Corsa White, though, and they have taken victory in every single one of our 4 rounds of this 24H Series Esports Championship powered by VCO. A dominating performance so far in the BMW M4, and they win by over a minute ahead of the BS competition BMW M4. Squadra Corsa it is. Camillo Pezzoli brings the car across the line. And those are our class winners sorted. What about the battles, though, that we still have yet to sort? Huiskenveld will take second position. SimRC did a great job with a battered car to keep with them to the end of the race. And they come across the line. Second and third in TCR is established. We wait to see the Williams of Lassie Back come across the line. They will take third position in GT3. There they are. And about 51 seconds behind our winners. But in a bit no man's land. They've got half a minute ahead of the Biela Racing Team Euronics number 2. And at least it's good solid points, because they have had 2 shockers of races over the last 2 rounds at Silverstone and at Sebring, and at least a third will bring them a decent haul and hopefully promote them up from 9th in the championship where they were. They still have that win eluding them. The champions from last year certainly will not be the champions this year. They're just too far off, but they at least have a solid run of things with a changed lineup from what they used to seeing. And some of the cars now parading around the Parabolica for the last time. Did Inertia get to the flag? Did they actually finish the race? They did finish the race. Wow. So fantastic work from those guys. The only ones to do that strategy. And what a crazy, crazy race. There is... Well, I haven't seen that. Don't feel like we've seen that car at all. That is the... Relay? Was it?
Relay, yeah. Relay
like a running race with a baton. Relay.
Relay.
Patrick Richter, Andreas Lakem, Richter, Lakem, Relay.
There you go. Relay it is.
They're, on the rear wing, they're in different colours, so you can see it's a compound word.
It should be relay. Rather than relay. Relay. But anyway.
But that's...
harder to say. Much harder to say. And they finished last in the last of the runners in the GT3 category. So that's why we didn't see them. But nice to see them at the end. Give them a bit of coverage. Sven Hasse wins by 5.8 seconds in the end ahead of Mark Perez in MSI Esports. Williams take third position with Biela Racing Team Euronics 2 in fourth, with Inertia in the Mercedes doing an alternative strategy and getting it to the end and picking up fifth position. Big up the Inertia boys. Marla Racing in sixth spot. Team 77, Gordy Much and Rasim in seventh spot. Leo Racing 21 in eighth. Luca Wunsch in the Maniti Racing number 9, ninth. And then MSI Esports 43 in 10th. Running Sim Sport, disastrous day really. 11th spot for them. EFP Car Collection also one lap down. Relay in 13th. Then the cars that didn't manage to get to the flag. Tim Matzke's Manti Racing, big accident into the pit lane. Leo Racing retiring with too much damage after being nailed. And Glacier Racing were an early retirement with a hardware issue actually, wasn't it, for Vila?
Yep.
So that's the 16 of our GT3 cars. And in the 991 category, Aura Racing likes to flag for them. Inertia Sim Racing Euro RC Again, great economy on the tyres, economy on the fuel, only 8.9 back in the end. Go Team and Inertia, number 900, having a great battle all the way to the end. Actually caught by HM Engineering, who led and took pole position, but had too many accidents to fight for the very front. YMCA Esports also faced backwards a couple of times, but pick up 6th position. It was a battle of attrition, really, in the 991 category. Every one of those had issues. WIP.com Volante with issues. XVR we saw spinning late on. GTL VRT. World of Sim Racing, plenty of issues for them. 4 laps down, but at least finishing the race. Burst did not. Retired and with no points for the 991 and the championship leaders coming into this. Squadra Corsa Team White, beating Niels Koch in the BS competition by a lap, but it's the best result for BS so far in the championship. Talk Freak Racing by TFR Lab in 3rd. Pure Sim 4th. They'll be disappointed, I think, with that. SRC's Squadra Corsa Black picking up 5th on the alternative strategy. Boot Lapel 6th, Leopard 7th, E-Gaming 8th. They were also on the alternate strategy. DRE Endurance with a late issue. Team Vikings 3 laps down in 10th position. And the retirees, SRN Motorsports and Hell Racers, both out of the race, actually around the same time. And finally, in the TCR category, it is a victory for HM Engineering, and that will be a very welcome sight. They got 2nd last time out, so they've improved 1. Team Huskebeld in 2nd position, fractionally ahead of our championship leaders, SimRC. Frozen Speed passing SRC Squadra Corsa TCR, who faded massively on the last couple of laps. MSI Esports 6th, 1 lap down. Simster 7th, Impulse 8th, T3 9th, and Team Mad in 10th. Such an intense category to win. Ethan Bass for Texan Fitzy Motorsport in 11th. Pure Sim were a retiree, but they will pick up points. Kinetic Racing also retired out of the race. So that is the results for round 4 of the championship. Join us round 5 in the March the 21st. We'll be racing for 6 hours around Barcelona. I'll leave you with David and Sumil to finish up and get some interviews with some of our racers. Remember, the championship concludes April 17th with a 12 hours of Spa-Francorchamps.
Absolutely, should be interesting to see how that goes on. 2 more rounds left. But before we go to the interviews, David, really fun round, isn't it? A really crazy one. So many intense strategies. What really impressed you the most today?
I think they definitely ripped up the playbook a little bit on tyre strategy, on the fuel strategy a little bit as well, on account of it being such a high fuel consumption track. So all of that forced the teams in every category to do something different than they did last round and the one before. So fuel in GT3 different, tyres in 991 different, fuel in TCR and GT4 different than last round. And with that, let's pick the brains of some of our winning teams. And I'm going to buck my normal trend, and instead of starting with TCR, we are going to start with GT3. And our GT3 winner with us is Sven Haase from Biela Racing Team. Sven, congratulations. Had to fight for the lead in the final stint there, but you grab a great win, a great comeback in this championship for Biela Racing Team Euronics.
Yeah, good evening, guys. Yeah, it was pretty tough last hour. I was expecting that it will be really close after the last pit stop. I got piled up in big traffic jam 2 laps before Mark was on the pit lane. And finally he managed to come out like 2 seconds. I think it was ahead of me. I was relying on our tire strategy with the 2 change tires, that we have a little bit more grip around the parabolica and maybe on traction. And yeah, finally it worked out. It was pretty tough. Big shout out to Mark and MSI. It was a pretty nice battle. Hope to have this one again next round.
Real challenge on the fuel consumption today. Almost everyone needing an extra stop than normal. Was that your plan from the very start? You were going to run the race like this, or was it wait and see in the first stint what the numbers were like on the fuel?
Yeah, to be fair, the Audi got a percent less of fuel, so we had only 118 liters, and it was like when we go flat out, it was 54, 55 minutes, so we got to basically save 3 laps, which is nearly impossible. You just lack too much of a pace. Over 6 hours, it's easy faster to go for one more pit stop. So there was basically from beginning on the strategy to go for one more pit stop, for at least for us.
What about the tyres? Making more fuel stops also changes what to do on the tyres. We hadn't really seen anyone try to triple stint tyres in GT3 before this weekend.
Yeah, to be fair, Monza is a track, long straights, less corners, so it's not so much for the tyre wear. I think we had like 15 to 20% in average per stint with a full fuel tank of tyre wear going off. So it was always on the first stint, just not push too much. The second stint, just survive the tires, and the third stint, let's go and look what we can go for. And yeah, as we go for the 7th stinter, we had to do something else. So we opt for 2 tire change after 2 stints, because we would think about after the 3rd stint or after the 6th stint, to be fair, but. Yeah, it was like then we was not sure about how the car would react when we have on the one side pretty new tires and on the other side like 60%, 55%. So that's basically why we changed already after 2 stints. In the end, it worked out very good, but it could have been maybe a bit bigger gap for us. That would be more nice. It was pretty tough to fight with Mark. I had hoped to not had this battle in the last couple of laps, but even it was enjoyable. That just my heartbeat goes up and down all the time. I could have avoided that. It would be better for me.
If you knew that second place would still increase your championship lead, how does that change how you're willing to fight for the win in the final stint? Because everyone wants to win, but is there a point where you have to think about your teammates, think about the team, and think about the championship in a battle like that?
Yeah, to be fair, we looked for the championship after 2 hours, when we know, I think it was 2 hours 30 in the race, when Leo had this incident. We know like Ronan was already in big trouble, so when Stefan got into the car, he was managing the gap and doing a pretty good job, just lapping and lapping, being safe in traffic, not getting any repairs or damaging the car, and not getting any penalties. And yeah, we were looking at that point for the championship. And shortly before the last pit stop, we got like holding up a few in traffic, and after the pit stop also. So we were always thinking we will be ahead of MSI, so nothing to fight for in the end. It was like I was behind Mark, and I know he's a really clean driver, so always looking forward to fight with him. And only for the overtake in the first chicane, I was just praying, please hit your braking marker right, just don't push me wide, don't damage the car. And when he would run wide there, I would maybe wait for a mistake, just pressing on him and wait for a mistake and not going for offensive move. But as you said, everybody wants to win, so basically you go for it and you try, and if it's too risky, we would have a step back.
Imola, the opening round, 4th place, Sebring 2nd, Silverstone finally for the win. Now 2 wins in a row. Big momentum with this number 45 car. What does everyone else in GT3 have to do to stop you at Barcelona?
That's a secret I'll never tell. No, no. To be fair, it's always in this multi-class race. It's very tight. The field is very stacked, and sometimes you got a bit more lucky, so you got the gap, or the strategy is a bit better than the other one. So we was always looking, because we thought we had the edge on some of the other cars pace-wise, that we just step away in the first pit stop and just manage the traffic well, and basically train a lot. So it's open for everyone. I think the field is so stacked, everyone can win with a bit more luck. And yeah, of course, the setting up of the car was really great. So we always improve there. And as you said, Imola was not so good. There was the old aero model, and yeah, we struggled a lot with the GT3 car at that time. Basically, the new aero model is just giving us so much more opportunity and so much more confidence on the car that I really appreciate that.
Congratulations to you. You win 2 races in a row in 24-hour Series Esports, extend the championship lead. So, well done to you, Sven, and your team and your co-driver today, Stefan Hofbauer. I'm sure you have some people to thank.
Yeah, first of all, thanks to our sponsors, Euronics, iArt, Heusingfeld, and Fanatec. Big shout out to the team. It was massively nice to work with everybody for this race. A lot of effort was put into it, and it played out well. I think the sister car finished P4 in the end, which is a big improvement for them as well. And also big shout out to you guys for an awesome stream again, and for everything you're doing. You're doing really good. Thank you.
It's all Hugo and Ben Constanduris, I swear. So from our winners in GT3, let's go find our 991 class winner with Sumal Aurora.
Absolutely, folks. We had a tremendous battle all the way through, but Oris Racing Team were the ones who triumphed in the end. We have their drivers, Carlos Fenolosa and Xavi Ross. Carlos, firstly, many congratulations. How tricky did it get? Really crazy race, this one.
Yeah, here I think this is the track where the pace wasn't that important. I think was more important saving fuel and trying to fill the gap with the traffic and not losing many time. Just being smart and doing a clean race was more important, I think, than a hot lap pace here. The reason I started P6 and I could finish the race in a P1. So.
Yeah, big comeback there. Xavi, we saw Inertia Sim Racing just very close by all the time. They tried a different strategy. How tricky was it for you towards the end, just to stay on your strategy and to be calm? Because that really got you the win in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. At the beginning of the stints, I did a couple of mistakes that cost me a lot of time with the guys of Inertia. So I just tried to keep calm and hit good laps without too many mistakes. And yeah, that with just not making any more mistakes and letting car back to Carlos, that was enough for the win today.
And Carlos, that final stint, I mean, of course, it was getting a bit cooler, so making sure that the tires lasted longer was a bit easier. But what was it like, tires? Were they really that grippy? Because we saw you guys lasted for quite a long time.
The traffic, the last stint with the tire was a bit tricky, I think. I had some mistakes in a corner exit like chart 1 and chart 2. But anyways, I think I could manage good the tires to finish with a good pace. So I think the most important was not doing mistakes and keeping the tires in a good temperature and in a good degradation, so we could find the comfortable the car at the end, because the most important is finishing P1 and not the real pace. So that's what I think.
It really worked out well. Really good drive. Xavi, I'll come to you for this one. We're coming towards the end of the season. 2 more rounds to go. How do you think it's going to go for you guys? A really positive result, this one.
Yeah, it's going to be hard. I mean, Inertia is ahead like 20 points from us, so with the crash from Burst guys, led us on a very good position on the championship. So yeah, this championship is more based to Inertia guys because they had an splendid season till today. So yeah, it's going to be hard. They have it more easy because they are ahead like 20 points among us. So yeah, let's hope that we perform like today on the next 2 races and hope from a mistake from them.
Now, hopefully it goes well for you guys. Finally, is there anyone who'd like to give a shout out to?
Yeah, thank to all of our sponsors and the people who are always supporting us to keep racing like today.
Guys, many congratulations. Really fun speaking to you. All the best for the next ones.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So that was the Oris Racing team doing an excellent job in the 991 GT3 Cup category. But now, it's David Haynes with the winners of the GT4s. And familiar face once again, David.
Yeah, we're going to be getting very, very familiar with them the way it's going. The TCR winning streak has been broken, but it is still SRC Squadra Corsa White 4 from 4 in this season of 24-hour series esports. Still looks like it's a lot of work to come out ahead in a very competitive GT4 category, even with fuel, power taken away from the BMW and some weight added as well.
Hi guys, thank you. Yeah, this one is the 4th in a row, and we're obviously very happy about that. Today was really tough because, like you said, the BMW suffered a little bit from the bop for this race. In my opinion, today Porsches were a little bit faster, but we managed to win it anyway, and like I said, very happy about that.
I have to think you're less worried about the power being taken away from the BMW than the fuel tank restriction, because today we saw very, very heavy fuel consumption in all of the classes at Monza. Split strategy between your car and your teammate's car. Was that planned from the start, or how much of the strategy had to be changed during the race today?
Yeah, absolutely, you're right. The power was not particularly a problem, but they also added some weight to the car, and the BMW is already pretty harsh on tire, so the weight was a big problem for us. And also, like you said, the restriction on the fuel tank, this was also a very big problem because, like you said, in Monza, everything is always about fuel saving. Our idea initially was to go for a fuel saving strategy and to do only 3 pit stops. But as soon as we get into the session and we saw that the race was going to be very, very cold, we decided that we couldn't do it. It was possible that the race was going to go one or 2 laps more than we expected, and if the track is cold and faster, it's always easy to use a little bit more fuel. Because of that, we decided in the beginning to go for a faster strategy on track and to do 5 shorter stints instead of 4 long ones.
Talk Freak Racing told us they think the strength of the Porsche is on the brakes and the BMW is a little better across the curbs. Obviously, two chicanes very tight where being able to go across the curbs is useful for a lot of time. Is that what you felt for your car and your setup?
Yeah, absolutely. It was pretty easy today to see where if you were on track, it was very easy to see where the Porsche were faster and where the BMW were faster. The BMW was probably better, particularly in the second chicane, where we were able to use a little bit more of the curbs. While it was pretty obvious that the Porsches were better at the Ascari chicane and at the Parabolica, where I don't know, the BMW just understeers.
Any home ground advantage for the team at Monza in Italy, do you think?
Yeah, I live just 20-30 minutes away from the track. Yeah, this is certainly a track that I know pretty well, and a track that I like very much to race on iRacing. Yeah, definitely a little bit of an advantage there.
And if there's no advantage, or even just a little bit of an advantage, does it mean more to the team to win here than anywhere else?
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, today was probably the toughest race for us, and we are happy about the strategy that we decided to use, and yeah, very very happy about the race.
Kings of GT4, 4 wins from 4 races and a great championship position because of that. Who are you going to thank today? Because it wasn't just you all by yourself.
No, absolutely. All my teammates, and also my teammates from our other team in GT4. We work very close together for the preparation of the race, and they always help us. Our sponsor, absolutely, and all my teammates, like I said.
Thank you, Camillo, and congratulations once again.
Thank you, guys.
The longest winning streak this season in 24-hour Series Esports belongs to SRC Squadra Corsa, because the TCR winning streak has been broken, Sumil, and you're the lucky man who gets to speak to a new set of winners in that class.
Absolutely, let's bring them in. The streak is over, and the new winners, man, well deserved in the end. HM Engineering, the 159 car was a really tough race for them, but eventually coming out as winners. We've got Quentin Guniez and Kieran Harrison right here with us. And guys, you guys may be the last ones to come on to the interviews, but seriously, I'm so excited to speak to you guys. What a win it was. Quentin, I'll start with you. It got really tricky out there, didn't it? With so many differing strategies, and the track was different today. I mean, it wasn't as intense as, let's say, all the other tracks were in terms of tires. How did it play out for you?
Yeah, it was a very hard race. I mean, especially about the fuel, because we didn't really know what to do about the strategy. So we decided to keep the draft, the first stint. And I managed it quite well, because we did like 1 laps better than the other cars behind us, so it was very good. Yeah, but the tires was very very good too. We managed good tires, and then I had my second stint, which was very very tough too, because I had to save fuel for then Kieran to do a very good stint.
And Kieran, how tricky was it in terms of the competition? Because Helsingwell were always there or thereabout. Of course, it might be slightly eased off by the fact that SimRC had their incident, but you guys had to properly fight for that win in the end, and what a fight it was.
Yeah, we really thought for most of the race it was going to be SimRC we were going to be fighting. When Corentin was out for his second stint, they were gaining a little bit. But I think we were saving more fuel, so we still thought we had the edge. But then that incident they had with, I think it was Maniti, caught them in the pit lane. That eased a lot of the pressure, because we sort of knew that Huizingveld, they were going to drop kind of far back when they stopped again, but we weren't quite sure how far. But yeah, especially early on in the race, it was really tough trying to save fuel and also run at a good pace to keep gaps and keep up with people and things.
Kieran, I'll continue with you on this one. How tricky, I mean, rather how frustrating is it to save fuel? Because I've seen you in the 991 GT3 Cup car. You were really excellent in that machine, and this one is completely different, right? I mean, I saw you in the sprint races, I think, for the SimPower leagues, and here you just have to fuel save consistently. How much of a shift in mentality does it take just to lift in course all the time, and does it get to you beyond stage?
Well, in this particular race, it was kind of easier for me, because Corentin did most of the fuel saving, so I kind of had the easy job, but I still had to save a fair amount. But honestly, once you get into a rhythm of just lifting off at the same point every lap, braking slightly later than usual. It flows quite naturally. It's not too bad. It's quite easy to maintain. It's not easy, but it's not as hard as you'd imagine to maintain a decent pace. It's just tough to find the extra couple of tenths from braking at a slightly different point.
Content, HM Engineering is a squad that's really growing. We're seeing you guys being a lot more prominent. How big is this win for the team, and how are you looking forward to the final few rounds of the championship, where you, I think, are in the top 5, aren't you?
Yeah, top 2, P2 I think. So yeah,
P2 exactly.
It's very good because we waited this win for a long time. I mean, we had no luck at Imola. We had the penalty. We made a bit mistakes. Then Sebring, we crashed, so yeah, it's very good. We had a good race at Silverstone too, but yeah, it ended P2, 32nd by MRC, so it feels very, very good to win this one. And yeah, we are waiting for Barcelona and then Spa, which is one of my favorite tracks, so we are looking forward to maybe win this 2 races too.
It'd be fun. Guys, who would you like to give a shout out to after this excellent result?
I'll just, of course, got to give a shout out to all the sponsors of HM Engineering, and of course all the guys at HM Engineering for helping us prepare for these races.
Really, really fun to chat with you guys. Content, Kieran, very well done. Many congratulations on the win. What a big one this is for you guys, and hopefully the rest of the season goes extremely well. Can't wait to speak to you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
HM Engineering, ladies and gentlemen, winners of the TCR category, breaking the streak and getting their way up into the top 2. But what a day of racing this has been, David. Slightly long, but just so intriguing. Final thoughts before we conclude today.
Well, 6 hours of strategy across 4 classes from midday into the sunset, all of them keeping us on our toes, and a battle for the lead in the final stint. Once again, incredibly competitive. A lot of the best sim racing drivers and sim racing teams showing us why this is one of the most competitive sports car events in all of sim racing across all platforms. Fantastic stuff, and again, a very high level of competition, a high level of administration and race control. No expense spared in a way to put on yet more fantastic racing. It brings us towards the end of the championship and a lot of bragging rights and a lot of glory.
Absolutely. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to wrap up. And before we go, just take a look at the schedule that we have on. Next time on, we'll be there for the 6 hours of Barcelona on the 21st of March. We wrap up with double points at the 12 hours of Spa. Don't forget to join us there. And a very, very big thank you to all of our viewers who have been joining us throughout. A big thank you to the league organisers, for all of you watching, and the teams and drivers for putting up quite a show. The best of the best in the iRacing endurance scene were here, and they put up a spectacle. Until then, folks, until the next round, we shall see you. And from everyone at RaceSport TV and the 24H series, it's my name is Somal Arora. We shall see you next time on. Bye-bye.